PUBG. In Unfail, you can become the powerful predator or join a team of survivors. The predator cannot be eliminated. You can also gain rage by attacking players, which unlocks skills. Skill 1, hook. Hook a survivor to pull them to you. If the hook hits an obstacle, you will pull yourself towards it. Skill 2, slow trap. The slow trap becomes invisible after it's deployed. When triggered, it explodes and slows survivors within range. Skill 3, invisibility. Become invisible to ambush survivors. If you're the predator, make good use of these skills to prompt, pursue, and eliminate survivors. Survivors start the match with one of 3 items at random, which increase their chances of survival. Jet gauntlets. Gain a speed boost after vaulting over windows and flipping boards. AED, anti-radiation. Rescuing teammates restores their health to full. Move faster while carrying a teammate. Wrench increases terminal activation speed. Survivors have a heart rate monitor. Be careful when your heart rate goes up, as it means the predator is near. In this situation, you can flip a board to stun the predator and escape, or hide in a distribution box. If the predator guesses wrong on your hiding spot, escape while it's preoccupied, or face elimination. Of course, survivors can also pick up dropped firearms. These can be used to stun the predator and escape. When a survivor is injured, they will leave footprints on the ground. Use consumables or wild berries to heal up. There are also lots of items and mechanisms, such as the electric fence, which can block the predator, or use the fire extinguisher to outmaneuver it. Try to activate a terminal. While a teammate distracts the predator, if you happen to start with the wrench, you'll activate terminals faster. You need to activate 5 terminals to open the exit gate and evacuate. Now that the requirements have been met, hurry and escape. Unfail! Will you be the oppressive predator or a tactical survivor? Unfail, coming September 26th.
I know who will rise or fall. I raise my shield to stay alive, but the hurt still rain down from the sky. Now I got a tattered soul, but still I fight. Through jungles race, left foes behind. Yet through misshapes still stalk my mind. My perfect form fears tire marks, but nothing stops my forward sparks. To life, I risk it all. But stupid fate may call. To life, I risk it all. No surprise can block my will to rise. To life, I'll risk it all.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a predator, your goal is to defeat the survivors. prevent more than half of the survivors from escaping. Even though you're fighting alone, the predator is very powerful. You are much faster and stronger than the survivors, and can track them by following their footprints. You also have some exclusive skills to help you defeat the survivors. Gain rage by attacking and knocking down survivors. At a certain amount of rage, you'll level up and unlock more terrifying and powerful skills. When survivors activate a terminal, take damage, or rescue a teammate, their location and silhouette will be exposed for a short time. This is your best chance to strike, so make the most of it. Be careful of the interactables on the map when in pursuit, as they can cause you some trouble. Make good use of your skills to prevent the survivors from escaping. Before reaching level 3, when you knock down a survivor, you can pick them up to finish them off faster, or move them somewhere else to prevent other survivors from rescuing them. If you're already at level 3, you can directly execute down survivors. Don't worry if the survivors manage to summon the exit portal. It takes a while to unlock, so you'll still have a chance to stop them. Defend it and don't let your prey escape. The hunt has begun. Are you ready? Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a survivor, you have but one goal. Escape! Work with teammates to activate the terminals, to open the exit gates. The survivors win when over half of them escape. The power plant is divided into 4 areas. There are 2 terminals in each area. Activate any 5 terminals to unlock the exit gate. During activation, successfully tap the button on the left to increase the activation progress. Activate a terminal to gain helpful items, but remember, your location will be exposed to the predator when activating terminals. If you see the heartbeat, that means the predator is nearby and it's time to move. At the start of the match, you'll receive a random skill and a stun gun. Each skill has its own unique effect, including increasing movement speed, distracting enemies, speeding up activation, and rescuing teammates. In addition to skills, the map is also filled with interactables and special items. They're your secret weapon for causing chaos and distracting the predator. Attacking the predator with firearms will fill its stun bar. When the stun bar is full or a weak point is destroyed, the predator will be stunned, giving your team time to get away and activate terminals. Survivors collectively have 2 respawn chances. At 6 minutes into a match, or if all respawn chances have been used, respawning will no longer be available. When this happens, an exit portal will appear at a random location, until there is only 1 survivor left. Once 5 terminals are activated, the exit gate will open. Use it to escape. When your team is full, prioritize escaping together through the exit gate to win. Survivors, remember to never stop moving. Victory is in sight.
Hello?
Okay!
Oh my god!
مرحبا، أنا عبيدة. اليوم رح أحكي لكم عن ببجي موبايل وكيف فزت بالجائزة الذهبية. كنت لاعب ببجي قديم بس ما كنت بعرف إنه في شيء اسمه مود واو لتصميم الخرائط. في صديق إلي اسمه نور VIP، هو مصمم خرائط وهو اللي شجعني إني أدخل هذا المجال. لما قدمت وصرت مصمم رسمي، أول خريطة عملتها كانت عن العمالقة. وقتها ركزت كتير على التصميم والشكل، بس صراحة أهملت الفكرة، وأعتقد إنه هذا هو السبب اللي خلاني أخسر بهاي الماب. بس بالرغم من هاي الخسارة كسبت منها خبرة. بعد هاي التجربة قررت إني أشتغل على الخرائط بشكل أعمق. صرت أركز على الفكرة مو بس على الشكل. بماب الثاني حاولت إني أدمج بين الاثنين، بس مع الأسف كمان خسرت. مع ذلك ما استسلمت واعتبرت إنه كل تجربة هي خطوة للأمام. بالماب الثالثة قررت أجرب طريقة مختلفة تماما، وبما إني ما بحب استخدم شيء ما بفهمه، صرت أجرب كل الخيارات اللي قدامي. شو ما بيطلع قدامي حاول إني أتعلم وأفهم. بعدها اجت مسابقة عن الفضاء، قدرت اطلع بفكرة مغامرة فضائية مميزة. كتبت كل افكاري على ورقة، وبعدها بلشت اصمم الاشكال اللي بدي اياها. بعد ما انتهيت من تصميم الاشكال بلشت اشتغل بالاجهزة وادخل اكواد البرمجة. صراحة بالواو البرمجة سهلة، بس لازم يكون عندك فكرة عن أي لغة برمجة تانية. لما تكون تفهم أساسيات أي لغة برمجة تانية بس ناوي يبدأ، لا تقلد حدا، خلي عندك فكرة جديدة وتعلم كل التفاصيل الموجودة قدامك. استخدم كل قدراتك اللي تعلمتها داخل فكرتك الجديدة، طبعا إذا كانت تتناسب مع الفكرة. بالنهاية شكرا لفريق واو ستار على الفرصة الرائعة، وإن شاء الله يعجبكم الفيديو وتكونوا دائما مستعدين للأفكار الجديدة اللي راح أقدمها.
Chicken killer, samgyetang dinner.
No, wait, why am I throwing haymakers?
Oh, get us back to a rainbow.
No, bro, we got it. No.
Oh my god, that's so scary.
Fena dalga geçiyorum ben, fena dalga geçiyorum.
No! Why? Oh!
Oh, yes, you did. I found you.
PMSL Americas, Xforce, Intense Game, Jaguar Esports, United for Gaming, Loops Esports, Maryland Esports, Wolves Esports, Royal of War, Alpha 7, Globant, iNCO Gaming, Influence Rage, Team Liquid, Resilience Esports, Straight Outta Nepal, VIP Esports.
Welcome back, everybody, to PMSL America's fall season. This is day 4, the official start of phase 2. All points have been reset. Head start points have already been gained. However, there's another opportunity to gain even more points going into the finals. This is a big day. You always want to start strong. For some rosters, they definitely did not throughout phase 1. But no worries, they still have a chance to get their feet under them. For those who are already performing well, now is an opportunity to provide a consistent performance on camera, right? Showcase that phase 1 wasn't just a fluke. You're here to stay as the competitors that you are. You're going for top 2. You want to move to Thailand. You want to go to the next stage to compete for even more money and a potential chance at glory, to etch your names into the history books of PUBG Mobile. Today's a big day, and we're going to love having each and every one of you out there in the chat. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Mustache Dave and Seven. Great to see you, boys. Dave, how you feeling?
Hey, man, I'm doing pretty good. Feeling good. Week number 2. Some of these players, they needed that reset yesterday. I saw on social media, some people were chilling at the beach. Some people were going bowling. So hopefully that little refresh is what they needed to bounce back and lock in here today, fellas.
That's right. Seven, what kind of guy are you? You don't want to go to the beach? You don't want to go bowling? What are you doing?
I'm doing both, baby. In the morning, we're going to the beach. At night, we're going bowling. And then afterwards, we're just going to be chilling.
There you go, chilling, man. Bowling at the beach, new thing, by the way. Business Adventure coming out for 7. Be on the lookout, social media. Make sure you follow them to see when it is released. Hey, it's going to be fun. We're moving into Phase 2. The format's the same, however. Let's get you caught up to speed with what it looks like.
Here is everything you need to know about PMSL Americas. This tournament will be played in multiple phases. League Stage 1 will be from October 1st through October 3rd, while League Stage 2 will be from October 5th through the 7th. From there, we move into the championship rounds. 16 teams representing the best of North America, Latin America, and the host region Brazil will take to the battlegrounds, with each aiming to score the most points possible to move on to the PMGC Global Finals. Now let's talk points. Each kill is worth 1 point. Teams will also be rewarded with placement points. Win the game, score 10 points. Head start points will be awarded to the top performing teams after each league stage concludes. The highest ranked teams can earn up to 15 head start points per stage. In the finals, each team's kill and placement points will be fully reset, but all head start points will carry through. The prize pool for this PMSL Americas stands at $200,000, with $60,000 going out for league stage performances, with the league stage and finals MVPs also earning rewards. The stage is set and players have their eyes on the prize. Will nerves play a factor, or will experience under the bright lights have teams dancing their way to victory? Now, let's get a little clarity on the format so we can understand the rules of the game. During each league stage, teams will play 18 total matches, and then head start points will be awarded based on their team's placement. That leads us to the PMSL Americas Finals, starting October 10th and concluding October 12th. For the finals, smash point rules are in full effect. The initial matches of the finals take place on days 1 and 2, and after day 2, a points threshold known as smash point will be set at the number 1 team's point value plus 10. Any team, regardless of their rank, can clinch the tournament championship by meeting the following conditions. First, they need to cross the smash point threshold. Then, they need to earn a winner-winner chicken dinner in any game that follows. Now, if no team meets these conditions, the tournament will continue. But if a team above smash point wins the game, the tournament is over immediately, and that team is crowned PMSL America's champion. They'll win a share of the $140,000 finals prize pool. On the line for this year's PMSL Americas is $200,000 in prizes and one of 5 coveted spots at this year's PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Who will have what it takes? Who is truly the best of the best? There is only one way to find out. Who will be the champion?
Thank you, PB, for the explainer. There it is. PMSL, that's how it flows and works. We're moving into Phase 2. A fresh start for those rosters who didn't perform well. Let's start that discussion, Dave, and look at our overall standings from Phase 1. We had some dominant teams without question. Alpha 7, Wolves, Loops performing highly consistently, but there were some that didn't bring their A game.
Oh, without a doubt. And fortunate for them, we do get that reset coming to today, right? Of course, you know, the teams that did perform at the top, and I'm sure we'll get into it here a little more, but they're going to be walking away with like those head start points. But these teams at the bottom, it's not going to be like a runaway tournament, sort of say, right? Because we're going to get that fresh reset, and they can just look at it on an even leveled playing field and just, you know, focus up on week number 2. So VIP Esports, straight out of Nepal, Resilience, Team Liquid. Oof, that's one I wouldn't have expected to be down here. And then Xforce, of course, as well. Xforce, I'm going to be cheering for them here this week, fellas, because week 1, I think they were making a lot of adjustments, you know, kind of handling what they had to do. They got a limb pretty much playing that flex role here. I know he's been doing his best, practicing, and really trying to adjust as quickly as possible. So hopefully yesterday was what was needed for Xforce to come out swinging here today. You know, pow pow for America.
Pow, pow.
You know, pow. You know, you can't see me right now. I'm punching the air. You know, that's the type of mentality I want to see here in game number 1 from Xforce. Just come out swinging, big dog.
That's what they need. We know they have the aggression. We know they have the talent, right? This is a very, very talented roster, but they simply did not bring their A game. They did one day, but you got to do it all 3 days. Now, for head start points, that's what Phase 1 was about. It's also what Phase 2 is about. Alpha 7 get the most, and that's scary for the competition for sure, especially given the fact that there's only 2 spots available to move on to the next global stage. But the Wolves, they're holding on tight, and in fact, you know, I think it's fair to say, Seven, we were truly impressed with the Wolves' performance.
Yeah, I was pleasantly impressed by the Wolves' performance. I was expecting this team to be a top 5. And by top 5, I mean more than likely in that 5th place spot because of what the stuff that I was seeing there from Spring Break. But so far, they've been able to pull it together. They've been able to actually make some roster changes in the last day, which was quite interesting. They ended up switching Juancho, which played the first 2 days. Juancho ended up getting 10 elims on those 2 days with 2100 damage. And then Baton came in and he put a lights out performance, 12 eliminations, with 3k damage, being able to back up this squad, and I'm hoping those consistent performances continue on. I don't know what the roster is going to be looking like today. I'm excited to wait and see what's going to be showing in the first game.
Yeah, the key takeaway from that is they can make changes, they can introduce their player who's on the bench, and Baton can still perform well. That's great. You always want a star-studded player like that you can depend on when you need the most. But whether it was Alpha 7 or the Wolves, they were the 2 teams that truly dominated Phase 1, and for good reason. But it's nice to see North America doing as well as they did. I mean, Wolves, last season, right, last split, going into PMWC, Dave, the Wolves fell just short. They do not want to make that mistake again.
Yeah, I think that's why we saw them kind of flexing out that bench player, you know, because somebody could get sick. We are at land. There's so many different variables that you just want to have everybody who is there on the squad ready to go, you know, on a flip of a dime, essentially. So I think it was, you know, the timing. I know I was questioning it because they just the day before had 3 back-to-back wins. So I was like, now might not be the time, but maybe it was the time because they had such a comfortable lead when it comes to the top leaderboards that they were confident that they'll be walking away with some bonus points, right? So I actually, you know, kind of went back, watched the videos a little bit. I was like, you know what? It actually was the right time because of that fact I just said. So I think keeping everybody warmed up, loose, and ready to go. I think they got their eye on the main picture, and that's looking ahead here, reflections, and that's making sure everybody's ready to go whenever it's needed.
Well, it's not just the Wolves making changes, it's also Alpha 7. Guizal now on the roster, and Alpha 7 looks stronger than ever.
It definitely did. I mean, Alpha 7, the amount of eliminations this squad was putting up, it currently was just separating them when we end up looking at the difference between them and Wolves. Damage was we saw and we highlighted performances from Revo, Guizal as well, being able to clutch up for the squad. Mafioso, I gotta call him out a little bit. Once again, he's falling into that pattern that he ends up getting caught early on or just overextending. I'm hoping that he's gonna be able to go back to the performances that I saw last year out of him during PMWC 2024. But the main thing here and the main storyline for these 2 squads is we don't expect Alpha 7 to slow down. We expect them to be consistent, and this is what I'm going to be expecting out of Wolves Esports: consistency. I might not be expecting a back-to-back chicken dinner, but one thing I do enjoy about this squad is how they've been able to put themselves in contention towards the end of games. They have been focusing more towards the end, keeping those players alive, something that they weren't really doing in day 1. And the main difference that's gonna separate these squads is gonna come down, boys, to the first match that we end up playing, Rondo, because when we take a deeper dive look into that map, that is the main factor difference. When you look at Alpha 7, they've been able to put up 39 eliminations, averaging 13 elims. And then you go to the opposite side and you look at Wolves. In those 3 matches, they only been able to put up 14. So you can see a big gap difference right there. And this is a map that what we've seen so far, it allows that fragger heavy to continue on. I'm expecting Wolves to pick it up in Rondo.
Well, speaking of fraggers, let's take a look at our top players from Phase 1. Of course, our MVPs, and it should be no surprise, Revo at the top. He's been highly consistent throughout all of PMSL. I don't think he's ever relinquished the #1 MVP spot. Now, I do want to work our way down. We'll have more on Rebel in just a bit, Dave, but I mentioned Guizal, the new pickup for Alpha 7, also in #4. Vitten starting to break into it, but it is nice to see Guizal coming into this Alpha 7 roster, a storied, historic roster, and performing as well as he is. Clearly a great addition.
Yeah, definitely it feels good. You know, week 1, you did pretty well. Now let's see if you can kind of continue that here week 2 and just be consistent throughout the tournament, right? And I know right behind Doran also was Federal from INF, so they had a really amazing Friday night. They were really aggressive, and I want to see that that aggression here kind of roll over to week number 2 for a lot of our top players and top teams here. Reflections, but yeah, Rebo, listen, this guy's got a permanent seat, honestly, on the top rankings, because everybody else, you know, they're fighting for it, but he's always there every single season long.
That's right, Guizal. He's definitely tearing up. It's nice to see Wolves, though. Again, one of the top teams out there, finishing in second place just behind Alpha 7. A chance to catch up to them at the very end. They fall just short, but still in a wonderful spot amongst their peers. But with it being a fresh start, being phase 2, super curious what their performance looks like today. Speaking of which, let's take a look at our map rotation. It's going to be the same as it was in phase 1, but if you're new here, we did add in Rondo. Rondo respawns, a lot of new utility to be used. Teams are still figuring it out. That was very apparent during the Rondo on Saturday, watching iNCO, or on Friday, excuse me, watching iNCO respawn. A great play from McGrellin, and then the 3 members who are respawn just instantly full sent that straight into Alpha 7, only to die once again immediately, feeding Alpha 7. You got to figure this map out. It's here to stay. Rondo map 1, 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. And what's fun about this, you've got certain teams, 7, who have been great on Rondo, but not as great on Erangel, not as great on Miramar. But as we hone in on Rondo, it's your usual faces, Alpha 7 right up there at the top. You mentioned Wolves, though, but Wolves fall in 5th.
Yeah, Wolves was able to pick it up towards the end. It was day 1 that they were absolutely non-existent. That's when they ended up putting just barely 1 elimination. And one thing that you're going to be seeing here when it comes to Rondo, it is that it's going to be benefiting those teams that tend to be aggressive. Hence why you're seeing so many Brazilian teams here, so many Brazilian flags. So talking earlier, Dave, in regards to those teams that were towards the bottom, for example, VIP Esports, they wanted to become more aggressive. Dave, this has to be one map where they actually take a chance and just go for it and try to get those eliminations.
Yeah, without a doubt, just keep one player alive to hit up that recall tower, and you're right back in it here. So definitely agree, like Rondo, kind of similar to what we saw with Sandhawk, is like get warmed up, get loose, get ready to go, and focus on the day. Except for with Rondo, you have that comeback mechanic. Reflections.
Amazon gift cards. Make sure you're paying attention to the fly-throughs. We're going to be giving away Amazon gift cards throughout the day. Make sure you're paying attention. Bottom left. You never know when it's going to, well, it is going to pop up during the fly-through. I was about to throw a curveball, so you never know when it's going to pop up. You know when it's going to pop up. But that's great for you out there who's trying to get yourself a little bit of additional money so you can buy that special gift for yourself or the special someone. We're sounding great today. Yo, these CTAs, man, are on point. Check it out. Map number 1 on Rondo. It's day 1 of phase 2. A fresh start for everyone. For those rosters who were towards the bottom, Dave covered them at the start of the show. We're on the lookout for them to step it up without a doubt. Now, for your 5 teams who have been highly consistent on Rondo, there they are. Alpha 7, Influence, Rage, Loops, Intense Game, and Wolves. Let's see how today's going to end up unfolding. I am a huge fan of Rondo because of the respawn mechanic, the revivability. We've seen teams really, try and get their feet underneath them, try and adjust to it. Hasn't worked all too well for some, but for others, it's been phenomenal. I mean, when we're talking Alpha 7 averaging 13 eliminations, scary stuff for sure. And 7, we have noticed teams really try and pinpoint Alpha 7 and challenge them. It just hasn't worked. What do we do about that?
You got to go back and look at what Wolves was able to do in day 2, what Wolves was able to do in day 3, because that's one team that was actually able to take the fight to Alpha 7 and not just give them any space. At times, especially in day 3, it did backfire a little bit. One mistake that Wolves was doing, especially Coops, if we narrow it down, he kept overextending, and I'm hoping that that's going to be changing in today. New week, 0 points, and we're getting some action right off the bat, and that's completely fine because, as you guys mentioned, we do have those recall towers. This is the time to do it.
Shots already ringing out. It's Alpha 7 and United 4 Gaming, who have not been shy about fighting off the rip. This time looks to be paying off. This was a team that was towards the bottom, Dave, that looks as if they're coming out the gate swinging.
Yeah, already getting 2 eliminations onto Alpha 7, but those recall towers, they can call them back as long as they don't go out here. Looks like United 4 Gaming, though, are on the hunt. And over here on the other side, VIP and Jaguars are going to be clashing. So we got 2 separate hot drops occurring right now. United 4 Gaming. Oh, no. The BM right there, making sure his his opponent watches the revives come out. So it does look like Mafioso, the last one to survive with the jammer backpack, is going to be trying to run to that recall tower. Got his squad mates back. So my question is for you guys. Once when you get your teammates back, do you drop right where you died and take the fight round 2? I think Alpha 7, listen, you said no, but Alpha 7 saying yes.
Well, okay, let me take it back. I say no, but no. It's highly situational. I think the way iNCO did it on Friday was wrong. Like, you're out in the open field, you all 3 try to land on your loot where Alpha 7 is literally at, they're going to gun you down. Like, that's just plain and simple.
Yep.
I think in this case, though, because it's still early goings, you're not getting third party. There's an opportunity for Alpha 7 to land in the vicinity, not necessarily on their old loot or where they just died, but land a little bit on the outskirts so they can recoup, get a weapon, and then come back into the fold and support their solo players. So I think that's what Alpha 7 is more so going to, but I don't think you can, I don't think it's vibe, I don't know, 7, to hot drop back on your loot and then try and challenge the team that just took you out, especially if they're close by. I think that's a bad play.
Yeah, 100%. I think with what Alpha 7's doing right now, that's fine because there's just so many buildings, there's so much cover that they're going to have to, for example, United 4 Gaming is going to have to push towards them, that they're going to be able to spot it right away. As you mentioned, though, if it's out in the open, if there's really just one compound, if there's not that many buildings surrounding you, why are you even trying to go there? There's a reason why you die there. Just try to back off, maybe regroup, think of a different strategy, and then end up going for it. One of the squads earlier that we were talking about wanting to see a little bit more out of, this has to be one for me, boys. Intense game. This team was able to win when we were talking about Spring Break. Oh, as Xforce getting on the board, they're trying to get some shots off. 24K is going to be able to pick up Klaus right here. But going back to Intense game, they just really haven't been able to show me the magic that I saw out of them when it came down to finals. Even in PMWC 2025, they really weren't able to put up that good of a performance either. I'm hoping this team starts being a little bit more aggressive and showing the likes of what we saw in day 1 when they ended up putting 19 eliminations. I want to see if they can back that up, not just in one day. Try to do it here in phase 2 as well.
Yeah, I hope so too, man. And like we keep talking about, Rondo is the map to really kickstart that aggression here because you do have that second chance mechanic as long as everybody doesn't go out. But VIP, Batman, the bait and trap right there. That is wild. Batman looking for the recall on his squad mate, and little did he know somebody was just zoomed in, camping it. Prince with the UMP trying to get the revenge play right here. Hopefully Prince doesn't get taken out by the SK-12. There we go. Taking out the snakes, mowing down the grass. But here comes Cardi with the follow-up here, fellas.
This is something we didn't see last week either. Some of the teams just decided to camp the recall tower. This team's reflections, they're starting to adjust, and right now is working out wonders for Resilience.
Yeah, there was a conversation, right, when Rondo was added into the rotation. Do teams start to camp these respawn stations? And obviously, yes, they're going to. For Resilience, big wins for them. They sniff out VIP, going for the respawn. VIP, mind you, was one of our early teams in a fight against Jaguars. I believe it was Jaguar who ended up taking that win. VIP then had to recover, and once again was tried to, or put into a situation where they had to recover once again. And unfortunately for them, the respawn beacon that they go to happened to just be where Resilience was camping. And now VIP are out. Again, teams are adjusting to obviously Rondo, to the idea of respawns, and some teams are going to struggle with it for sure, but good on Resilience to figure that out and put them up in a good spot. They were another team that was way towards the bottom throughout phase 1, but a team that is looking to take phase 2 in their own hands.
All you can do, right? All you can do, really try to just wash the memory of week number 1 and come into week number 2 with a new mindset, new game plan, and you kind of know, like, some of these recall towers, there's bound to be at least one person using them, right? So being in a position to kind of camp it out, definitely a heads up play. It does use up a lot of resources and time, but you never know. You might be able to walk away with a point here or there. Doran onto the Jaguar. It's going to be making that flush. It's going to be a Jaguar out there in the distance as well. Coops out there on the outskirts in a vehicle trying to get the alternate angle. Coops on Friday night. My dude was ultra aggressive 7. So I'm curious if Coops is going to kind of pull it back a little bit here on day number 1 of phase 2. Just at least until they're a little more comfortable on the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, I'm hoping he will be able to just pull it back a bit. I think he was just getting too over-eager, too over-aggressive, overextending at times, and the timing was off at times too. As you see, Alpha 7 Mafioso now ends up going down there to United for Gaming. Things are currently going in Alpha 7's favor, but they should be able to pick him up because that was one of the players that still has a respawn, I believe. Meanwhile, you were talking about Coops. We were talking earlier about Wolves, how I want them to be able to be more aggressive here in Rondo. They're wanting to do that at the moment, seeing if they can maybe spot one of the players there from Jaguar. But Jaguar is currently being that aggressor. They're up to 6 Illims. And at this point, we're switching over to Alpha 7 Gisao, having to worry about not just United for Gaming behind them, but also some of the other teams on the horizon there. United for Gaming is going for the hunt, though, Reflections.
Yeah, they have been ever since the start, right? It was United for Gaming who wiped off 2 members of Alpha 7. Naturally, Alpha 7 get the respawns. Even now, they're getting one of Mafioso, who's now starting to fly back in to support his roster. But United for Gaming playing very, very well. I love the fact that they're taking the fight to Alpha 7. More importantly, clutching up. Molina, one of the guys that we witnessed a little bit earlier in Phase 1, or Lynn, excuse me, starting to get into a bit of a scuffle with Intense Game, who is an aggressive roster that I think likes this map, and it seems to be the case against Straight Outta Nepal. Gatsby, better worse for wear, just trying to escape. He can't. He's going to end up falling. And for Straight Outta Nepal, a decision has to be made to disengage and go for the respawns, or do we try and fight this engagement against Rafa, who is tearing up the competition? You can always live the fight another day. It's Rondo after all, but Straight Outta Nepal put into the blender at this moment, and it's tough to see for sure. Only one player remains, and do we have any idea where he's at?
Yeah, he's out there. He's looking for the recall tower. He's out of here, so kind of hitting the eject button right in time for that insurance policy and calling in his squad mates already. So good play from them. Here comes David from Rose of War. A little lead peek action right there with the blind fire through the smokes, predicting the push. Beautiful right there. Rose of War. Another team last week we saw kind of, glimmers of hope from them, but they just weren't able to pull it all together. So already looking pretty good here right now on their defense here, 7.
Yeah, a team that was able to get the first win here out of this PMSL Americas full split in Rondo. Even though it wasn't super impressive, that team ended up playing out the ending on day 1 really well. I'm hoping if maybe they're going to continue on being a little bit more aggressive, actually, than what I saw in day 1 when they did get that win. But 9C Globant, this is a squad that I want to continue to see improvements out of. We saw a big jump up out of this squad, especially towards the last Miramars of last Friday night on the final day of Phase 1. I'm hoping that's going to continue on here because of the caliber of players that they have. You have an MVP of PMSL Americas in the past in Colgo. You gotta be able to see those performances out of this squad, and I know a squad that's wanting to pick it up is one that David is currently looking at, Reflections, and his Team Liquid.
Team Liquid definitely need to step it up. We had a chance to interview the coach towards the tail end of our last broadcast on Friday, saying, we're not going to change anything up. We want to protect what we got. We don't know what that means still, but we're hoping it means protect the legacy of what Team Liquid is, okay? And that's a roster that always has to be taken seriously, has to be feared. Now, transitioning, though, from Team Liquid, naturally on top of that hilltop, they're keeping Royals of War honest. Meanwhile, a duo from 9Z are also going to be in front of Royals of War. 9Z are split. Both teams, Royals of War could be third-partied in this case. 9Z could also be third-partied. My concern for 9Z is they can get wiped simultaneously. One by Royals of War, and then the other by Alpha 7, who's starting to come behind Milos and Reyes. So 9Z not going to be able to converge together. Obviously, with that zone shift, they're going to have to move, Dave.
Yeah, super unfortunate circle, like you were saying, for 9Z, who are currently just, in the blender down here. Looks like Team Liquid, though, will have a heads-up position to potentially gatekeep a couple of those squads down there, 7. I know Team Liquid definitely looking for some points. We already see them take some shots out there in the distance, but here comes the Wolves with the pull-up onto straight out of Nepal, who landed moments ago after getting recalled here. So the Wolves looking to take him out. Baton with the SK-12, losing the challenge up against Wolf here. Not looking too good for the Wolves here, 7.
It's not looking good at all here for the Wolves, as Igor's going to be the last one alive. Luckily for the squad, Igor was able to put up some good performances, but there you go, the grenade from straight out of Nepal, just wiping the other NA squad. And Wolves, this was the big worry for me, boys. If they want to be able to keep up to par with Alpha 7, I want to see some good performances here in Rondo, but so far here in day 1 of phase 2, that's not going to be the case, as Row Esports is making the push towards 9C.
That's it. This was 9Z. They were pincered between Alpha 7 and Xforce, as well as Royals of War. Luckily, Xforce and them have moved back. Now they can just focus on Royals of War, but unfortunately, at least for their tip of the spear, which is Remix, he's been taken down. You mentioned David from Royals of War. This man's not playing around, and well, neither is Demonor. Kogoat is down. For the other 2 members of 9Z, they split off. They were camping the respawn beacon. Now they're going to be able to get their 2 teammates back in, which means they can make a push into Royals of War for a secondary fight. And that's the benefit of a 2-2 split, but sometimes not having the members there means you get overwhelmed. And that's what happened in the Royals of War fight. We transition over to Xforce and Loops, who are currently in a bit of a tussle with the muscle. This is a transition into the new zone.
Got him. I mean, they got the upper hand over here. Looks like Xforce also have the MG3 on their side, so they can just let that one rip in the smoke, try to get those explosions on the vehicles. But intense game over here. A little TQC up against straight out of Nepal. They're out of here, so not able to push a little further. Klaus, though, out here in the distance with the AUG 3 times, catching a couple bullets to the dome. Fate, where are you at? Look at the off angle, but didn't push across the road in time, 7. Really not being able to support his squad mates right there. Is going to try to get the alternate angle from behind, from the high ground. This could be the game or the play winning maneuver right there from Fate. Let's see what he accomplishes.
It could be. I said, look, that he was taking a little bit more of a concern for his life than his teammates' lives right there, but now deciding to back off. And for Loops Esports, they were able to call that cover from the skies, the triangles, to at least give them some extra cover. It might end up working out for them, but for Xforce, I mean, what do you end up doing here? How long do you want to stay within this fight? Because the circle keeps shifting, and it doesn't shift in your favor. It's actually going to end up centering up. You're going to have Influence Rage. You're going to have Team Liquid in there as well. Meanwhile, Resilience already has a control towards the northeast of it. But Loops Esports doesn't want to back down from this fight. Loops Esports wants to continue on. They were like, you were able to knock us earlier. I think S4 wants it too. And I don't see any of this teams just backing away from it. They want some of that, some of those eliminations.
Ooh, look at that off angle right there. Outta not really able to get in proper cover. And there was that off angle we were talking about from Fate with the MG3 from downtown. Now his position is going to be compromised. We got Vitan over there behind that boulder. Looks like Fate... 24K, they're going to be locked in over here, working together as a unit to get that crossfire going on right now here, Reflections.
Well, I think one of the reasons why Loops didn't disengage from that fight once they eliminated a couple from Xforce was because of Aleem. Aleem had the off angle, he was still up and was firing shots down range, and Loops had a bit of an empty field in front of him. They knew if they pushed up, Aleem was most likely going to gun them down. It just wasn't feasible. Loops most likely wanted to disengage a lot earlier. They just simply could not. So now the portable covers are down, and they're still opposite of Xforce, who are now sending 24K as well as Klaus into the next zone. However, a new challenger has approached. Intense game is now starting to roll through, and Loops' troubles have grown even greater as Rafina is forced to hit the dirt to avoid getting taken down.
And this is what happens when the fight just drags on for such a long time. You could see Xforce was wanting to get out of there, but then Aleem's going to be paying the price as he ends up going down for the squad. Xforce now losing 2 players in Aleem and another player. Meanwhile, Rafinha, Loops Esports, they're up to 2 alive only as well. Just them taking so long.
Wow.
Plus is going to go out. Xforce goes out. This team just decided to take the fight so long in the blue day that it ends up backfiring instead of starting to focus a little bit more towards that end game, towards that position inside the circle.
Yeah, extremely unfortunate right there. I definitely felt like they had the upper hand at first, but kind of just let that one slip through their fingers here. Rondo, though, action-packed. You'll love to see. I mean, these recall towers really never allowing for a dull moment right out the plane, and you'll love to see it. Rose of War down there clashing with 9Z. Meanwhile, you got Influence Rage in the area with their eyes looking at IG, and as I say that, IG, one of their squad mates are going to be in the crosshairs right now of Resilience, who really was nowhere to be found week number 1, but now, at least in this Rondo match, Resilience constantly in the fights here. Reflections, they only got 2 elimination points, but they're continuing to push the envelope here in the north.
I'm shocked Loops is still, in these engagements. I feel like they've been put into the blender multiple times, against Xforce. Obviously, against Intense Game, who did a pro and a bottom, but they didn't fully commit for the finishes. So Loops still in the back lines, making teams feel uncomfortable, one of them being Resilience in this moment. For IG, though, just to shout them out a little bit more, they were one of the top teams, number 4, in fact, when it comes to Rondo performance, averaging 4 eliminations. This time around, they've already bested that. They're currently at 7. They could have a tremendous game. 3 players still up, maybe a chance to get another one back. They're playing very, very well. We take a look at the map. It's going to shift, and for United for Gaming, dead center. A team that started off going toe-to-toe against Alpha 7, already at 5 eliminations, and they could get even more. This could be a tremendous game. Now, I do want to take note, Alpha 7, not far behind from them, Dave. They can still challenge and go once again. Alpha 7 currently at 0 elims for this game.
Yeah, A7 and United, they can kind of work together almost with their position up there and kind of just gatekeep everybody else from getting into the zone. Play nice for the time being. We'll see what they end up accomplishing, because we got iNCO out there, Maryland also out there on that west side, trying to find a foothold now in the new circle here, 7. So it is going to be a bloodbath over there. But 9Z still on the hunt down here in the south here, 7.
Yeah, 9C earlier was able to get their players picked up that ended up going down into that recall tower. Now they're looking to hunt down some of those players from row, switching the rows a little bit with what we saw earlier. And you mentioned it earlier, iNCO. I mean, iNCO still has all 4 players alive. They're going to have some room to work with there towards the northwest. I'm intrigued to see when that squad's going to end up picking it up, as Victex is just waiting here. He knows that he might end up getting spotted, hoping that his teammates towards the top, or at least 9C, is going to be able to give him some cover. 9C just keeping a close eye on this fight going on right now. Mythic looking around, waiting to see what the rest of the squad is doing. Chief is currently up to 2 eliminations. Influence Rage is going to be close by too. Influence Rage could end up positioning themselves to just gatekeep a lot of people here. Loops is going to end up going out. Reflections.
They're out, but Victix is in. Team Liquid are in front. You mentioned Mythic. He's been by himself for a little bit now. Chief and his crew were split off. Finally, into a vehicle they go. Victix doesn't have a chance to fire some shots. Team Liquid will converge together. Now relatively center. This could be a big game for them, or at least bigger than we are used to seeing. Maryland, unfortunately, are out. That was iNCO stepping it up, taking them down. They're now at 4 eliminations for them. That's going to be huge. iNCO, a team that definitely did not perform well when it came to Rondo in Phase 1. Looking a lot better this time around. For Influence Rage, though, Federal's got to keep his head down. This could be another big game for them. Opposite of Intense Game, who have also been on fire. This fight could very well determine who's going to have the most eliminations in the lobby.
Yeah, without doubt. And 9G's down here as well. The thing is, both these teams, Influence and IG, they have some time to work with this, because 9Z are currently trying to avoid the gatekeeping from Team Liquid. So fortunate for these 2 teams, the third party not quite there. Law going to be pulling up with the Dacia, flushing them out. Has enough time to get that loot, because like we were talking about here, 7, Team Liquid and 9Z are in a fight right now.
Yeah, Influence Rage was in a position that they could gatekeep people too. I mean, that didn't end up happening, as they ended up getting pushed by 2 teams. Team Liquid now is going to have to worry about 9C, no longer row. And they're going to have to do it with 1 man currently knocked as well. Mythic just laying as much utility as he can, and hoping that Influence Rage is going to continue to get involved in this, as some of those players is going to end up going down. Mythic now pulling up, trying to be able to spot one right there. And there goes 9C. Great pickup. Mythic doing what he needed to do for the squad. Where is the circle going to be going? Because Alpha 7 it still has the rest of their squad still alive. iNCO Gaming as well. United for Gaming needs to regroup, and they need to regroup quickly. And that's currently what they're doing, Dave.
Wow. Once again, another really solid circle for Alpha 7 and United. those two teams, they were fighting since the original drop too, by the way. So the fact that they're still alive, I mean, definitely gives homage to the recall towers. iNCO going to be pulling up now with the deployable cover, trying to make some possible terrain for them to get within grenade range here. Onto United 4 here. All it takes is one grenade reflections, and then it's just full send.
Yeah, Nico's very healthy. 4 members up. There's one down for United for Gaming as iNCO starts to pressure forward. Nizelda very weak himself. McGrellin, that looks like a well-placed nade, and it will take off some health of Nizelda up ahead, who tries to back away to get the cleanup. It's not going to happen. Joko is going to end up falling. Bruno's in very weak himself because you got Atlassian from the back, who's laying down the cover. United for Gaming holding on to what they got, but for how long, that's the question. They've already had a sensational game. They're at 8 eliminations. I wouldn't be mad if they end up dying here. But a team that was 4 strong, pressure from the outside of zone via iNCO. It seems like their time is about to be cut short, which now focuses my attention, 7 over to Alpha 7, who are all 4 alive. They've had a very slow game, super uncharacteristic, and 0 eliminations. But it doesn't mean they can't still have a tremendous game. There's still plenty of players they could take down.
Yeah, that's the crazy part from this squad. They're playing it slow, but they're keeping all their 4 players alive. They're seeing their opportunities that are out there. You saw Mafioso starting to overextend a little bit, seeing if he could maybe end up still in an elimination happening there between iNCO and the other squads. That wasn't going to be the case, and that's why he decided just not to make the full call for the squad. Let's say back it up. Let's see where else we can set ourselves up, and let's see where maybe we can go within this zone. Mafioso's once again going to be that scout for the squad, laying out some utility for him just to make sure that nobody's going to be coming in, that deployable cover should be coming down as well for Mafioso. Rebel calling that out as well. But you mentioned it too, Reflections. This squad currently at 0 eliminations. They might be trying out something different. Remember, they did start off wanting to fight early on against United for Gaming. It didn't end up going their way, and I feel like in this moments, in this situations, is when they might be picking it up. And I'm really happy at the way iNCO's playing this rondo, being even more aggressive right now. Deployable cover up to 6 eliminations.
Yeah, they threw down the deployable covers early on when they were getting pressured by United for Gaming to kind of mitigate a lot of those nades that were starting to come in. I thought they were going to be outside of the current zone, but they're not, so good on them. iNCO's bunkered up. They're sitting pretty. It's not going to be easy to challenge them. Even if you full send it with a vehicle, you're going to have to fight around those covers, and iNCO have the home advantage. So loving what I'm seeing from them. We take a look at the overall map, and iNCO, Alpha 7 very close. What other points of contention are we looking at, Dave?
I'm looking at United, man. They just got their little solo dolo. At least they got a crate to work with. They were looking so good, but iNCO, we saw kind of pressured their way right through their front line, really taking them out here. Next circle goes up, fellas. Once again, I know we keep saying Alpha 7 playing nice and slow. Listen, that's all they need to do. Just play the zones and let the eliminations come to them.
Yeah, I expect it to keep happening, especially with that kind of control zone that they have. And on top of that, they just have terrain to work with. Earlier, they were trying to see if maybe they could get somebody from Brazilians, but Influence Rage, I believe it was Diego, putting a stop to that. There you go, Mafioso, making sure that he's able to spot Diego in case he tries to be sneaky, in case he tries to shoot at his squad again. Maybe he'll be able to just pop one of those nasty headshots that we've seen them being able to do in the past. Team Liquid's going to be outside this new circle. iNCO Gaming as well is going to be outside this new circle. Meanwhile, Influence Rage now starting to make a push little by little. Here we go. How is Team Liquid going to be able to survive this? It's going to be damn near impossible, Taylor.
Nobody can push it. I mean, look at how open that terrain is up ahead. Unless you got portable covers, which I believe the majority of them have been burned. You just can't. Team Liquid are gone. Still a good game, though. Look, Team Liquid, 7 eliminations, or 7 points, I should say. Excuse me, 5 elims. I'm happy with that. For the start, anyways, of Phase 2, big boost of performance already. Team Liquid, they've got a long way to go, but this is a great start. For United for Gaming, they're not standing idly by. They're still firing shots down range. Lazian's got to keep his head down. He's the last one standing. They're trying to go for double digits. Lazian's going to have to pick up 2, but iNCO is closing the gap, and look at that. He's gone. No way, no how. iNCO beautifully executed. We're down to our top 4, Dave.
Take him out. Get that P92 real quick. You already heard him firing that sucker, so you want to make sure. I think that was 7-8. That was right there. But going back to what you're saying, like the only way to survive is bringing your pickaxe and, you know, digging your trenches here, fellas, because everybody's going to be tossing these grenades right now. Alpha 7 still playing low, lurking in the distance, really getting away of the land. Meanwhile, INF and iNCO are just going at it. Little boy with a beautiful grenade right there. Here's a nice little vantage point of the map to kind of get away of the land here right now, 7.
Yeah, you were able to highlight it earlier too with Alpha 7. I mean, this squad doesn't really have to do anything. They could try to make a push or third party if they see an opportunity. But right now, with the way that everything is set up, they're just trying to focus what is the entry point going to be for the next circle. Same thing that Resilience is now going to have to do in this situation. Meanwhile, iNCO having to just have that close range fight with Influence Rage. Luckily for them, Influence Rage was able to just use up a lot of utilities earlier on that last player. I believe it was from United for Gaming. So they don't have to worry about that much utility coming their way. iNCO Gaming being able to slow it down a bit. And for Influence Rage here, this could be a bit of a head scratcher because you're putting up so much focus on iNCO that you're not really going to be able to keep tabs on what Alpha 7 is going to be doing in regards to their rotation or what Resilience might be able to do. Luckily for those squads, there might be wanting to take each other out.
Yeah, they're gonna cannibalize each other. So I think for Influence Rage to focus on iNCO, that's the most solid plan because Resilience has no choice but to full send it in. Zone is starting to get closer and closer. It's going to be ticking away quite a bit. So Resilience does what they need to do, and that's push in. Unfortunately for them, Alpha 7 is well ahead of the curve. They're willing to take some of the blue damage so they can take down Resilience, and now they're only at 1 eliminations, but they most likely could be at 4. Meanwhile, Influence Rage starts to attack iNCO, and iNCO is falling quickly down to just 1 player. It's Bruno's in, and Blue is going to take him out. We're down to our top 2.
Look out for the third party right here, Dave, from Alpha 7. Alpha 7's now starting to be aggressive. They were able to take out Resilience, and now they have the full north to work with. Revo is going to end up getting spotted. iNCO's going to go down, and now it's going to come down to this squads that absolutely hate each other. And when I say that, I don't mean that jokingly. They actually despise each other, and they want to make sure they beat each other every single time they go up against one another. So this is going to be for some bragging rights here at the start of Phase 2 PMSL America's Fall Split.
Yeah, if Revo wouldn't have been knocked right there, I guarantee you they would have popped in their vehicles in full center right there, take advantage of the fact that INF just got done with not 1, but 2 separate engagements right there. But because we did see them get knocked and thirsted, that kind of forced Alpha 7 to pull back and play a little slower right here, which pretty much allowed Influence to get the full resets, the heals, and their bearings right now, Reflections, as we do see Law already kind of creeping his way out there with the off angle, trying to get a nice little position, possibly within grenade range. Better Raw with the M4 shots down range. This is looking like an Influence game number 1 to me.
100%. I mean, they have priority on this in the zone. Alpha 7 still has to continue to creep up because of the blue zone behind them. They managed to pick up 4 elims. That's most likely where it's going to stop. The only thing for Influence Rage that's going to blow it is if they get too overly aggressive. A solo takes them all down. That's highly unlikely. Another one will end up falling. 2 more remain. Influence Rage start to tighten the vice grip, but Law takes a big hit, I believe, with the nade. No worries. He'll continue to push up. That's 1 down. Alpha 7 out. Influence Rage start off Phase 2 of PMSL America's fall season with a winner chicken dinner, nearly 3,000 damage, and 16 eliminations. This is quite literally the best start they could possibly have. They came in as the number 2 team, by the way, when it comes to Rondo performance throughout Phase 1 with an average of 9 eliminations. They blow it out of the water with a total of 16-7.
They definitely did. I mean, they were being so proactive, especially towards the end, leapfrogging a bunch of squads. On top of that, keeping tabs on who was going to be fighting. At one point, we saw them getting ball between Row and 9C, and then having to fight IG as well. They were just keeping turrets on everybody, Dave. They were not slowing down.
Yeah, that feels good. I think we said last week, what was it? 19 was the record for eliminations here, 7. So we're looking for like a 20 bump to kind of get that here. But regardless, almost 3,000 damage done combined for Influence Rage. I mean, that's a massive game number 1 to really get that momentum going here for phase number 2, fellas.
Yeah, it's huge. I think overall for a number of teams, it comes to show you how important Rondo is going to be for getting the valuable points to potentially catch up. And more importantly, if you do not have a good Rondo game, how far behind you could fall in the point standing. Because there's going to be 5-6 teams who are going to be pulling off easily double-digit points, right? Based off of eliminations alone. We were watching straight out of Nepal. One of those teams that had a great game overall, ended up performing very well, picking up a total of, I believe, 5 eliminations, despite them being eliminated as the 3rd team. Team Liquid, another roster who ended up performing very well on the back of Mythic, picking up, I believe, a squad wipe by himself. He was alone for the longest time. But, you know, Dave, I was really impressed with iNCO setting down those portable bunkers, holding off United for Gaming's utility.
iNCO did a great job, really just, you know, slicing United for Gaming in half with their edge camp that they had going on towards the late game. Another team that, you know, besides obviously Influence Rage, who we see their numbers, insane game, number 1 performance, shout out to them. But Resilience really didn't have much to talk about last week, but come into this game, we constantly saw them in the action. They only walked away with 4 elimination points, but over 1,000 damage done here, 7.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at little boy here on this graphic because this man has been able to put up good performances for this squad. He was able to do it during phase 1 for them, and now starting to back it up here in another phase that I'm happy to see back here at this stage. None other than Federal. I mean, there was a lot of question marks whether he was going to retire at one point. He was making posts on social media saying that he just wasn't feeling it anymore. Boy, am I glad you didn't retire, Federal, because you're showing here that you still got it, especially with one of the top teams of PMSL Americas.
It's one of the things I wanted to talk about. If you have a poor Rondo performance, look at how many teams are potentially going to pass you up. I mean, we're talking Team Liquid, finished off earlier than they wanted, still picked up 7. Intense game, managed to pick up 8. United for Gaming with 11. Resilience with 8. 13, 10. But 26, that's a massive number.
Crazy.
So if you're a roster like Influence Rage, for example, in the finals, going into the final day, you're behind, let's say you're just on the edge of breaking into top 2. This is a game that would have done it for you, right? And now you have a tremendous advantage going into the last 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. So Rondo, it's going to be so important for every single roster out there. They've got to take it seriously. And even on page 2, some big winners. Team Jaguar, for example, many times in fights we were highlighting them straight out of Nepal, right? And on up. Overall, this is the map where you start to make your money. This is the map where you right the wrongs from the previous day's performances. And for everybody out there, needs to take note of that. Dave, let's take a look at our MVP. It's going to be Lil Boy. 5 elimination, 1,000 of the nearly 3K damage from Influence Rage.
Yes, sir. I mean, he's got more damage than half of the lobby had for the whole squad in game number 1. So very impressive from Little Boy. Definitely feeling it with his 5 elims, and hopefully we can continue to see a dude, you know, keep up with that momentum here today and really, you know, get within the conversation when it comes to overthrowing Revo for that first place from last week here, guys.
Yeah, it's possible. I think he can do it for
I mean,
sure.
I mean, look, keep it going, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Big numbers coming out from him. Lil Boy never disappoints, 7.
Never.
Yeah. I mean, he does not disappoint at all. This man was able to put up more damage than teams like Wolves Esports, Maryland. I mean, these are squads. Raw Esports as well. We saw Raw being aggressive, so that's just absolutely insane that he was able to put up this stats. But I'm hoping that out of Influence Rage, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here, but I do have to put a bit of a question mark. I want to see some consistency here coming into phase 2, because we've seen it in the past. Some of these teams start off hot and then they just fully disappear and do barely enough to be into top 5. Right now, if you're playing PMSL America's Fall Split, you want to play to be minimum top 2.
That's it. And as we take a look at our match recap, the damage is impressive naturally for Influence Rage, but I want you to take note of the throwables used. That's what mattered in the end game. Those portable covers were influential, especially for iNCO, right? Setting them down early on when they were going against United for Gaming, who was throwing everything they could. Nades, utilities, they matter. You've got to make sure you time them appropriately, Dave.
Yeah, I think the smokes are another like important metric to look at too, because smokes combined with the deployable hard cover really provides these teammates and these players with like more potential to reposition out of unfavorable spots. And we saw in that late game, there really wasn't much to work with right there. So to see Influence come out with like 11, Smokes, Alpha 7 with 10, I like to see the utility usage as well here. So love this graphic.
Yeah, it's a good call, man. Rondo's very unique, especially in some of those open end games like we just witnessed. So Smokes in conjunction with portable covers gives you an opportunity to reset, and sometimes those reset points are incredibly valuable. There it is, Rondo. Never disappoints. It's very fun. I'm actually happy. I thought it was going to be super sad that Sandhawk was gone. I still sort of am. But I'm not going to lie, Seven. Rondo, I think I'm more happy now that it's in the rotation.
I told you, bro. Remember when we found out that Sandhawk was going to get kicked? I was like, no, bring it back. No, I'm like, let it be. Rondo's amazing. I absolutely love it. Because we're starting to see, you guys just mentioned it too. I got to mention it again. The utility use. I mean, some of these players are using the grenades not just to actually go at somebody, just as a strategy, just to create themselves a little crater so they can keep moving up slowly up towards the circles. I'm just hoping it continues on, and I'm hoping we'll continue to see improvements too. Today we already saw one thing, and that was people wanting to camp the recall towers.
Yes, right. It's developing. After all, it's only been played 4 times now when it comes to PMSL Americas. I'm sure the teams are only going to improve as they continue to go. Hey, that's game 1 done. You won't see Rondo until tomorrow's competition, but we still have Erangel, Miramar 2 come your way. In fact, map 2 Erangel will be coming your way very shortly. For Alpha 7, though, it's always great to hear from him. We had Sarpatch on the scene to talk to Revel. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Revo just before the start of the second stage. Let's talk about first stage. You did amazing. You were MVP. How was it for you?
It was good. I think we made some little mistakes, but we already fixed it, and we're gonna try to do the same thing in the second stage, and that's what's gonna happen.
Now, this second stage, is it surprising to have a team that's not Brazilian being the one that's challenging you the most?
I think it's not a surprise because we was watching Wolves playing, and they were really good. So yeah, we expected them trying to fight with us at the top one. So.
Let me ask you: are you more excited that there's now another team that's challenging you, or is it? Are you annoyed by it?
No, I think I like this fighting of 2 teams of different regions, and it's good for America. So yeah, it's good.
Awesome. Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
Today. Let's go.
Okay.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a predator, your goal is to defeat the survivors. Prevent more than half of the survivors from escaping. Even though you're fighting alone, the predator is very powerful. You are much faster and stronger than the survivors, and can track them by following their footprints. You also have some exclusive skills to help you defeat the survivors. Gain rage by attacking and knocking down survivors. At a certain amount of rage, you'll level up and unlock more terrifying and powerful skills. When survivors activate a terminal, take damage, or rescue a teammate, their location and silhouette will be exposed for a short time. This is your best chance to strike, so make the most of it. Be careful of the interactables on the map when in pursuit, as they can cause you some trouble. Make good use of your skills to prevent the survivors from escaping. Before reaching level 3, when you knock down a survivor, you can pick them up to finish them off faster, or move them somewhere else to prevent other survivors from rescuing them. If you're already at level 3, you can directly execute down survivors. Don't worry, if the survivors manage to summon the exit portal, it takes a while to unlock, so you'll still have a chance to stop them. Defend it and don't let your prey escape. The hunt has begun. Are you ready?
And welcome back, everyone, to Day 4, PMSL America's fall season. A fresh start for the competitors for Phase 2. We've already witnessed a tremendous game, however, for the side of Influence Rage, pulling off a 20-plus game, nearly 30 points. It was phenomenal. We'll see if they can do it in Erangel. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Mustache Dave and Seven. Let's take a look at our standings as they fall. It's going to be the same as the match standings we just witnessed, but it's nice to put it all in one clean package, Dave.
Yeah, so good looking. I mean, Influence Rage definitely feeling good after their insane game number 1. Almost 3,000 damage done, so they're going to be a little more confident, right, going into the next 5 games here. Alpha 7 playing nice and slow, but I think they're in a good position. They're exactly where they need to be. I think the biggest come up here, I know we're only 1 game deep, so not trying to get too far ahead of myself, but when it comes to like teams looking better than last week, I think United 4 and Resilience, I mean, it would be tough to not kind of highlight those 2 squads, starting strong here today.
Yeah, United 4 Gaming was taking an early fight to Alpha 7 and really showcasing that they're not here to play.
Yeah, that's right. That's the main thing out of this squads that we were talking about, that were towards the middle of the pack, maybe towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Be willing to be more aggressive. Team Jaguar was definitely one of those squads. Team Liquid, I have to highlight this squad because a completely different performance than what we saw out of them in the past, and I'm hoping it kind of continues on too, putting up those 7 points. And now going towards Erangel, I'm going to be looking at those top 2 squads. I'm going to be looking at Alpha 7. I'm going to be looking at Wolves because Wolves needs to bounce back. They just didn't have a good performance in Rondo.
No, they didn't, and it's highly unfortunate, right? Because you look at the average elims across the board, it's naturally going to be much lower. Rondo's where you pick up the most points, where you pick up the most elims, and for Erangel, it's your bread and butter, but you're not going to pick up as many as you could in Rondo, which Wolves ended up falling a bit short. But for Influence Rage, right, number 3 here, could be number 1 by the end of the day. I mean, that was a phenomenal Rondo. They're already number 3 when it comes to Erangel. I'm looking at them to potentially be the stat leader here. And let's not forget, Dave, I mean, they have 2 winner chicken dinners on this map from Phase 1.
Yeah, so I think looking ahead, we're going to be going into now 3 back-to-back Aaron goals, and I think getting a strong Aaron goal right now will kind of set you up for success in the other 2 before we round it out here today with our last 2 Miramars. I know we're about to get into the game, but like going back to the topic like Sandhawk, Rondo, listen, replace a Miramar with Sandhawk, right? I miss Sandhawk. I like Rondo. Rondo's great. Rondo is beautiful. But Sandhawk, it holds a special place in my heart, guys. All right. So, get it going. All right. Reflections. I know you're in charge of this thing, man. Let's get get the Sandhawk in for the final game of the evening. I mean, just think about the flow. Rondo, 3 Aaron girls, 1 Miramar, and then a Sandhawk to end off the night.
Well, I'm not the one in charge. 7 would be the one to make that decision. 7. Can you fulfill Dave's request?
Make it happen. Someone make it happen.
Maybe we'll remove 1 Erangel. That way we can keep it 1, 2, 1.
I'll take it.
Ooh,
we'll take
that'd be kind of nice. Hold on, yo, we might be cooking, boys.
We might be, dude. Hey, and look, let's not forget, North America likes Sandhawk, all right? So it's only helping North America, in my eyes anyways. Here it is, Erangel map number 2. It's going to be a fun one. First time we're seeing Erangel during the Phase 2 split. Naturally, you just witnessed the top 5 teams, Alpha 7 being the number 1. But hey, get your Amazon gift cards. We're going to continue to give them out all day long throughout each of our maps. I want you all to buy something special for yourself or that special someone. Let's get it going. Erangel map 2, going to be fun, and it looks like as far as our playing path goes, I think we're not going to have anything weird. Then again, Dave, there's always room for something weird on Erangel.
Making it weird. That's what we want to see here. Game 2 out of 18 for week 2 phase 2. Looking at who performs the best on this map. Statistically, looking at last week, INF, there are 2 winner chicken dinners, like you said. United, it's a good map for United. United coming off of a pretty solid game number 1, in my opinion. So maybe they can kind of continue on with that momentum. But we're looking at the playing path. Seems pretty fair right down the middle right there. Gives a nice little opportunity for teams to really branch out and fly to where their heart's content here. So I'm not really expecting too much of chaotic start to this map. I think this is going to be a nice little opportunity for some of these teams to kind of take a breather, essentially get their loot and really set up for a really nice mid to late game here, depending on where circle number 1 goes here, 7.
Yeah, and one of the things that I wanted to mention is we were expecting to see VIP maybe go back to Sarki or maybe switch their rotation. They haven't done it. I think they're just locking into Novo Reflections, and with this circle, they're gonna have to rotate quickly.
They are. I did notice, by the way, one member from United for Gaming went to Lipovka. Alpha 7 go to their other spot, which is up towards Sarki, Georgia Pole. I wonder, I don't know, tinfoil hat theory maybe, United for Gaming lands Lipovka with the intention of once again challenging Alpha 7 off the rip like they did on Rondo. How do we feel about that?
No shot. That'll be insane.
Hey, dude, United for Gaming's bringing their A game, dog. Tinfoil hat. I'm trying to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, you're trying, man. But I don't know if they got that much confidence, right? I mean, Alpha 7, they're tried and true. They're battle torn, and they've been here before. So I think United 4, you want to continue on with that success you saw from game number 1, that momentum. And I think the easiest way to put a stop to anything when we're talking momentum wise is to hot drop Alpha 7 squad here right out the gate. So
no recall towers in this one, boys. No. I think that's what it comes down to. I think they just happened to realize that circle and that plane path was going to benefit him in regards to Alpha 7 going to Giorgio. This is usually their main place to drop at anyways. I think Lipovka tends to be a place where they might be clashing with somebody in Giorgio, which rarely happens here in America. It has happened in the past with global events, and that's why they started going towards Lipovka. But yeah, due to the plane path, I think it might have been just one of those things that they were United for Gaming was just like aware of the situation, doing a split of a bit of a split landing there, making sure that they control more of the area. They might be feeling confident though. I will say something that you're kind of hinting towards here, Reflections. They might be feeling a little bit more aggressive and just wanting to branch out more.
Which, no problem, right? I mean, this is the time to do it. Get ready for finals. Even if you miss out on the head start points, if you're a team that finished towards the bottom and you do have some adjustments to be made, this is the time to make them during your phases where the top 2 spots are still up for grabs, like I said, in the finals. So I wouldn't be against that per se. I just want to make things a little bit spicy, all right? Because I like spicy. Hey, and speaking of spicing it up, we're actually taking the spice away. There's no hot drops, Dave, at all.
No hot drops, man. I mean, the plane path was just so kind and, really allowed everybody to drop where they want to drop without really being forced to clash early on here. So I think it's a good change of pace, considering we just came out of Rondo where you drop out the plane and it's just 25 minutes of nonstop action, right? So I think this allows these players to kind of pump the brakes a little bit and get their bearings here for what's to come. And that's going to be 3 back-to-back Erangels. So if you, get taken out early here on the first map of the night when it comes to Erangel, I mean, that's just going to be, a deflator when it comes to the game plan and how you were feeling after yesterday's break, right? So I think the longer you can play the game, the better.
Now the conversation, though, 7, that I want to have is what part of the river, what part of the river do you want to take in a zone like this? because naturally, you know it's going to be less congested up in the north, which gives you an opportunity for more longevity potentially. Like, you know, I look towards Xforce, maybe Maryland, Alpha 7's going to be up there, United for Gaming. I noticed Resilience, who was just on our screen, started to cross the river. They also want to take potentially the dead end of the map. When do you make that decision in a zone like this?
I mean, currently where Resilience is at, we've seen players just and teams go towards that Wizard Tower that's up there and just kind of hold that area, wait it out, see what's going to be going. Right. On top of that, there's some buildings there on the other side, north of Rosshawk. Once you cross that river, that teams tend to just kind of control off to. I try to stay as close as possible within that river, or if not, you're gonna end up playing just a lot of the edge. Something that we're really not seeing that much out of some of the teams right here, but they might end up adjusting as this PMSL continues on, because when we ended up going to global, that was something that some of the other teams were starting to adjust. I mean, heck, that's something that Yangon Galacticos was able to do so well, and they ended up winning PMWC. By the way, for everybody that's up to date with teams that are going to be going to PMGC, the PMWC champions aren't going to be going. They got eliminated today, so that's kind of sad. I was hoping Yangon Galacticos will be able to make it to PMGC. Not going to happen this time around.
That's tough. Get eliminated that early on. It just comes to show you at this level, right, on the global stage anyways, especially for their region, it's so hard to remain consistent. It's very, very difficult to remain consistent. Maybe Alpha 7 got it good.
It honestly, it comes down to like how many spots were there for that region. It was only top 1 out of their PMNC, I believe it was. And with this one, I mean, we do have 3 regions. We do have the PMGC points. But if we're just talking strictly out of this PMSL, it's going to be the top 2, boys. That is going to be really freaking difficult. And this is why I keep harping on so much in regards to just consistency. Be one of those teams that you try to be consistent in regards to eliminations, because that's the name of the game at the moment. And I think we're starting to see earlier reflections. You were wondering, where do these teams want to go in regards towards the river? A lot of those teams decided to go there north of Rosshawk. They don't want to be on the other side.
The map. Let's check out the map. Let's see what's happening out here, because looking at the map here, I was looking at loops, honestly. They went to Pachinki, and they're going to be moving on out in that direction. I was really feeling their position. I don't want to see them go too deep here, though, 7 reflections. You know, I want to see them kind of play the edge a little bit, almost play it nice and slow, because, I mean, it is so early on that this circle can definitely pull away from the water. And if loops go too deep over here, you know, they're going to be regretting that fact, right? Because you're going to leave all this terrain open for 9Z, VIP, straight out of Nepal to backfill. So all these players, you know, like we were talking about, centering on up, but I was really feeling Loops' position, and it hurts me to say, but it looks like they are kind of going a little too deep, maybe even overthinking this one, guys.
It's easy to do. Ooh. It's easy to overthink at times. In my opinion, it does get tightly congested up there, though. Xforce was a team that decided to take the shoreline. I don't think that's a bad play. Maryland still in Severity. They haven't moved at all. It's amazing, at least for me, how often teams get so tightly compacted yet no shots are ever fired. You know, teams just do not want to fight this early on because they just don't know where the natural third party is going to take place.
Yeah, those teams just want to be happy neighbors for a bit. They know that there's really not going to be any gain at the moment in regards to taking those fights early on. They'll maybe take some shots at some teams, just making sure that they end up backing off. And earlier you wanted to see them not to make a full push.
They did.
Loops Esports, Dave, they said, yeah, we're just gonna go send this straight to, and I think it might be for a reason, especially with this new circle.
Yeah, I mean, they made that push across the bridge. They survived, but I still stick by what I was saying, because if they were over here in this area, they would have had so much time to maybe even rotate on that east side where we saw moments ago. Like, it is free and clear because everybody did decide to center up early on. So I think straight out of Nepal gonna have an easy rotational pathway in, and even VIP. But popping on over here to the Wolves, Coobs leading out the side of the window with the drive by and the pull up to the gas station reflections. He's knocked out.
That's it. He's down, but it doesn't mean the Wolves are. Despite them taking a lot of damage, they can turn this fight around. They're looking to do that, but also IG starts to get involved. IG to third-party Wizards. They did it on Rondo. They're looking to do it again by challenging the gas station. With Maryland out, Wolves finally get some much-needed points and eliminations. And luckily for them, it seems IG has backed away, but it doesn't mean they're going to go out unscathed. They run straight back into Severny, and now they're opposite of Alpha 7. United for Gaming, gatekeeping Wolves, Alpha 7 versus IG. 2 fights going down.
Wanting to take the throne here in regards to PMSL, but Alpha 7 Mafioso setting up that so wonderful, throwing the Molotov, forcing that player to push up and making sure he confirms it as soon as possible. The smoke's gonna be coming through, and Severny is just gonna be one of the hottest spots right here, boys, as Revo now taking some shots there towards more players of IG. IG, Dave, is starting to fall apart here.
Yeah, and then I also see Rose of War kind of pulling up in the southern part of Severny. Here they are. VicTech going to be pulling up here. So they hear the grenades. They hear the shots ringing. IG, Silence already going to be swimming in the water, just trying to survive here. Mafioso tossing a couple smokes, trying to live a little longer, but his position compromised, instantly flushed. No recall towers here, guys. So when you flush them out, they are done. The one thing I want to see, though, Royals of War, they hear the action reflections. I do not want to see them stop the push. I want to see them full send this right now for the third party.
Yeah, I was just about to compliment our region. I feel like they've been capitalizing a lot better compared to previous splits when it comes to third parties. And you're right, don't pump the brakes. I know you want to stay here where it's safe, but that gives an opportunity for either IG or Alpha 7, once this fight is concluded, to recover, get their health back up, and then challenge you. This is the prime time to push forward when they're cannibalizing each other. And Alpha 7, they look like they were getting put into the blender from IG's perspective. But IG is starting to fall behind. Alpha 7 have recovered in a big way. If I'm IG, I'm now keeping my head on a swivel because now I'm looking out for third parties, but more importantly, I'm also looking for the remaining members of Alpha 7 to potentially be in the vicinity, but IG's gone, and that is what it is. They get wiped out. So now for Royals of War. Nice. Now they park the bus. Alpha 7 are going to be back to a full force unit, albeit without one player. I'm with you, Dave. Royals of War, why are we pumping the brakes? You needed to push forward.
Yeah, missed opportunity right there on their side, so that's unfortunate. But popping over here in the south, 9Z spent a little too much time over here trying to make the rotate. Going to be pulling up right behind INF, who are already in the position to defend the hillside over here. So Remix going to be knocked out, bleeding on out here, I believe, in the blue, so it's going to make it even more challenging. Law trying to follow it up with some grenades, and Diego looking for the off angle, but Diego needs to be cautious because Resilience is in the area here, 7, so don't overextend.
Yeah, that's something that you don't want to end up doing, overextended. But right now, Influence Rage, they were maybe thinking about backing away from that fight. The knocks come in with the nades, and now they're starting to think about it even more. They're like, okay, you know what? We need to prioritize this positioning. We need to actually figure out what we're going to be doing here. They're just flirting with it. They're saying, you want to jump down, or do we keep this going? In this moment, you know that that player is going to be back up. You know that it's time to start focusing up a little bit more towards what's going to be happening into the later game, into the next circle, because you mentioned it, Dave. Resilience is so close by that if they hear those shots taking a little bit too long, you best believe they're going to go for that third party.
Looks like Law able to get on out of dodge. For the Royale was the only victim over there. 9Z still alive. Impressed with 9Z just continuing to survive over there. I thought they were dead to rights without doubt here. This is going to be out there on the east side. VIP, Shrey Nepal. Remember, both these teams had a free rotate over here. Nobody was occupying Smallbur. But they are going to be forced to clash here very shortly here, Reflections.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Straight Out of Nepal is a scary team today. Played very, very well in Rondo. Not going to be an easy fight from VIP's perspective. Then again, for VIP, all you can really do is just kind of look on. Straight Out of Nepal or bunkered up inside these hardcover POIs. And for VIP, they can't really stay where they're at because blue is going to push them forward. So they've got to make a decision. Do they really want to take this fight? Or do they want to rotate low, get away, and reposition? That's what's going to be on their mind relatively soon. But for Straight Out of Nepal, great spot to be in. Sonic Leon most likely going to join Gatsby and his crew. Straight up ahead. I say that, but as one does fall to blue, I believe, it is going to be straight on Nepal, tempting fate, potentially wanting to challenge VIP and take down the remaining members. Leon's going to be fully finished off, and I think they do need to get this team off of your backside. You do that, you're free and clear to move in his own.
Yeah, and they took too much time right there. I mean, Leon was in his vehicle doing some scouting. Meanwhile, his squad mates really weren't really making any moves happen over there. And I think once when they recognized VIP was behind them, I think the priority 7 should have shifted. Let's take them out so that way we can look ahead and move forward to the next circle. Instead, they just spent too much time over there and, you know, lost a couple members because of that.
Yeah, lost a couple members, takes too long, and now you're gonna have to go back, rethink what you were trying to do, and on top of that, you're gonna have less members to work with at the end. Meanwhile, Influence Rage getting shot at the moment, and they get eliminated by none other than Jaguar from that far away. And now we're switching over to some NA on NA action. A team that we wanted to continue to see some performances here out of none other than Wolves Esports is getting challenged by Xforce, and Igor just takes down Fade, lets him out as Fade was trying to get a little bit fancy there with that push in the buggy as well. Boy, did that backfire, Dave.
Jeez, yeah, not looking too good. Looks like Baton still has the hard cover to work with over here, but just too far to provide that support to 24K, who was trying to get the grenade finish over there. So gonna be up here in the north, Reflections. Fortunate for both of these teams, they have some room to work with to kind of finish this fight. But looking ahead, you got Team Liquid and Alpha 7 just looking right in their direction. So regardless, I don't really see either team doing all that well. So you might as well try to confirm these. 24K popping up with this. Get 12. There goes another one biting the dust here, Reflections. 24K, the one-man wrecking ball.
One-man wrecking ball. Like you mentioned, Alpha 7, Team Liquid in close vicinity. I thought Alpha 7 was going to fully commit for the third party, and they might just do. Carrillo, Guizal start to move up. Baton is down, Wolves are out, and Alpha 7 now look to focus on 24K, the last remaining member from Xforce who had to hit the dirt. Meanwhile, Kowalski, Ayala from Team Liquid, working their way up to the northern side, potentially challenge Alpha 7. We focus on 9Z versus iNCO. Everyone exposed in the open, forced to use what little cover they have, whether it be rocks, whether it be buggies. There's not a lot really to utilize and work with, and you can see the effects of it as teams, players are dropping like flies.
Yeah, you're not going to have that deployable cover that they were getting so used to having earlier in Rondo. Now it's going to be hoping that your vehicles end up blowing up and that becomes your cover. Or maybe a rock here and there, Dave. Just throw them a rock. They'll be able to just... Oh, my goodness. Kolgo with a nasty headshot on Brunosen. A player that's used to talking a lot of smack. Brunosen, you're not going to be able to talk a lot of smack right now because you just got eliminated.
Mind you, Team Liquid is fully challenged on Alpha 7. One of the Alpha 7 members was taken down by TL's perspective. They've done this 2-2 split. Guizal wants to move deeper into zone. He can't. He'll move into Chief and Mythic. Kowalski, Ayala keeping Revo all the way back. Rebel Biden you has to go into blue in order to escape. Loops, they want to challenge 9Z. They saw those bullets flying earlier. But Loop starts to get involved. 9Z successfully pushes the back. Whether you're in the south or the north, Dave, I mean, it's a bloodbath.
Yeah, very surprised Loops are pulling off this one. They popped those tires on the buggy, essentially putting a stop to the escape from 9Z. But instead of continuing to push Kolgoat and crew out there in the open, they pulled off. You know, they're prioritizing position right there, 7. So we'll have to keep tabs, put a pin on that one, because Team Liquid, they got the hovercraft, they got the 2-2 split like Reflections was talking about, and it now looks like they're looking to potentially take this fight because the next circle does pop and neither of these teams are in a position here. So they are making the push, 7. They're looking for the run over.
It's not going to happen. Alpha 7 trying to get out of the way here just in time. The Molotovs and all that, just all that utility barely gets them out of there. Their vehicle is going to be on fire. How long is Alpha 7 going to be? Oh, it's not. Okay. For a second there, I was freaking out. I was seeing smoke, boys. I thought Alpha 7 was about to be up in flames. And this team is just rushing it, and they're going to be rushing it here to this little shack that's just barely in this. So actually, this is a good shack. This is a good shack. They got lucky. My goodness, Alpha 7. You just got absolutely blessed.
That's it, dude. It is a good shack, but my goodness, we've seen so many teams get finished off in shacks. I got PTSD from it. Ayala's dipping. He's gone. Team Liquid go from the hunters to being the hunted themselves. Mythic Koski both gone along with Chief. And, well, Team Liquid Ayala, he's forced to full send it in, but there's no shacks available now. They've all been taken up. Alpha 7 took the last one, so for Ayala, all he could do is just drive around center zone before he's taken down fully. For 9Z, they're poking the bear. They got Jaguars down below in their own shack, huddled up inside. It only takes one nade to take them out. For now, everybody just running on fumes, man. There's not a lot to work with, but they're working with what they got.
Yeah, my favorite thing with these shacks is when an opponent just crashes their vehicle right at that door and really blocks you in there.
Right.
Team Liquid, man, they were doing so good too. I really like their positioning here, but they made the call to get aggressive onto Alpha 7 and, well, just didn't go their way. They do walk away with 2 elimination points, but really the team that has been the most aggressive here, at least in the late game, has to be, and we keep seeing them, 9Z down there in the south, currently sitting on 6 elimination points. You could tell Kogo is feeling it because he keeps circling Team Jaguar here, 7.
That's right. They're just keeping an eye on it right now. And Jaguar, they were being aggressive earlier. They're currently up to 3 elims. The problem is that M2, that player that did have those 3 elims, is no longer alive, so it's gonna be a little bit harder for this squad. I'm enjoying, boys. Once I said it again, I gotta say it one more time. 9C being more aggressive. 9C showing like the team that I got a chance to look at face to face when I went there towards the finals of PMSL America Spring Split. They were hype. They just barely got in remix. Now they have had so much more time with him. I'm hoping that this team is gonna start just flourishing the way that I expect them to, because they just got so much fragging power right there. Meanwhile, Gisao and Revo just seeing what they can do here from this little shack, and honestly, I wouldn't count them out because you got Revo still alive and you see how proactive they are. Usually the players are just sitting pretty. The players are just trying to make the least noise possible. These players don't give a damn. These players are just shooting at everything that they get their eyes on, and they're gonna be within the circle.
Look at that. Alpha 7 feeling really good with that shack play. 9Z, though, that was the fight we were talking about. 9Z circling their prey onto the Jaguars. Looks like they did get a nice little grenade in the mix over here, but Luke's also trying to get a piece of the action themselves. Milo's in the back line behind the boulder with the M4 3 times, trying to keep them at bay. Rios is going to be knocked out, though, in the process. So Loops they're just being a pain in 9Z's butt right now here, Reflections.
Yep, that's all you can be at the moment, man. Why not? Keep the pressure up, make things difficult. That's exactly what the goal of you as a player is, right? Alpha 7 still hold up in the shack. They've had a great game, mind you. 7 elims. I'm happy with that. Second place so far in the overall standings. Not bad at all. It is amazing how many teams are still up and how healthy some of these teams are, given how tightly compacted the zone is and how open it is, more importantly. For 9Z, they have had to fight tooth and nail to stay alive. And I don't know if Milos is going to be able to stay alive much longer. Depends on if he's been spotted or not. He is behind Jaguar, so potentially 2 more eliminations could go his way.
I think he's definitely spotted. That's why he's being just so extra careful in regards to moving up, and it's gonna take almost a miracle. There you go. He ends up getting caught by none other than Revo. Look at this squad. This is just absolutely insane. They're within the shack, and those smokes that they're putting out, those smokes are not defensive most days. Those are aggressive modes. Those are just wanting to be in the offense. Revo put that down so he could actually pop out and start shooting at Milos. Are some of the other players there from Jaguar, as Loops is just putting the pressure on Jaguar, and Jaguar now gets eliminated. Alpha 7 is going to be looking at a way out of here, but it's going to be hard considering that Loops Esports is going to be on the horizon. They still have all their players alive, but Revo just picking them apart from a shack. This man is insane.
No shot they get out of here, Dave. I mean, there's no way, right? Nizelda surely guns them down. Man. Alpha 7 doesn't have to move just yet, but like you said, they've got to get out. And if Loops can get their teammates back up and be a 4-man unit again, that's going to be big. But Victix crawling, going straight for United for Gaming.
United 4 Gaming, they are grouped up. Vitex got 3 grenades right here. 1 toss could seal the deal, but looks like United 4 Gaming, they know what's a cooking over here. They see the smokes and they're trying to just, preemptively get the knocks over here. So Vitex not going to be going fishing. At the grenades, looking for the knock. Oh, that one looks good from the squad mate. Yeah, that's going to be doing some good damage right there. Vintex, might as well take out your gun, man. Still trying to get this grenade right now, 7, but he is so close, he can almost smell him.
He's being sneaky with it. He's trying to get as close as personal. Don't throw that nade. You know what? Just keep throwing nades, actually. It's kind of working out for them. You're making them back off. Those Molotovs are coming in as well. But just make sure you don't fully overexpose yourself, as now some of the other players, you saw David getting up and he laid down as soon as possible. Oh, okay, boys. Let's make sure we don't end up knocking our own teammates here. As Ro was able to close this gap, and now they're up in personal with United for Gaming. Jocko's going to be getting the off angle right there. You still have one more player left from United for Gaming inside the compound, setting off that wonderful Molotov, making sure that he controls which way David's going to be pushing in, but he needs to watch out. The nade's going to be coming in. The Molotov's going to be coming into play as well. They're going to be going from the back angle. Can Ro Esports just close this out without losing any more players? That is going to be the goal in the name of this fight right here, and they are going to be able to do just that. Eliminate United for Gaming, keeps 3 players alive, and now they're sitting pretty here at the top, and they're going to be looking at everybody. Meanwhile, we switch over to Alpha 7. Rebel was able to finally wake up and get revived, and then you have Loops Esports on the horizon still.
Yep. And that was a, by the way, clean fight for Worlds of War. They took them Power. Power was in a tower. You take him out. That overhang position is now gone. It gives you a little bit more of an opportunity to continue to push forward. Alpha 7, by the way, is gone. They valiant effort in the shack. 8 eliminations. They'll finish off in 4th place. Not a bad performance. We're down to nades consistently. Hard to gauge, you know, how many teammates from Worlds of War are really in front of you. At that time, it's only Victix, but he's throwing out so many nades that it begs the question. How many are there in front of us so they can't fully push forward to take down that solo? Very well done, beautifully communicated, and Worlds of War are poised to potentially take this game. They've got a great line of sight. They're laying down fire on Loops up ahead. This is their game to lose.
Yeah, just don't get knocked up there, but beautiful sight lines right there. So it does look like they're trying to flush out Zaman, the last one for VIP, just kind of being that pest out there in his own little shack. But Loop's going to be using it possible, because honestly right now, guys, Worlds of War, they are truly playing King of the Hills right now.
Oh, Saman lost the vehicle right there. He was trying to be sneaky, but he forgot to put the brake on it, and then he just went outside of that smoke. And right now, he's trying to see if he can maybe get back in it and make a move for it. But yeah, by not putting that brake, the vehicle moves forward outside of that smoke. You're just going to be sitting like a duck without moving, just floating around. And now for Loops Esports, this might not be over here, Reflections, because Loops does have the numbers advantage. All they need to do is start getting different angles and set some kind of bait. With those numbers advantage, you know exactly where Ro is gonna be. See if you can maybe set somebody up, expose themselves a little bit much, and as soon as one of those Ro players picks up, get that knock and make that push, because they do have the vehicles to work with. The only problem is, how much can they close this gap? With the new circle that we're working with, is going to force Ro to actually get up top. David's going to have to get up top of that roof.
Yeah, they're going to have to, and they're also going to have to get a knock. That's going to be the most crucial thing Worlds of War need at the moment. They need a knock. They don't get a knock as they push forward, it's all but done and dusted, okay? They're going to have to push up relatively soon. Blue is going to force them forward. So now I do flip it. I believe Loops has the advantage. They don't have necessarily too much coverage, but they've got enough to work with, Dave.
Bro, they got this tree, and this tree is thick, man. I mean, it's safeguarding 2 of them right there, so... Outta looking for that crate, wasn't able to catch if he got that loot or not, that level 3 gear, so that could play clutch into their potential win here. But I'm feeling Worlds of War, man. If David can get a nice little knock and confirmation, I mean, I'll set this right back into a 3v3. But Rata Boy over here, ton of ammo, got the M4, he's lined up. There goes Tonka from Rata Boy. Yeah, that was that position we were talking about, but there's still so much terrain to close that I don't really see them pushing that gap here, 7, because remember, next circle is just centering on up, so I think going for positioning might be the better play here.
It might be. They're using Rata Boy right now as bait. They were using him to see if they were going to try to get some knocks. David was forced down off that rooftop. And now Loops was able to close that gap, and the positioning, even though they weren't able to fully close the gap, they were able to get a little bit closer towards the center of the circle. And now with this one, everything's going to be closing in. So it's going to become a bit of a snake fight. And with Ro earlier having that height advantage, it's going to become a disadvantage, especially if they don't have that much utility. You see Tonka right now, He doesn't have any smokes. What does his teammates have to work with? Because you can see they really don't have nothing to work with. They have that tree right there, and after that, you're just going to be fully exposed to what Loops is going to be holding down. There goes Tonka.
Yikes.
With the way he's moving, I knew for a fact he didn't know when his Zelda was at behind that crate, and I think this is where it starts to end. But then again, hold up. You do have a player from Loops who falls. Only a solo left. It's Demonor. And Demonor won't be long for this world. He's gone. Rose of War finishing second with 7 elims. Loops will break double digits with 12. Almost 2k damage and a winner chicken dinner. Loops, a very consistent team throughout Phase 1, looking to relive that consistency in Phase 2, Dave.
Loops bringing it back. Bringing it back. Rose of War, solid game from them, really. 7 eliminations going their way, almost having that chicken dinner within their grasp, but you know, being down that member at the end, really setting them back a couple pegs. Alpha 7 though, 8 elims going their way. So Alpha 7 game 1, pretty quiet, pretty chill, but they're cranking that dial here a little bit. 7.
They're waking up. They said, okay, we were a bit of a fluke there in Rondo, even though they were still able to put up at least some eliminations and get into a high placement. But for this squad, something that I enjoyed is that it was a bit of the opposite of what we saw in Phase 1, boys. They decided to third-party Wolves Esports. He ended up going to their advantage. I know earlier we got a chance to hear Revo saying that they're happy that now somebody else is challenging because it's going to be improving America's overall. I'm hoping this rivalry just continues to build, baby.
And I think it will, man. That's what this PMSL is all about. We started off the day with Wolves getting into a fight off the rip at the gas station, and that's where we started our discussion about third parties. Rose of War finished in second place with a great game, but Dave, I still feel it. They should have pressured Alpha 7. They could have taken them down early on.
I didn't catch it. Coops, though. How did Coops go out this game for Wolves?
He was taken down. I think he was. No, didn't he run into, like, he was driving and ran into a wall and then exploded? I'm pretty sure that's how it happened.
I knew it happened. I just wanted to see what other people would say. My goodness, Coops, man. Coops, man, once again, just, you know, going all out here. Pump the brakes, literally. Just pump the brakes a little bit, my dude. You would have been A-okay, but the Wolves walked away with 4 elims, so they had a couple elims in game number 1, too. So still trying to find their foothold here in week number 2, 7.
Yeah, I have to give props there to Loops Esports, the way they were able to play that out. I mean, if that circle would have ended up blessing Row even more, it could have been a completely different story, but this team just decided to wait for the right time. You see everybody currently putting up eliminations. It's not just VT. Niesada's putting up 4. Rataboy, the new player of the squad, is putting up 2 as well. And Rafinha, I mean, he's been with the squad for quite a minute here, putting up 3 eliminations as well. For this squad, is good. I want to continue to see Loops being able to do this. They were able to do this in the past when it came down to Aaron Gill. Actually, in comparison, boys, to what Loops was able to do in Aaron Gill on day 1, Phase 1, it was nothing like this. That team was getting 14th place, 11th place, 8th place. So a big difference here from Loops in day 1 of Phase 2.
All right, big difference indeed. That's what you want to see. Again, continually improving and getting better. This is a massive game. 22 points for Loops. They'll take that to the bank. For Rose of War, not slowing down. They are looking stronger than ever. Something I know the fans of Rose of War are going to be incredibly happy for. We'll see how well they do in the next coming Aaron Gales. Alpha 7 with 12, despite a slow game, comes to show you, even them with 2 players alive and a shack and everybody looking at you, yeah, Alpha 7's going to find a way to him. We look at page 2, and I immediately want to go down towards the bottom. Maryland Esports, they get a goose egg. Maxman predicting this roster to win map 2 on Erangel. They get last place, okay? Maxman, you have to stop the curse. You can't keep getting away with this, Max. You got to stop, brother. When's it going to end, 7?
This is the man. Oh, Maxman, I love you. You know I love you. And I posted this too as well. This is the man that earlier in the year when Alpha 7 signed Squash, he said Alpha 7 will dominate 2025. Alpha 7 didn't even make it to PMWC Grand Finals. I finally solved the problem. I finally figured out what was the jinx there for Alpha 7.
He's powerful, dude. Listen, if you're a team, you got to put Maxman on the contract. Not to predict you, but to predict your rivals, okay? Because you do that, your rivals are going down before the game's even started. It was Loops who took the game by storm. Dave, I know you like to focus on smokes. We've got a total, what,
Big
20,
smoke.
40, 60, 64 smokes used between Loops, Rose of War, and Alpha 7 alone.
That's a feels good right there, man. That's a feels good. I know a lot of those smokes really coming into play in that late game for Loops, right? They had a very challenging position. They needed to fight their way uphill. Rose of War playing the king of the hill at the end, nothing but sight lines. And well, they got that one knock. They had a couple smokes, and they were able to use their vehicles to, reposition and just close that one out. So pretty good game for them. But Rose of War, okay, showing up here on the MVP. I love to see it here. Reflections.
Yeah, dude, Demonor, man, constantly saying his name. Hey,
Demonor.
Love the name, love the gameplay. Rose of War, happy to have this man on your screen. Demonor, also one that was picking up the final elims when they were opposite of Loops, right towards the tail end, or at least trying to pick them up. Demonor, your MVP. First time Rose of War, I believe, had an MVP there, Dave.
Yeah, Rose of War. Hey, I'm telling you, Rose of War, this is their week, 7. This is their week. I don't care what Maxman says. Rose of War, week number 2. I got a good feeling. All right, this is their comeback moment.
I don't know if you're trying to curse them, if you're actually wanting them to do good here. I'm perplexed, Dave. I'm gonna say that you genuinely want them to do good.
Yeah,
one
I've been
team
a big fan of them
that
for
you
a while.
wanted them to do good was VIP. We saw VIP in that match recap. They were one of the top 5 teams in regards to just damage. Maybe a little bit more aggressiveness out of this squad.
All right. Well, let's see if the aggression will happen. It's definitely we're just early when it comes to day number 1 for phase 2, but a lot more action still to go. I believe Wancho had a chance to hear from him. Let's hear what Wancho had to say.
Hello, today I'm here with
Bruno
and Samba. No words from Samba. He's nervous. So today I want to ask Bruno, how does it feel being the best team in the República Dominicana?
Oh, I'm very happy to be the best team in República Dominicana. We are very excited to stay representing República Dominicana, and we love all.
If you were to rank all the NA teams in order, what would it be?
I don't know. Very difficult question, my friend. Let's wait for the end of PMSL Americas, and we go see in the finals.
Okay, I'm gonna give you my tier list, and you tell me what you think about it.
Okay.
Well, not right now.
First team. Tell me. Your first team? Wolves. Okay. Second team?
Xforce.
Okay. Third team? iNCO Gaming. Fourth team?
Straight out of Nepal.
Oh, some. Okay. And 50 VIP? Okay. Very good, my friend. Yeah. Now you do the lion. Okay, nice. Very good.
Hello, I'm here with Force. Right now, they're currently playing. It's a test game. They're tryharding like it's PMGC finals against 9C. That's what happens when you don't make end game in the actual game, I guess. But let's hear the comments.
Come to you. GG's.
He just got knocked out the car.
Turn the car. I missed my shots.
Yeah, they're getting packed up. Yeah, they got packed up in 5 seconds. Yeah, GG. Take off the headphones, big dog. So, how does it feel being in Wolf's shadow?
How does it feel?
No, I'm doing the questions here, boy.
How does it feel being in Wolf's shadow?
See.
Honestly, it could be worse. We could be in VIP shadow.
I was gonna say it could be worse. You could be in iNCO's shadow.
Why are you taking my answer?
No, I thought about this yesterday because I'd be thinking of these scenarios.
I just thought about it now. So.
Yeah, well, I was like 10 steps ahead of you. While you're playing,
I don't need a whole day.
You're playing checkers. I'm playing chess, dog. Like we're not the same. So, DK, downless, force claws. Hi, the mic is on me, dude. No. How do you feel about Fit's answer? Do you think you're in Wolf Shadow or not?
No.
Are they buns?
Yeah.
They are now, right? Like before they weren't buns.
No.
Yeah. When were they not buns? Tell me. When?
Day 2.
I agree.
No.
Hello. Today I'm here with
Baton JJKK.
You're NPC, dog. Well, no, but How do you feel for your do you feel confident for your second day?
Yeah, of course.
Can you wait? Can you wait till I give you the mic and then you speak?
No.
Okay. Wait, can I show him the interview, Coops?
No.
How did you feel that you were subbed in and the GOAT was subbed out for you?
What do you mean? Goat is playing right now. About what Goat you're talking about? Don't make me laugh, Wancho, please.
Very toxic, not humble. Yeah, just sub this guy out.
Welcome back to day 4 of PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Mustache Dave and 7-7. Wancho, I think he's got a career as a talent because that was pure comedy.
Brother, I've been telling this man to start making content for the longest time. Juancho, what are you doing? Just start doing it. And also, one thing to kind of shout out earlier, you were talking about curse power. Maxman literally said Ro is going to win this match.
No. The next one? Map 3?
No, the match that just happened. Because remember, we're in a 50-minute delay. They're currently at the end. They saw Ro. Yeah.
Shout out to Maxman right there, man. Shout out to Maxman keeping the Maxman curse alive. But totally agree with you guys. Let's pull up the overall. But Wancho, listen, hey, when things aren't working out for the Wolves, big dog, you need to come over here to the talent side, man. Get him on the cast because my dude straight slaying facts. But looking at the overalls here, guys, I know we're only 2 games deep here, and Alpha 7 loops. United 4 Gaming, I'm looking at United 4 and Rose still. I'm really impressed that they're maintaining their position on the first side of the page here, Reflections.
Yeah, they're working hard, aren't they? Rose of War, especially off the back of that map number 2. Well, really, all on the back of the map number 2, able to secure top 5. I'm happy with that. Still relatively close. You do have a couple of teams starting to elevate themselves up. Naturally, Loops and Alpha 7, who are chipping away at that massive lead. Influence Rage was able to accumulate off of the game number 1. Still very early goings. We've got 4 more games to go just for today alone. Taking a look at the second page, Xforce continuing to struggle. 7, a team that we wanted to do well, who have done well, but also just above them, Wolves Esports, nowhere to be found off the front 2 maps.
Yeah, I think Wancho was right when he was doing the interviews during that break there. I think Xforce maybe needs to start playing like his PMGC Grand Finals or something here, because this squad really hasn't been as consistent. Only 4 eliminations, 0 placement points. And for Wolves, we need to see a bounce back. Remember, boys, I was praising you, but the main thing that I've been saying all along, and I'm going to sound like one of those grandpas just repeating the same thing over and over again. Consistency, Wolves. That's what I want to see out of you. I want to see pure on consistency. The fact that Straight Outta Nepal currently is sitting above you, it's something that we were not expecting whatsoever.
Not expecting indeed, man. A lot of surprises off the first 2, but then again, you go back to last split, there were surprises off of phase 2, right? Teams just start showing up out of nowhere. They get the phase 1 out of the way, slow starts, and then naturally phase 1, they just kind of forget about it. And phase 2, it says, well, it's a fresh start. Let's start stepping it up. That's what we're seeing. Another Aaron Gale about to come our way. Obviously, the second one of the day, which excites me, man. That last one was great. Loops coming out of nowhere, securing their first win. Double digits, 12. That is big for them. Dave, where'd they finish off? I think, what, top
Loops,
4?
First
right?
place,
Yeah.
12 eliminations.
In phase 1, I believe top 4, top 5.
Yeah,
sure,
not too far. I mean, right there within the running. But I think that's one of the things that I like so much about the format. And we kind of talked about it last week, is that we got these 2 weeks and then we got the finals, and they're all split up, right? So last week, Alpha 7, Wolves dominating. This week, a new team could start to dominate. I mean, it could be Wolves who finish, or not Wolves, Loops who finish out in first place here this week, and then they get those head start points to accumulate come next week. So I think the structure of this tournament is in my opinion amazing, because it doesn't really give room for like a runaway tournament. You know, it's not like the last day and you already know who won type of deal. So I think it's a huge opportunity for like Rules of War, Loops to really show up here today, tomorrow, and the next day, and try to get as many bonus points as possible and catch up to last week's Wolves, catch up to last week's Alpha 7.
Catch up, and then setting the standard, right? Ketchup, mustard, baby. That's
relish.
Gotta set the standard. Royals Award, though, Dave. Go back to you, man. Why do you feel like genuinely they are the team?
They got it. Listen, it's all about momentum. It's all about snowballing. All right, we saw them in Rondo. They were aggressive. They had some good looks. We saw them this last game. They don't look like they're slowing down anytime soon. I mean, Tonka, Vitex, Demore, they threw a little bit there at the end on an individual level, but they still showed up and survived that late game to be within reach of a chicken dinner. And that's what's important, right? Just make that late game, setting yourself up for success and having the potential to get the chicken. And I think with that in mind, Rose of War, they're getting a chicken here today. They're getting at least one chicken, guys. I'm putting that down in the books. Me and Max, man, we both believe one chicken here at least. One chicken at least.
You were doing well until you said that. Now, I don't know why you just cooked your opportunity.
Max knows what he's talking about. I know he's
cursed that,
but he knows, what he's talking about. So I think,
yeah,
you know, we got that telepath going on. He's over there, you know, eating his baguettes. I'm over here eating my tacos, and we're good to go. All right. We're getting one chicken. We're getting one chicken here tonight for Rules of War.
Well, you just cooked it. No, they're not. 7. I think they're cooked, but I really do. We're hopping into game number 3. It's on air again. We just witnessed it. Will we witness another wonderful performance from the team of Rose of War and Loops? Let's find out. For you all in chat, though, get your Amazon gift card. There's another code for you. Make sure to cash in and cash out, baby. Let us know what you're buying. Let us know if you're able to secure it for yourself. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm feeling spicy. Let's get a military zone. I think that's where we're going in this next one. That's just kind of how I'm feeling here. For Wolves, though, 7, I look at Higor, right? If that's going to be your IGL, your man leading the charge, he's got to pull up his teammates and say, look, enough is enough. Watch, so sit down. Your talent role is over, at least as of now. It's time for us to lock in and show why we dominated phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, for Igor, so far today, he's been putting at least some stats for the squad. He's been able to put up 3 eliminations, 841 damage. If I'm looking at anybody going to this match, it's going to be none other than Coops, what many consider to be the star, what I consider to be the star of this team. And he's been able to win multiple MVPs in different regions. So right now, Coops putting up 0 eliminations, only 148 damage after 2 matches. That's just not the Coops that we expect and love to see. I'm expecting to see a little bit more here out of him. We need to start seeing those eliminations. We need to start seeing the damage. But most of all, Dave, the main thing that we're starting to figure out here with Wolves, we need to start seeing that strategy come to play. You can't just be seeing just full on red and rushing in. You gotta be smart about those rushes.
All about that rage, man. Getting into our 3rd map of the evening, we got VIP dropping in there, tried and true spot. Gonna be working out for them, fellas, because we see the circle. Oh, that's not the circle. Ooh. That's the circle over there. Looking pretty good. So for once, VIP not gonna be pressured, right? Not gonna be pressured to drop and then rotate all the way to the opposite side of the map here. So VIP, this could be a really nice bounce back game for them here tonight. Reflections, in my opinion, just because now they're not fighting the zone, right? They're just fighting themselves.
Oh, that's it. That's a nasty battle, mind you, man. When you have to fight yourselves, it's like, how do you win?
Yeah.
How do you win, man? That's, you don't want to beat yourself up, but sometimes you have to in order to get over the hump. I do notice Xforce United for Gaming potentially posturing to fight. In fact, for a Lehman Fate, they might tag team it over on Alazian from United for Gaming, who's by himself at Lipovka. United for Gaming's been doing this split where they like to send one player over to loot to Lipovka, the other 3 go towards the mansion side. It's a pretty common split. They haven't been challenged, to my knowledge, at least on Erangel so far, but that could change, right? Xforce might want to full send it. They do look to be backing away, but if I'm United for Gaming, don't forget about Xforce. They might double back.
Yeah, United for Gaming currently having one heck of a split. I mean, they're continuing on the split that we saw earlier on out of this squad, with Lansing just being over to Lipovka. You can see him right now on your screen. But yeah, I'm with you. I think he realizes what's currently going to end up happening, especially with the circle. He knows that he needs to get a little bit closer towards his squad because a lot of those squads might try to go for that Y wrap. One team that tends to do that quite well, especially with this exact same circle, tends to be Alpha 7. Alpha 7 is going to be all the way out to Georgia. They did not end up going to Lipovka. I'm looking for them to either do just a Y rotation all the way to the north, down the east, and just find a nice little happy spot by Melta Power. With Team Liquid, I mean, Team Liquid, you're just going to be chilling here for a bit. You're just going to be looking to gain up terrain. And VIP, Dave, that's going to be the next one that I'm a little bit intrigued about, because with this circle, there's still a chance. I mean, it might be slim, but there's still a chance that the circle could end up going south, or at least finish on the bridges. We've seen it in the past.
Pull up the zone again, 7. Pull it up, man, because
give me a second. Let me pull that up.
I'm thinking, you know, VIP, they've been having the roughest of roughest tournaments. I mean, we can all agree with that, right? I mean, VIP, they've been down in the dumps. So 7, you know, if you could just somehow just, you know, make this circle finish right over here, that would be great, man. Because you know what, VIP, I don't think they're going to bridge camp, but you know what they can do? They could just big chill down here and just, you know, go for some placement points and let the whole bridge just take each other out and show up in the late game. I mean, honestly, for VIP, I'm not looking for anything spectacular. I'm not looking for a 20 bomb. I'm just looking for some consistent placement points just to kind of get them started in the right direction here. Reflections. They don't need nothing fancy. They just need like a top finish to kind of set them up on their pathway going throughout the rest of this week, in my opinion.
Hold on,
yeah,
hold
man.
on.
Too many,
Taylor,
too many.
We got to set a marker here for VIP, though, because we've seen him in the past, Dave, being able to end up with the top 4, top 5, and they only get stuck at 1 Ilum. One thing, remember, this squad, especially the player, said we need to start being more aggressive. So yeah, I'm be happy with the top 5, but I need to see minimum at least 8 eliminations out of this squad. I need to start seeing aggressiveness, because right now they're just playing to be bottom of the leaderboard. When we end up going to finals, boys, we got to remember this is about top 2, and they VIP is going to be qualifying via PMGC points in North America. Let's be honest.
It's baby steps, though. Let's get a top 5 here. You know, if you could just make those circles favor them down the south 7, we get a top 5 here. And then next game, we'll try to get some elimination points and try to stack it, you know, compound our points from there on out. Because I think for VIP, just looking at it on last week, you can't ask for too much, you know. I mean, the pressure's on, the nerves are there, and for VIP specifically, like, it's still there, right? Because they didn't have that solid game yet underneath their belt to really get that confidence going here, Reflection. So I think baby steps, in my opinion, is all they need here.
Okay, baby steps. I'm not against that. I think slow and steady wins the race. Until you get the grand finals, then you need to be balls to the wall.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Yeah, you need to be top 2.
Like game number 1, you need to do something.
Yeah.
Especially with the head start points.
But right now, top 2, you don't have to worry about that. Just worry about being the best version of yourself.
Only for VIP.
Wait, how many Ilums did we set the threshold? I said 8.
You said
what are
8.
you guys saying?
You said 8.
I'd say 4. Honestly, I think that's more realistic for VIP.
2. Yeah, 2.
Let me be very clear.
2 with like
bro, that's not even
place.
baby steps, bro.
Dude,
you're not even crawling or walking at that point.
Bro, that's just breathing.
No, 2
elims. Like, what are we doing?
Real guys, all right.
That's correct. Honestly, that's an insult to VIP, Dave. You just insulted them. Hey, your threshold is 2.
I was their number 1 fan in the Titan series, all right? You know, I was cheering them on. They made it here. They qualified. They deserve to be here. But now they need to look themselves in that mirror during that bathroom break and be like, guys, we are here. Let's make the most out of it, and let's get in there, and let's dominate. Let's go for Alpha 7. Let's go for Loops. Let's go for the Wolves.
Dave,
and
let me be clear.
Take it to them, all right?
Dave, they're going to cross the bridge, and they're going to get eliminated by Wolves. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Oh,
Like,
my
I'm just being real.
gosh.
And I believe in this roster, I do. But, I mean, if you're saying that baby steps is 2 elims, you don't really believe in this roster. I say 7 believes in a roster more. He said 8. He said 8, baby. That's 6 more than
Whatever you do,
Listen,
VIP.
where's
Okay,
Maxman's
let's
take?
be honest here, boys.
We need
Hold on.
Maxman's
Let's get it together here with VIP. Whatever you do not go for a bridge camp. Okay,
Yeah.
this isn't 2019. This isn't 2020. That ain't. Yeah, that might get you an elimination here and there, but please don't go for a bridge camp.
Get you eliminated.
Nah,
Damn
Wolves
right.
are already bridge camping, man. Wolves are already bridge camping.
I want to take a look at the map, see what some of the other teams
Let's
are
see what
doing.
you see,
Actually,
Seven. Pull up the map. What are you looking at, Seven?
Ooh, I'm gonna be looking there towards the north. Oh my goodness,
Looking over
Xforce,
here.
what are you doing?
Boom.
How have you not rotated already? Alpha 7 is gonna end up
here.
leapfrogging you, and Alpha 7 is doing that rotation that I was talking about, boys. There, we're gonna end up going north, down in Lipovka, and they're gonna be looking to get into a fight here because with this situation right now happening there towards the east of your screen, you got Maryland, you got Xforce. Alpha 7 is either going to slow it down a bit or they're going to be looking to take some shots. There you go. There comes the shots from Alpha 7. Their gameplay is so damn predictable, I swear.
Well, and it is. And that's why I kind of question, like, teams set up, you know where they're going to rotate to. If they land at Lipovka, you know they're rotating up north. If they land over in Zarki, Georgia Pool, you know they're going to go north, down into the south on the right-hand corner of the map. Like, that's just kind of what they do. And for Xforce, they should have read that appropriately. Now, things do get a little bit interesting. Wolves against Team Liquid. Alpha 7 is ran into Maryland. Xforce going to be behind them. Alpha 7 could very well get pincered between 2 rosters, so they've got to keep their head on a swivel or they are about to get cooked. This fight, though, between Team Liquid and Wolves is actually great because it pushes Wolves away from that camping spot on the bridge, which opens up VIP an opportunity to go up. But I mentioned it, Alpha 7 versus Maryland, and the first knock has been had.
Yeah, what I tell you, these fights were just going to end up having to fight. They were both looking to make the exact same rotation. Would that happen, especially, you know, that many squads are already going to be set up on Milton Power. This is the moment where you just need to bite down and get into a fight and make sure that you end up winning those 1v1s. As we end up going towards the other side, I'm with you, Reflections. I'm looking at what Wolves was able to do. I actually enjoy how quickly Wolves was able to react to this new zone, realized that it wasn't going to end up going south like I was hoping for. I'm sorry, Dave, I didn't end up blessing VIP. And they end up moving there towards the north. And VIP now realizing they need to start rotating a little bit quicker because if not, they will end up getting bridge camp, not necessarily on the bridge itself, but whenever you are leaving that bridge area.
9C will take over Wolves' old position. Potentially bridge camp VIP. That's the only team that's going to be coming from the south on Military Island. And they do have a hovercraft, mind you. I think that's going to be incredibly helpful. And yeah, 9Z's fully committed. So 9Z's parking the bus at gas station. They are going to gatekeep VIP. So that's going to make their job very, very difficult.
Park in the bus, man. Let's see what they can do. It looks like Batman is going to be the solo. He saw something. He's turning right around. Where's the squad mates though? Batman taking the hovercraft.
Yeah, they got to go across the bridge.
All right, looks like Zaman up there with the buggy. His squad mates is too, so they're gonna be using buggies. Meanwhile, Batman looking for the water approach over here. Gonna be soaking up a lot of damage on that west side, allowing his squad mates to safely navigate on that east side. So maybe a big brain play here, Seven.
It could end up being a big brain play here. They were able to spot 9C. They were able to spot some of the other ones. And this is kind of what I was hoping for them to just rotate a little bit faster. This is what I was going to be scared of, just to get gate kept. But not just 9C, but then some of the other squads that are also going to have already rotated that are going to be, once you get past 9C, you're going to have to worry about Wolves. If you end up going towards the east, you're going to have to worry about straight out of Nepal. We'll see what now they're going to be doing. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 just full control there towards the northeast. They were able to make sure Maryland didn't even get close. Xforce didn't even want to get into a fight with that. And Xforce, if they can actually regroup here, they might end up getting set up Reflections where they could get a nice amount of eliminations.
It's true, and they need it, don't they? They've been on the struggle bus, but the fact that they have prison completely locked down could be a huge, huge benefit for them. All eyes on VIP, though, as they rotate forward. Batman scouting out. He's going to be the safest man to rotate up with the hovercraft. So he's going to scout out the area. They're going to take that shoreline. And I agree with you, Dave. That is a super smart play from them. In fact, it was the only play. If they go left in the gas station, they have to assume somebody's going to be ultimately going to have to do. But for now, they are sitting pretty. Now we go dead center zone. Influence, Rage right in the middle, and they've got a lot of positives going their way. I mean, we could be potentially looking at, David, another massive game from INF Rage, and that would make the fans happy.
Yeah, they've been having a really solid day here. I mean, heck, starting with 16 eliminations, this really doesn't get any better than that. Ooh, VIP. The struggles over here, man. The struggles of these circles not going your way when you drop all the way down there in Nova. Just constantly battling the circles here. Looks like one of their squad mates bleeding on out. We're gonna toss them a smoke, but that's just like a, hey, take that to the grave type of smoke. They're not gonna get him up. Batman gonna be soaking up a lot of damage, just stopping the hovercraft in the wide open. Batman definitely has that hovercraft insured, driving it like that. But yeah, I mean, VIP all over the place right now, guys. Looks like Prince is gonna be trying to pull up into Milta Power. That might be the play. There is a little, smidge of water, that cliffside over there, so we'll provide them some decent cover. Only P, but there's really not many sight lines that they're going to have over there, so they're just trying to survive. Meanwhile, Rose of War looking to be proactive here, opposite of what VIP are doing. They're potentially looking for a knock and potentially looking for a fight here, Seven.
Yeah, and for Royals of War right now, where they're currently going to be at, this is the game that you were predicting that they're going to get a win, or you were predicting they're going to win at some point throughout the day? Okay. Just wanted to clarify that, because right now, I mean, if they do end up getting into a fight there with IG, if they're going to be able to clear them, they would have an insane amount of control towards the northwest. And look at that on the elimination feed. They're going to be able to knock Rafa. Do you have the vehicles? Oh, they end up trading. Demeanor gets knocked as well. Invictus, you're going to be fully sending it right here. That's going to be a little bit sketchy. This could be, Dave, when sometimes getting a little bit too aggressive might end up backfiring, but that's not going to be the case, as now Esports is just taking eliminations from IG.
No Molotovs, no grenades, though. So Vitex right here on the outskirts, getting a little risky, making the push right there. It's going to be thirsted. Meanwhile, Tonka out here in the distance, really not in a position to provide that support. So Vitex just feeling himself a little too much right there, Seven. It's going to be paying the ultimate price, but 9Z Reyes over here with the crossfire going to be eliminated by Resilience Esports here. Reflections, but Tonka still in the mix. Tonka still looking to make some plays happen, trying to get the revenge over here for his squad mate.
He wants it, but Petrino slowing them down just a little bit. Tonka falls, and we've lost two rosters just like that, 9Z and Resilience. By the way, 9Z does hit 3, Dave. They do hit 3 eliminations, but finished off in last place. A valiant effort nonetheless. Alpha 7 back on your screen, filling it out, getting a lot of respect from the competitors out there, whether it be Xforce, maybe even Resilience, who have backed away once Alpha 7 pushes up, and I don't think too much respect is a good thing.
I hate it.
If you give Alpha 7 an opportunity to push up on you, it's not a good thing in my opinion. The Wizard Tower is being fought for. That's Team Liquid to get straight out of Nepal. Good utility usage, Chief. It's some decent damage. Thing is, they're also running on fumes. This fight between Straight Out of Nepal has taken a hit on a Team Liquid roster. Finishing this off, getting their teammate back into play is going to be critical.
I absolutely hate seeing how much respect some of these teams end up giving Alpha 7, and that's coming from a big Alpha 7 fan. I want to see them being able to challenge it. I want to see them not being able to back up, because that's just not only going to improve their chances and also their fighting ability, but it's going to improve Alpha 7's performance when we end up going towards globals as well, because we see teams not being able to give them that kind of freedom. Meanwhile, iNCO Gaming, Straight Out of Nepal, NA versus NA. iNCO coming in. One player is going to end up going down. Make it 2 in Straight Out of Nepal right now. KC is just going to be hoping that they don't end up pushing up here, and they might get a little bit lucky, because Teal is close by too. It's going to slow down what iNCO Gaming is going to be doing, Dave.
Here comes Jaguars too. I mean, this is just a mess over here. You got Team Liquid, you got Jaguars. iNCO, they were looking to make a play happen. They might be pulling off this one right now. Okay, yeah, they see the grenades pulling off. I mean, the terrain allows all these players to kind of get a foothold over here, but you are within grenade range if it does roll down the hill. So McGrellin, though, from behind, trading out one of the members from Maryland. But here comes Jaguar. I mean, Jaguar, just such an aggressive squad, just straight up pulling up to the doorstep of iNCO and finding out the hard way. That's not how you want to play this one, not on this hillside at least.
No, not at all, dude. This fight is getting scrappy. It's an uphill battle. It's a downhill battle. It's giving everything it's got. Potro, though, from Jaguar. What can he do in this moment? He's the last one standing. iNCO has been on a tear. Mind you, they take down Potro. Now you got Team Liquid to deal with. You got straight out Nepal, who's managed to recover inside the Wizard Tower. Team Liquid's been fighting them for the longest time. And because it's taken such a long time, iNCO has an opportunity to come up behind them on the flank. I do not envy any of these southern portion Team 7. I mean, it is deadly. Finally, Jaguar are gone, and that only opens up the opportunity now for iNCO to fully commit on Team Liquid up ahead.
Yeah, that's right. Now switching over here towards Wolves. I wanted to see Coops being able to get some eliminations. He's currently up to 1. Gonna end up confirming another one, making sure that Influence Rage backs off. Earlier we were talking about how they might be able to have a good performance here. That's not gonna be the case. Coops trying to hit on this shot. Gonna be able to connect with some, but not gonna be able to connect with all of them. Can he get the knock? Little boy just being elusive, and there you go. Coops shuts him down, eliminates him, looking like the Coops that we expect, Dave. And this is Influence Rage getting eliminated by Wolves Esports, but Wolves needs to pick it up quick because IG is on the offensive. They want the third party.
Such a good perspective right there. Coops running out of ammo in the shotgun, immediately hitting the dirt, proning, swapping guns, and then popping back up. I mean, just in a flick of an eye right there. And not only that, a team player getting the pickup on his squad mate. They're going to be popping in his vehicle, trying to get some more intel, realizing like, hey, we are not in a spot as a duo to take this fight. So IG going to be missing out on a couple points. Let's see if the Wolves, the duo, can thread the needle here, 7, and survive just a little longer after that engagement.
And they're trying to, and right now, right there, it was working wonders for them. And if you are Coops, just fully send it somewhere, lay out. This rock right here is going to be looking like a pleasant place, but make sure you blow up that vehicle. Oh, no, it was just too much. You have Carrillo there, too. Carrillo's not going to let that fly by. And going back towards iNCO, boy, I gotta give iNCO props here, Reflections. You were talking about how crazy it was there towards the south. Somehow this team was able to get 6 eliminations in all that mayhem, and now they're gonna be having to take some fights even more to get into the circle.
Yeah, it was iNCO versus Jaguar, then it was versus Team Liquid. They've been picking fights with quite literally everyone, and IG refuses to slow down. Padrino, beautiful knock up ahead. That's gonna be on Power Zada. Taken down first, which gives an opportunity for Padrino to continue to pressure up. Meanwhile, Rafa is fighting Team Liquid on the lower portion. That's Chief, the last one standing for this TL roster. And Chief is pushing up. You know, he never backs down, but neither does Rafa. A beautiful 1v1 that is fought hard for. And IG will stay up even longer. There's only 2 players, but 7 eliminations so far. And these boys are not slowing down.
The nades are going to be coming in. IG, Dave, right here. I mean, I don't see him surviving this.
yeah. I mean, low. He's got all United up there, just tossing their grenades, using all their utility here. Might be a mistake on their part to use all his utility, but they got to prioritize taking out these snakes from behind so that way they don't get backstabbed looking ahead here. So I definitely understand the play it is going to be worth here. So Rafina tossing smoke, blocking the sight line, pulling up with the M4, lock and loaded. Red Dot going to be spraying him down off that rooftop. Going to be following up with a Molotov to try to get that confirmation. But Padrino pulling up UMP, knocking at the door. Lead peeking. Hello! Busting down the door. Not getting 1, getting 2 with the drop shot right there. But the squad mate from United able to get there right in time. Respect where it is, though, because that was a beautiful push here, guys.
This is awesome. I'm having a blast watching this, man, because it is just a bloodbath. And everybody's involved. It hasn't been slow, not one bit. VIP, mind you. VIP still up. VIP's still up, actually. Hey, let's talk about Look at this. Yo, this is nuts, McGrellin. The tip of his spear for iNCO, pushing forward, looking to stab everybody in front of him, whether it's Loops, right? Whether it's anybody else, or iNCO, Klaus, like, come on. This is nuts, dude. VIP off to the right. iNCO's going to break away. They might challenge them on the low end. Question is, do they even know VIP is there? They could be setting a trap, and iNCO could be running straight into it.
Yeah, and iNCO's going to start using these vehicles. Hopefully that they aren't that damaged. That way they can get their way into the circle, use it as cover whenever it does end up happening.
They don't know.
But they're going to be looking to get into a fight here with VIP, and it's going to happen quickly as they just close that gap. They're coming in like a wrecking ball. People from VIP are just going down, and just like that, in a blink of an eye, iNCO said hello and goodbye because we're taking over this rocks.
VIP, they were using the rocks for cover, but really not set up to defend the rocks. I mean, iNCO pulled right up and just instantly took them out right there. Loops, though, they're not done, though. They're going to be following in the footsteps on the hillside of iNCO. We're going to be overlooking them. We are down to our top 4 here in this match. VIP top 5, guys. Hey, I said it. Top 5 is all they need. They got it. Baby steps, no limbs.
2 back-to-back games, potentially in the winner chicken dinner lane. They've got the manpower to do it with 3 up. They've got the positioning, but it's going to be one hell of a battle against iNCO, who have been on a terror. They've been pressing into every roster they possibly can. They're about to hit double digits at 9, but arguably this could be the hardest position they've been in so far. Luckily, they've got smokes, but do they have the wherewithal to push up at the right time to avoid the shots from Loops? It's possible, but Vitaly desperately wants a knock. One benefit, though, 7, could be Alpha 7, could be Korea with the off angle on Loops. If he can get a knock, it could open up unintentionally a door for iNCO to comfortably push forward.
It could open up that door, not just Alpha 7, another squad that we really haven't gotten a chance to talk about at all. It's Xforce. Xforce is going to have the high terrain here to work with. Spread your wings out, see if there's an opportunity where you can actually get an elimination. And that's currently what they're doing. You can see the vehicles in the background. You're starting to set up. I think Luke realizes that. They recognize what's about to happen. And some of the players start backing up and start worrying about Xforce, but it might have been too late as Xforce was just able to close that gap. And players from Luke's Esports are going to start going down. Boy, the only player from the squad that had all the eliminations, currently going to be knocked. And now for Xforce is, what do you do here? How much do you want to end up committing? And boy, did they want to commit with a little bit of help there from Alpha 7. Now Alpha 7 looking to close that gap, looking to spread out too, because right now they have just so much control of this map that Xforce needs to find a way to take some of that control back. If we can take a look at the map, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. How much just terrain is available for some of these squads and how much Alpha 7 has for control. The new circle pops up right there, Dave.
Sight lines for days. Alpha 7, they got this one in the bag. They just need to make sure not to lose one of their off angles here, because Xforce definitely a team to be reckoned with, and iNCO this match as well, doing pretty good, sitting on 9 eliminations here. So it is going to be a challenge, but we are down to our top 3 teams looking for that winner chicken dinner. Looks like 7. Smart move from them, trying to blow up these vehicles, trying to eliminate the utility here from Alpha 7. Alpha 7 recognizing, like, hey, we want to save this coop, so they're going to be jumping in that bad boy real quick and then grouping up with their squad mates to the north. Because if that vehicle would have exploded, they would have had to hoof it on foot, and that would have set them back big time.
Prediction time, boys. What are we thinking here? Who do we have winning? Reflection. Who you got?
Xforce.
I'm putting that. I think Xforce, yeah. I'm putting Xforce my favorite for sure. Despite Alpha 7 in such a great spot, I think it's going to be Xforce. It really is depending on iNCO and if they decide to challenge Xforce or not.
I want to jump on that one too, but you just mentioned it. iNCO being right there for this squad is going to allow Alpha 7 to just slow it down, let these 2 teams fight it out, and that's why I'm picking Alpha 7 to win this match. And you know Alpha 7 is just going to be looking for an opportunity for them just to knock somebody. Look how much they are just the map awareness these players have. As I say that, Mafioso, a player that I've been talking about, him getting knocked a little bit too early, sometimes overextending, ends up getting knocked. That's going to put an opening for Xforce for you boys.
Yeah, it is. Xforce might be in a great spot. Revo, damage control, like you said, nade range. That one's flying high. It lands. And Revo continues to stand. Getting Mafioso back up on his feet in this moment would be critical. Xforce still has the high ground. They managed to push up. Now, Dave, take a look at 7 from iNCO. He's going to be opposite of Fate. I wonder if he could play spoiler to Xforce's run.
I think they got Klaus and Fate over there looking his position, though, kind of trying to flush him out. So he could play spoiler, but Fate and Klaus, it looks like they're playing awfully grouped up together. That, yeah, once when you do recognize that enemy, you got your teammate there to support him. So I'm looking at Xforce to get this win because they need a win bad here. Talk about a team that needs that confidence, that needs that momentum. Xforce is that squad here coming into week number 2. Missing the mark with that grenade, but they are getting some really nice knocks here, 7. Ooh, a confirm right there on a 7 as well. 7-8 that is. So that feels good. They got the high ground, guys. I am looking for them to take this winner chicken dinner.
They could end up winning this. Let's see what the circle is going to be doing for this squad. I'm enjoying the proactiveness that I'm seeing out of Xforce right now. I'm just hoping that they don't get too laser focused on just one team, because they are going to have to end up finding out two teams in 24K. That's, oh my goodness. For a second there, I thought they ended up getting the favor there with that nade, forcing him to move out there with a Molotov. Smart play out of Alpha 7. 24K is just going to have to make sure he stays alive. They need him to be able to hold this off angles. You can see right now, working with that 2-2 split. Aleem, 24K, and then you got Klaus and Fate. They have to win those fights here, Reflections.
They have to. Yeah, Xforce are in prime position. If they blow this win, it's on them for sure. iNCO makes a move. They have no choice. They got to continue to push up. Now they have to challenge Xforce. If they die, they die. It is what it is. But Alpha 7 starts taking some losses, and all of a sudden now it's a team effort. Xforce and iNCO purely focused on Alpha 7, who now get 2 downs. Fate can now focus attention onto the cars from iNCO, who start the reposition. They're going for a challenge on Alpha 7. They know the downs are in. The shots, they can't be avoided. It's going to be Vitali up close and personal with a 7. He gives a heroic effort, but is it going to be enough? A well-placed Nato Mafioso could get the drop, but Fate drops Bruno's in. He's completely out of the way. Vitali's gone. iNCO out. Xforce versus Alpha 7, a 4v2.
They need to push. I know they got the priority when it comes to the circle, but they need to push while Alpha 7 are hurting here. Fate running out of bullets, Klaus running out of bullets, but it doesn't even matter, guys. They get the job done, taking out Alpha 7 for the winner chicken dinner.
Winner chicken dinner, baby. They'll pull off 7 elims, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is this Xforce's first win in this split? First win, obviously, in Phase 2. Did they get any wins during Phase 1?
They did not. This is going to be their first win so far. And for this squad, I mean, it's going to be one heck of a confidence booster as well, taking out those fights. What was impressive to me is that 2-2 split at the end. For a squad that hasn't been able to put themselves in this kind of situations, for them to be aware, hey, we're going to have to take these 2 fights. We're going to have to showcase why at one point we were considered to be the best NA squad. And they were able to do that. And they did get a little bit blessed, though. It ended up completely the opposite of what I was talking about, Reflections. It didn't end up being iNCO versus Xforce. It ended up being iNCO versus Alpha 7.
That's right. iNCO gave it their best shot. You have to appreciate, Dave, though, the fact that they full sent it into Alpha 7. What are they going to do? They've got Xforce above them, Alpha 7 up to the right. When they notice a couple of downs are gathered from Xforce onto A7, their best course of action was to push the weaker team.
Yeah, hey, I mean, 10 eliminations. They really have no regrets right there. 10 eliminations in a 3rd place. iNCO are big chillin'. But towards the end there, for me, for Xforce, they was getting sketched, man, because time was not on their side. Of course, you got the final circle, the centers on up, but we kept looking at all the squad mates' perspectives, like 24K, Klaus, looking at Fate, and every time my eyes went right to their ammo count. Their ammo count was running really low because they were taking so many shots from that high ground for a good amount of time, right? So time was not on their side, but they closed that one out beautifully right there at the end to get their first win here at PMSL. And like you said, Seven, I think that's going to relieve some pressure from Xforce here. It's not done yet. Not done yet, of course. I mean, it's just the start. But the fact is, now they got a win in the pocket. That's a feels good.
It's one of those starts that you definitely want to have on that second week. Getting the first win out, you know that whenever you do end up going towards the finals, you're not going to have that extra pressure there. As we look at the stats here from all the players, and you can see most of them, especially Fate and Claw, just putting up the amount of eliminations. 4 for Claws, 3 for Fate, and for the rest of the squad, Aleem and 24K, they were still able to do their job within that 2-2 split. They were still able to lay out that damage. It might have not been insane numbers of damage, but they did exactly what they needed to do. Reflections.
Exactly. Wancho pissed him off with that interview. I think that's what it comes down to. You know, Wancho, get away, right? You know, saying they got cooked. They got zipped up during their practice game. No, they're not going down like that. It's Xforce back on top, first place, and maybe a front runner for North America in Phase 2. It was Wolves before. Could be Xforce. They've had some great runs throughout PMSL. We look at, obviously, the match standings. Xforce in first with 17. iNCO, though, Talk about a big come up. That's 15 big points going their way. But also for Alpha 7, everybody wants them to fall, but they refuse to do so, Dave. This team, highly consistent throughout map 1, 2, and now 3.
Yeah, talking to Fate here before, today kick started off. I mean, first of all, he was giving a huge shout out to Lim for filling some big shoes, right? And for really giving it his all to play catch up here on a last minute notice. But honestly, Fate was just like, listen, we just want to give it our all. Week number 2, we know we had some shortcomings in week number 1, but we did recognize that we had some more success playing the edge. So that was kind of what they were looking to do here this week, play the edge and just survive that late game. And that's exactly what they did here. I mean, keeping the whole squad alive definitely helped them to get this winner chicken dinner. So hopefully we can continue to see more of that from Xforce, and we get another North America squad to talk about here, guys.
That's it. It's the NA, baby. It's Xforce, and it's fresh conversation, rather, I should say. I mean, a big game coming out from them with 7 Elim's big hold off against Alpha 7 and iNCO, who's applying pressure the entire time. You look at their positioning and the way they navigated that end zone. That's what's impressive to me. Nothing was given to them. Everything was earned. But Alpha 7 has now secured a 2nd place, a 4th place, and a 2nd place once again. They're on fire. They're highly consistent. Who's going to shut them down? For Loops, same narrative. Highly consistent. For VIP, well, Dave, they got 5th place. 0 elims, but a start is a start.
Baby steps, man.
Baby steps. Baby steps.
Representing Canada out here, you know what I'm saying? So VIP.
That's right.
Now what I need to see next game is 5 elims, right? But the VIP, hey, dude's pointing at it. He's like, look at my stats right there. I got the survival time. I got the grenades. I got the 677 damage. So dude's locked in. He already knows what's happening here, man. Getting that MVP here for this last game.
Yeah.
7, what do you think about this?
Makes me happy, man. Makes me happy seeing that it's not just Revo, it's not some of the other players. It's one of the OGs here from this squad, Carrillo as well. One of the OGs from Americas. This man has been playing for quite a long time, putting up those stats, and it's completely the opposite of what we saw out of him last year. I feel like last year was a bit of a slow one. A lot of people were starting to question if he still had it. This year, he came back with a vengeance. I got a chance to see him at the end of PMWC. Got to see how much it meant to him just get eliminated without even getting to the finals. And he told me in the eyes, he looked at me straight at the face, boys, and said in English, we'll be back. And I was like, hold on a second. You've been practicing your English? Yeah, I'm hoping you guys are going to be coming back, because this squad, I mean, a lot of people are expected to do well. Right now, I feel like they're getting away with certain things that I'm hoping a lot of the other teams are starting to recognize. When I can start predicting your rotations, my boys, keep an eye out for it, because all the other global squads,
that's right,
will definitely keep an eye out on those rotations.
Yeah, and that's what you look forward to. You're going to get punished on the global stage, but in America's nobody's stepping up to punish them. You know where they're going to be. You have an opportunity in the next iNCO. Who's going to take it? I do wonder. Shout out to Korea, though. Big win. And the most damage, as well as Elim's on his roster for the Alpha 7 2nd place. So give him a lot of credit where credit is due. There it is. 3 games done. We've seen Rondo. We've seen 2 iNCOs, and we have another iNCO to get through. Luckily, though, we've got a great team on site. This time it's Sarpatch. I had a chance to speak with Splat from Jaguars. Let's hear what Splat had to say.
All right, guys, here we are after match 2. I'm here with Splat from Jaguar. Splat, let's talk about, because it's an interesting story. You are the coach, analyst. Milovan couldn't come. You had to go in. You haven't been playing for 2 years. You just been coaching and doing Instagram things. So how's it been for you? How have you been feeling? You actually got a kill, so how are you? Mira, llegaste aquí, te está tocando jugar, no pudo llegar el otro pana. Tienes una kill. ¿Cómo estás?
No, ahora me estoy sintiendo mucho mejor que antes. Yo hace 3 años que no juego al PUBG. Soy solamente coach y manager. Y bueno, me tocó jugar porque Milovan no pudo venir. Así que nada, de a poco me estoy sintiendo mejor. Al principio estaba medio duro, pero ahora me estoy más relajado. Y nada, por ahora estoy bien. Sí. Me está gustando la experiencia, pero bueno.
Divertido.
Es divertido, sí. Lo estoy disfrutando. A pesar de todo.
Yeah, he says that yeah, it's been tough, especially the first few matches. Yes, I haven't been playing for 3 years. I've been coach, analyst, manager. So it's been hard, but I've been getting a bit used to it, and it's fun. Can we confirm that Milovan is coming back for the finals? ¿Confirmamos que Milovan viene por el final?
Sí, confirmamos que Milovan llega el 9, así que va a jugar la final los 3 días completo, así que ya está todo confirmado, así que va a jugar la final.
Yes, on the 9th, he will be playing the finals. He won't be playing the finals here. He'll take back his role as a coach. Congratulations, you're doing great. Le está dando bien. Felicitaciones.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Let's go.
Get rewarded for assisting teammates in ranked classic mode. Earn co-op points by rescuing, recalling, or healing teammates. Reach 100 points to redeem co-op supply crates at any shop and match. Open them to get random supplies. Work with your teammates to claim victory.
Marked a location. Marked a location. Marked a location.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 4 of PMSL America's Fall Season. I'm Taylor Reflections, and we're joined by Mustache Dave and Seven. About to hop into map number 4, our final iNCO of the day. And Xforce finally does something for good old North America. Can they repeat it? We'll find out. We haven't had 2 back-to-back winners or even 2 consecutive winners today. That's okay, though. It is what it is. Dave, you gave a good prediction. You tried it, at least with VIP. They got 5th place. Who were you predicting?
I was right. What are you talking about? I
I
said top 5. I was right, man. What do you mean I gave you a good one?
All right,
Tried
that's
it.
fair.
Listen, I gave a prediction and it happened. All right. Me and Max Man showing up here tonight. Shout out to Max Man, my dude out there. I think I'm still sticking with it here, 7. Rules of War. I got 3 more games. Rules of War. 1 chicken. Let's see what can happen.
Let's see what can happen. Let's see it, 7, and let's see where they stand, right, on the overall standings, because Rules of War have had a decent day. However, really a decent game 1, right? I think that's what it was in a game 2 anyways. They dropped down to 8th. Alpha 7 has now reclaimed their throne in first. Loops just behind them. Thing is about North America that we're on the come up, baby. We went from second page to first. Can we get top 3?
It could happen. I mean, we just got to start seeing a little bit of consistency here for Xforce. It can't just be that this one match. After 3 games, if you look at Xforce performance, it literally only came, most of the stuff came from just that win that they got. All the placement points that they got today has been just out of that win. When you look at some of the other more consistent teams, I mean, take a look at Influence Rage as well. They've been able to just get a win. All the placement points are from that. But then look at the first place. Alpha 7. Not even a single win, Dave. And they're up to 16 placement points. Some of their squads just need to be able to catch up to that type of consistency.
Yeah, Alpha 7, big chillin'. Such a good squad when it comes to, like, when they're not getting the placement points, they're getting the elim points. When they're not getting the elim points, they're getting the placement points. So they definitely recognize the balance of the point structure out here. Well, one chicken will just catapult them and solidify their role within the overall leaderboard here. So Alpha 7 definitely primed for a chicken. At least one out of these 3 games, and I'm still rooting for Worlds of War to try to get one chicken here in these next 3 games. So I already got 2 chickens, you know, reserved right now. So there's only room for one more chicken for another squad here, guys.
Yeah, hopefully it's the Wolves, because 7 brings it up. What do we think about the Wolves? Well, that's a can of worms I guess we can open now going into game 4. Look, great performance in phase 1, but one thing that at least I can say for North America, and this is one thing that holds them back, is consistency. You know, I feel like they can do very, very well in short spurts, whether that's from game to game basis or phase to phase basis. Wolves, clearly something's going on. The question is, like, for certain players out there, 7, I do wonder if they just stop taking things seriously for a phase and say, well, we did it for phase 1. We know that's our standard. We know we can execute at that level. Let's take phase 2 and just chill out. You know, let's go bowling. Let's go to the beach. Let's just relax a little bit, throw teams off. Maybe they think we're bad once again. So when we come into the championship opportunity, right, to get top 2, maybe we'll perform well there. I don't know, but it is a cause for concern. I feel like, you know, it's unacceptable to have a good phase and then a bad phase. You look at Alpha 7, they don't do that. You know, they remain consistent throughout the phases. So why, at Loops, for example, consistent throughout the phases, why can't North America do it? What's going on? Maybe Wancho really wants to be a talent and not a player.
Well, I'm hoping that's the case. I mean, that man is perfectly set for it. For this squad, I mean, besides the broken factor that we keep saying, besides that consistency, it just comes down to being able to fully lock in. You were saying, and you were kind of hinting at it, maybe they're just taking the second week off. Something that we got to keep in mind too, that I know a lot of the viewers are going to keep in track of once we end up going towards the final, is that these squads, some of them might be ahead on the standings when it comes down to PMGC points for their region. Wolves Esports said at the beginning of phase 1 that PMGC points weren't even going to matter, that they were going to just fully base their qualification on just performing really well here in the PMSL. I'm hoping that that's going to be the case. I'm hoping that if this squad is taking a bit of a breather here, it's not necessarily them just taking a breather, it's maybe them trying different stuff that they want to collect some data on. Maybe trying different pushes, maybe having Coops be a little bit more over aggressive on certain pushes and not wait for the right timing. In a way, this would be the place to do that, especially considering what happened in phase 1. You finished second place. You were able to secure yourself some of those bonus points when we get to the finals as well. But overall, we're not really seeing some of the other top squads. And I hate that I have to keep mentioning this team's name, but that is just the benchmark at the moment for Americas. And that is Alpha 7. We don't really see them performing great. Or I mean, we don't see them really performing in a way that's just like up and down. It's always just consistent. You don't really expect them to kind of fluster or maybe not perform well in this kind of situations, and that's what North America needs. And Dave, it's been a while, honestly, since we've been able to see that out of North America, and I'm a big backer of Wolves. I'm really hoping that Wolves will be able to lock this in. I was happy whenever Baton came into that last day of phase 1. He was able to perform. I was like, okay, they might have been testing something out, but this could actually be the main squad, especially with Igor putting up those numbers.
Yeah, I think Wolves all day without a doubt. And I think Xforce, now that they got that winner chicken dinner, and really recognizing on the day off like what their strengths are from week number 1 and what they should focus on here on week number 2. Like Fate was talking to me before today, I think just playing to your strengths is all you got to do here and see what happens. And what happens is you get a winner chicken dinner. So Xforce, the Wolves, 2 teams from North America. I think they have what it takes here, Reflection. I think they got the skills to pay the bills, man. And they're starting to, get things going. Wolves week 1, they were getting it going. Now week 2, Xforce getting it going.
Yeah, let's not forget Wolves had a pretty slow start in phase 1, much like they're kind of having here. And then it was day 2 where they exploded and managed to get, 3 winner chicken dinners, a ton of elims. They have 11 eliminations today, but one of the things that they obviously struggle with is getting to the late game. They're all gas, no breaks today. I haven't really seen Wolves prioritize positioning. They did once, on map number 2 on Erangel, where they took center zone. They were doing a good job with that. I remember they were going to gatekeep the bridge, but they ended up moving forward. Or maybe that was game 3, But either way, I have seen glimpses of Wolves making good plays, but they've definitely been on the struggle bus. Still early, though. 3 more games to go. Wolves can step it up. But for Xforce, these guys have been performing incredibly well. They're the only North American representation currently on the first page in top 5. How far can they go today? Xforce, a lot of great names on that roster. Let's learn a little bit more about them.
A lot of changes, unexpected changes actually, but we did pick up Klaus, who's a pretty good player, I guess, and we had to, and the limb is with us again, so he does have experience, which is good. He knows our rotations, he knows our drop spots, so yeah.
We changed players, so we have one good player. I think he's one of the best in NA. What's up?
I switched my role. I'm a free man now, and just learning that role, trying to be better at it.
Like, no reason to be nervous or get in your head. It's still a game. Nothing really changes. Just do your best.
I'd probably say it's just another day. It's like my 4th time here, so honestly I'm pretty used to all the teams or majority of the players. I know there's good days and bad days, and if we're able to be consistent enough, we can definitely perform.
I feel like the biggest challenge was like the communication, because we swap players and we like mess up the comms.
I think the same, like communication.
No, it's not something that worries me because the roster is completely different. We made changes that were needed. Nothing against the previous players, but from what I had noticed, there was definitely a lot that needed to be improved on, and I think it was best just to change the roster.
No, I know this roster will do way better than the old one.
My personal goal would probably be qualify to PMGC and perform as a team overall.
Same as him. Everybody wants to make the next level.
Qualify to PMGC?
Get top 5 or PMGC.
Xforce, happy to be here. Happy to see them performing well in phase 2. I believe in this roster, man. I really, really do. I've always have, and I would definitely like to see them go far. I've been a staunch supporter of 24K, man. I think 24K looks like a competitor, right? Good face for this roster. Also incredibly vocal. Fate as well. Fate, another talented player. They've got a lot of star-studded players who have been wanting to reach that upper echelon, wanting to reach that global stage. Once they do, what are they going to do with it? I feel North America, it's been a long time coming. We're about to make some heads spin, but we got to be consistent. That's the thing hurting us, Dave.
That's the name of the game, keeping that head on a swivel, making sure no one surprises you from the back, like we saw from Team Jaguar this last game. My dudes were in vehicles and they said, listen, we don't have the circle. Let's just full send it towards iNCO. Let's see what happens. And, they got eliminated, but hey, they got heart, that's what counts here for a lot of these teams. They got heart. But going back to Xforce, I think that win, huge for the confidence, huge for their momentum, because sometimes all it takes is just that one win and the vibes, going back to vibes. I know PB, if he's watching this, he's like, the vibes check. I'm a believer of positive vibes gets the job done. And I think right now, Xforce, they are feeling it here. Hey, there it is. They are feeling it, man. Seven's feeling it. See, that's what's happening right now. See that energy Seven's got going on? That's what's happening at Land with Xforce after that win.
I'll tell you what I'm happy about after that match. All right. I'm happy that Fate was able to put up some illims. I'm happy that Klaus was able to put up some illims. Most importantly, I'm happy that one man that you just mentioned, Reflections, 24K, was able to put up some illims, because that's what they need. That's the name of the game now, boys. Yeah, you're going to be able to get wins. Yeah, we talk about being able to be consistent, put yourself into top 5, but it don't matter if you keep putting yourself in top 5 and you end up like VIP with those 0 eliminations. You got to be able to back it up, and you got to be able to showcase that you can actually pop off. One of the most important things for this squad over the last couple years, I feel like, is Fate needs to be able to perform. Then when we go from Fate, then we go to 24K. Once those illims start popping up, then we see a completely different team. Then we see like what Dave's talking about, the momentum, the vibes, just the aura this squad carries. It starts to just completely change, and I'm hoping it kind of continues on.
That's right. Well, look, Wolves were aura farming, though, were they not, during Phase 1? In fact, to the point we were comparing them against Alpha 7, and the stats were very, very close between the two. But now the question is, what do the stats look like over today's 3 maps between Alpha 7 and Wolves? And obviously, there's going to be a massive difference. Well, actually, not as big as I was thinking, but I mean, the damage, though. Yeah, the damage is wild. But for Wolves, simply not able to keep up. And one of the biggest things hurting them, 7, in my opinion, is the average survival time. The Wolves are getting eliminations. They're not that far behind from Alpha 7, but they're not surviving the end game like they were doing in Phase 1.
Yeah, that placement, man. As soon as I saw those illims, yeah, you know what? 8 illims might not see that much of a difference, but then I saw towards the bottom, 10 average placement difference. That's a hell of a difference, because this team, that's the main thing that you just mentioned. This team, on day 2 of Phase 1 and day 3 of Phase 1, they were prioritizing just making sure that they got themselves within the circle. One thing, though, if we put the tinfoil hat on, like you were saying earlier, Reflections, and Dave, maybe entertain this idea for me. Could we say that with Wolves, now with Baton in, they could be playing even more aggressive than they did when they had Juancho in?
I think it comes down to just, guys, I'm going to keep it simple here. It comes down to sometimes you're just not getting the zones. They're not going your way. We saw INF, they got a zone go their way. They got 16 eliminations. We saw Xforce, they had some zones go their way. They walked away with the win. So I think when we're looking at Wolves, they've just been having a challenging night here tonight with being forced in the blender when it comes to these circles, and just forcing them to take fight after fight and not really giving them any room to relax and breathe here. So I think if these zones can go their way a little more, all it takes is one solid game with a lot of points, and they're going to be right back up there with Alpha 7. See, Alpha 7, they're a team, it doesn't matter where the zone goes. They could play either or. They could play either or. But other teams kind of dependent on the circles, and I mean, it is what it is. It's PUBG Mobile at the end of the day.
But if that's
you can't
the
be
case,
just waiting.
But
you
if
can't
that's
just
the
be
case,
waiting for those zones.
But that's it. I mean, if that's the case, then North America's never going to have a chance.
Only Alpha 7 could play any zone, in my opinion. Everybody else, the zones kind of heavily favor, like, who's going to finish on top or not. I mean, that's just being real. In my opinion, you guys don't have to agree with that. But I think it goes back to Alpha 7. They just have so much experience, no matter what lobby they're playing in. They're veterans. They're veterans of the game, right? So nothing phases them. Sure, they fumble the ball at the top levels when it comes to the worlds, but the fact is they're always showing up to these worlds, right? They're always being put up against the best players in the game, Meanwhile, some of these teams, some of these players in this lobby, Alpha 7 is the best competition they ever faced before.
Yeah, but they do like having competition. You know, Revo made that apparent during his interview. There was a good question asked by Sarpatch. It was like, you know, how do you feel about, like, for example, the Wolves, right, from North America challenging your top spot? And he said he likes it. He really does. He likes the competition. I think for the longest time, at least when it comes to the Americas region, Alpha 7 was in such a league of their own, nobody could truly challenge them. They would try new things. They would play around. As they called it last split, they were just having fun. Now, they weren't having fun when it came to globals, right? But now I think losing put them, or at least put a little bit of extra pep in their step. They want to be better, and they like the fact that other regions and other teams are trying to challenge them. We talked a lot about Fate, though, and Fate truly is that star when it comes to Xforce, and one that makes a difference. If he's performing well, Xforce is performing well. And Kaya had a chance to sit down with them. Kaya, what did Fate have to say?
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Fate from Xforce after they won their first match at the PMSL Americas Fall Split. First of all, congratulations for you guys. And what did you guys do differently at this time to actually get this chicken dinner?
His eyes.
I think everybody played their roles correctly. We weren't rushing any calls, trying to third party. We made sure to read kill feed. We were watching the back. We try to time our fights a lot better because the last two matches, that was what was costing us fights. We were either too early or we didn't make a call. So we told everybody, you know, let's focus on making the right calls, take our times, be patient.
Nice, that worked. I hope it works for the next matches as well. And now about the first round, it just finished, and as we know, the first and the second round gives head start points for the finals.
Oh, we're flying
so do you feel that now the Wolves has already 14 points, do you need to try harder to get a chance to go to the PMGC?
Yeah, definitely. We threw our 6th position, I think, last round on the last day, so we definitely need to try harder. We did a lot of VOD. No, Valak has been helping us a lot, so it's definitely been good, and yeah, it does make us want to do better on this next round.
Just one more info right now, Valak is being kind of an analyst for you guys right now?
Yeah, more so an analyst and just trying to keep the team's morale up.
Okay, so thank you, good luck, congratulations again, and hope you get even better results and more wins.
Well, they've done their homework, haven't they? Fate let us know that at least for their last win, it was because everyone played their roles correctly. Also, a little bit of insight, Valak is currently their analyst, which is nice to hear. Valak, a staple in the Americas region, a talented player in his own right, and clearly giving a little bit of a boost, a bump from Phase 1 to Phase 2. In regards to Xforce's perspective. On board with Xforce as they go straight in for the landing opposite of VIP. This is the closest these two rosters have been off the jump. Ooh. And Dave, I think maybe a chance, potentially we see them fight each other.
Hey, VIP gonna be in the circle, but up against Xforce Tier 7. Xforce coming off of a really monumental win for the squad. Looks like they're gonna be popping in this vehicle. Seeing the parachutes out there, but opting to just avoid it, at least for the time being here. VIP getting real risky out here, 7. Real risky, real early.
Maybe they were wanting, maybe they heard me. Maybe they heard that 8 elimination mark that I put on them. The bounty that I put on them to get, and I'm hoping that that's going to happen at some point here. Show me that you have that it factor. Show me that it's not just going to be baby steps all the way up to the finals. Show me that you actually got what it takes to maybe end up surprising us when we get to the finals. That's what I'm going to be expecting when we look at VIP. And for Xforce, I'm going to be looking at that man that was just getting interviewed by Kaya to continue to put up eliminations, for Fate to continue to lead the squad and bring up the energy from the rest of the players too. Reflections.
I am, yeah. You know, if Xforce can perform well here, it's going to really, truly show that, again, you know, Phase 1 was a fluke. Phase 2, they're in it to win it. And you got to give a lot of credit to Valak, as I said before. Boys, did we notice, by the way, over on Georgia Pole, Team Liquid has joined the fight. Team Liquid is in Georgia Pole, opposite of Alpha 7 and next to IG. You know, how uncharacteristic is this from at least from Phase 1? I know, 7, you were watching Day 1 and Day 2. I watched Day 3, but I don't remember Team Liquid going to Georgia Pole off the initial drop ever.
Yeah, I don't remember that either. I mean, it's going to be Giorgio crate, so they're not really going to be that close to Alpha 7. They should have a free rotation. It could have been just down to that plane pad. This team did end up going towards Milta a lot, so I'm not sure why they actually didn't go.
I've never seen this
on that drop. I'm going back to the plane path. Okay, it could have been okay. I see the plane path. Yeah, the plane path was from Lipovka to Giorgio, so it could have been that they just didn't want to get caught out rotating towards Milta. And they know that nobody lands Giorgio crate, so that's okay with me. As long as it's not Giorgio North, then I'm good. If it would have been Giorgio North, I'm like, oh no, we're getting another Miramar here with Team Liquid.
That's right. Well, that's good insight, because, yeah, I mean, I've literally never seen Team Liquid land here, regardless of the path. You know, it's always been military. It's always been maybe towards shelter, prison area. But, yeah, up here at George is going to be fun, especially when they rotate in. Question is, do they rotate, you know, where they're currently at south of the river to get in towards school, or do they go north? And if they go north, they have to understand there is a real chance they run into Alpha 7. And I think every team in this point should know Maryland Esports is up there towards Severny. That is their location. So it's a couple of teams you have to worry about, but for Team Liquid, they're already on the move. Going across the river, and I believe they will be going up north. But because they're doing it early enough, they're not going to be contested by Alpha 7, maybe Maryland later on.
Yeah, I mean, people know Maryland goes there, but are people worried about Maryland there? Yeah, that's the other question, right? Reflections, and I don't think so.
That's
man.
true. That's
You
true.
know?
I mean, if I'm Team Liquid, I'd be worried about anybody on this map, if I'm being honest.
I mean, it could be an opportunity, too. I mean, sometimes you get to a point in a tournament where some teams, they're just having a bad tournament, right? And they just end up becoming like a feeder team, quote unquote. And, you know, you look to take those fights early on up against those feared teams to try to get some early game points where you know there's probably less likelihood of being third party in these early fights. So I think if you are a team looking to be proactive, maybe hunt down. I mean, we're getting, you know, we're halfway done with the tournament here, or at least we're at that point where it's like, take these early game fights and really keep your opponents down in the dirt while they're in the dumps, you know. Don't help them up, don't uplift them, just keep them down there in the mud.
Ooh, Influence Rage is getting close to TL, by the way. Chance that ends up unfolding. And that would be pretty fun to watch for sure. Right now, there's a little bit of distance between the two. They have spotted each other, and I think for Influence Rage, they're more focused on getting further into zone as opposed to fighting this early on, which is going to be great for Team Liquid. But I say that, and they go potentially into Maryland. They're cruising at the moment, but you just never know when a team is going to decide to crash into each other, and I go with you, Dave. I think Maryland is a weaker team. For a team like Influence Rage, they wouldn't necessarily stray away from the fight against Maryland and themselves.
All three of those teams awfully grouped up next to each other, but it is so early on. We're only in stage number 1 that probably looking to avoid the fights if possible. Looks like INF going to be just thread the needle through the hills over here. Stahlberg going to be going all the way up to the tippy top of the mountain over here. Maryland going to be right beneath them. We can see on that mini map the indicators down there below. So it looks like INF looking to play the high ground over here. A7 up there in the north, just kind of rotating through Severny actually. So a lot of these players opting to prioritize the north right now, 7.
Yeah, they should start parking the bus here at some point. If they do get anybody to maybe overextend there towards the north, I was thinking maybe they will end up catching one of the players there from VIP, but I'm glad that that player from VIP, if we can actually take a look at the map, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. The VIP player was straight up towards the north, Anmol. Now he's starting to rotate back towards his squad. Great awareness there because Alpha 7 is going to be looking to just park it here. Alpha 7 is going to be looking to just get a lot of control from these squads. And one squad, man, that we started off hot, Dave, and I'm just starting to see them slow back down. 9Z with those slow rotations. That last game didn't go their way. Coming into this game, they're sitting in 9th place with 13 eliminations. I don't know what this squad is currently up to.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, Milo slows down just a little bit. So far from his squad mates here that if he does get spotted out, Rose of War will have an easy point here early on. So we'll see. It looks like Milo did slow down, but yeah, totally agree. 9Z swinging, you know, coming out the gates, just swinging. You really could feel that one day off. They went back to a lot of VOD reviews and they were prepared, but after that one match, kind of just letting it slip here today. So they're going to be currently in 9th place overall, so not a bad spot. considering we're heading into game number 4. But definitely not where they want to be here. You know, I think after today, you want to finish top 5. I mean, without a doubt. So that way you got 2 more days that you just want to be consistent. So Alpha 7, Loops, INF, definitely the 3 teams at the top right now that are just having a better day number 1. What is that? 50%? 50% of the water?
That's nasty.
Yeah.
That is diabolical. But also, you guys pointed out very early on, Alpha 7 trying to take over the Shoreline. Pays off in a big way, right? Because they're going to be right over there alongside VIP. Everybody is driving as quickly as they can, migrating to the little bit of land that is left. And we Alpha 7.
I like this, boys. I like this for VIP, and I'm hoping it kind of works out in their favor. As much as an Alpha 7 fan that I am, they need to showcase that they can actually take this fight. They need to find a way to win this. Saman going to be throwing some nades around, hoping that they end up connecting with a player from Alpha 7. That's not going to be the case. At least they were able already to get one player from Alpha 7. Even the little things. We were talking earlier about baby steps, Dave.
Yes,
this is some baby steps that you want to see out of this squad. Possibly at least taking one of the players from Alpha 7 is starting to fall apart here for VIP, though.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually going to be getting third party from Xforce, actually. Zaman was looking for a grenade through the window, but Fate from downtown playing spoiler, so everybody trying to get a piece of the action. Batman super spread from their squad mates getting picked apart from INS, so VIP just too spread apart here. Everybody trying to get a foothold in the new circle, especially with that water taking up 50% of it, so they got collapsed in on. But Rose of War looking for that winner chicken dinner. Another big fight near Mansion right now. Reflections up against Loops.
Yeah, back and forth we go. Who's gonna have control? Nobody knows. Demon or down. Loops looking to take control. David, Royals of War, the last one standing. 1v3. Excuse me, 1v2, potentially a 1v4, depending if Loops is able to recover. David, there's a finish off to your left, I believe, but he's going for gold. He's going for it all. And he'll bypass the finishes for the full cleanup. And unfortunately, he won't get anything. And that's going to be Royals of War fully eliminated. That was the battle for the outskirts of Mansion. Loops free and clear to recover and full send it straight into the zone. And they should have plenty of time to recover before 9Z, who is just way in Narnia, way off in the distance, finally looking to make their way out of blue into the zone. And unbeknownst to them, this might have been the best play, 7, taking this long, right? Avoiding all the chaos, all the rotations into the, 50% of less of land that we currently have in this zone. 9Z is going to have Mansion Lipovka pretty much by themselves.
Talk about a blessing in disguise for this squad. 9C gonna be coming in. They're gonna have to play the edge of the circle. What I'm hoping that this squad doesn't end up doing, though, is that they just end up fully sending it into the zone. And as I say that move into Lipovka, boy, you're going to be eating even more blue, because if you want to even get a small chance at this 9C, you're going to have to go all the way north and just wrap around, because that is the only play that's going to happen. You have IG, you have TL, on top of that you got Loops. That blessing in disguise it's completely gone, boys.
Yeah. It's gone. Wow. IG, Team Liquid so close to each other. Finally, IG jumps out. Team Liquid has a decision. They can't disengage from this. They do not have to fight this. They can continue to work their way up towards Kameshki or just take the northern side. That's exactly what they're going to do. Taking this hilltop is going to be big for them. Now, they can overlook Maryland. They can overlook IG. And for IG, Dave, it's going to be hard for them to rotate out once they have to, because Team Liquid's going to gatekeep.
I mean, they just need to let this one play out, though, right? Because we're about to lose a lot of squad mates now in the lobby. iNCO trying to evacuate Rata Boy from behind the boulder. Again, Pused Up going to be going for that last-ditch effort to get that heal up. I'm looking for squad mates trying to provide that support. Nazada, only one grenade, so it's a precious grenade. Meanwhile, his teammate in the bowl just getting flushed out right there. Nazada with the fadeaway on the Brosen. It's going to be connected, and that is the golden arm right there. Luke Esports, are they going to be looking for the revenge play? It's only a duo right now here, 7.
Talk about a slam dunk right there with that grenade, putting the exclamation mark in for this squad. Loops, you gotta worry a little bit here. How long are you gonna be taking with this fight? Because Xforce is starting to branch out, and they would be looking to maybe third-party this. And as I say that, 9C, the squad that was taking so long to move up, they decided to park the bus in a way. We're gonna now be switching over to Jaguar versus Alpha 7. Alpha 7 lost some players earlier on. Mafioso trying to take on Carlingot, and Mafioso and Carrillo are the only players that are currently going to be up, trying to see if they can maybe recover Rebel and all the other squads. If you're keeping tabs on what's going on with the elimination feed, this might be the chance to maybe third party this squad, because you know Alpha 7, you don't want to have them in the end game, even if it's just 2 players.
That's right. Well, Influence Rage should be the closest one to try and third party. They are chilling where they're at, dead center. And where they're currently located, everybody's going to have to push into them, so they are not looking to get antsy just yet. For 9Z, still skirting around blue, forced to maybe challenge Team Liquid or IG. Team Liquid is going to be on the hilltop, so I think that's where they want to go, but they do have Wolves coming up behind them. And Milos is down. Wolves are coming up behind now Team Liquid, and Team Liquid need to be ready for this, but right now they're focused on the teams below.
Crazy. Ayala with the 8x mini over here. Looks like Wolves don't want no smoke. They're just going to use this opportunity to rotate towards Kameshki, and that would be the play.
Oh, wow.
Next circle goes up, and there's only 2 teams in the circle. Maryland, Alpha 7. So they're going to have priority over here. If I am the Wolves, yeah, I mean, I'm sending it. Boom, right there. I'm playing for that late game right now. I do see them. I think Doran actually popped out of his car right there. Might have gotten stuck. I don't know what happened right there, but it's going to be popping back into the buggy, trying to group up with his teammates here, 7.
Yeah, it's role playing his best Duke of Hazards right there, just jumping off those rocks, hoping that nobody from Team Liquid was going to be able to spot him. And I'm going to be keeping a close eye on some of the other squads. What terrain are you going to be taking here? What kind of vehicles do you have to your advantage? Xforce looking to make sure they make some kind of rotation in here, but they're going to be forced to fight. iNCO continuing to just be forced to fight. Wako from United Gaming is going to get pieced up there by Vitali, and Vitali last player standing at least for the moment there for iNCO Gaming. Xforce now with claws now no longer going to be alive. Fate, Alim, 24K, seeing how they can maybe breach this, because they saw resilience towards the south reflections, and now they're wondering, do we have to take another fight here on the outskirts? Vitali is going to get absolutely destroyed, and there goes iNCO Gaming.
So what's big about Vitali dropping here is Squash knows this side of the map is free and clear for Maryland. They're on the edge, gatekeeping potentially, but if they can find a way to break free now, join Squash, they're going to be in a prime position for late game. But they haven't done it just yet. They're staying put, and Squash might be on the move, and in fact, he needs to be on the move. You mentioned Resilience. Resilience is now going to where Squash was just at, and I feel like that's a big oversight. Maryland needed to rotate. They don't take priority, and because of that, Squash has nowhere to really go. Trying to skirt by Wolves, going all the way back, which means now as we get deeper and deeper into the late game, there's a very good chance now Maryland is going to have to rotate in, and that means they'll have to fight against Xforce, Resilience, and potentially Wolves. So that rotate not happening was a big, big mistake in my opinion.
About the
Could have been a big mistake right there.
Yeah,
intense game. Look at this. They're gonna have to fight. You were absolutely right, Reflections. The fight is gonna be coming in. Intense game's gonna be popping up, but luckily Maryland being able to react quickly. Now it's only gonna be Adrian here, gonna be making a push. Can he actually find out some of those last players there from Maryland? You don't want to line up for him though, because it is Adrian after all, trying to survive, throwing nades, using that smoke to his advantage, and Influence Rage now is going to be crashing in all these teams, especially with the circle. Dave, I mean, they're going to be forced to fight one way or another.
Yes, sir. IG still alive in the building, at least with Adrian up against Maryland with the shotgun. Meanwhile, you got Influence Diego on the outskirts. Federal using their utility, their Molotovs, their grenades, flushing out the barn. Diego onto Adrian, and then up there on the high ground. Don't discount them yet here, Reflections. We saw Team Liquid pulling up, looking to fourth party this one. I see them in their vehicles as well, so they're just waiting for the opportunity to potentially get some elimination points going their way. But my goodness, Maryland's still going to be surviving right now for the time being.
Question is, though, Boy, he's got such a beautiful oversight onto this Influence Rage fight that's happening between him, Influence Rage and his roster. But Team Liquid is just above him. If he doesn't fire a shot, there is an opportunity for him to potentially get some shots onto the 3 members of TL just above him. Decisions. Anyways, we get back on board with Influence Rage, who's embroiled in this battle. And Boy, you can tell, calling out, being that UAV up top, Team Liquid has chosen to rotate past him. Boy, all eyes on him. The fight between Influence Rage and Maryland is over with. Now it's up to Boy.
Yeah, he can call all he wants, but he ain't moving a muscle, man. My dude is just trying to survive now. His squad mates there are getting bombarded by multiple teams. Here comes Team Liquid. I saw Alpha 7 down there as well, possibly looking to get within grenade range here, 7. Everybody wants a piece of this action.
If I'm Boy, I'm doing exactly what you just said, Dave. Don't make a noise, and if you do make a noise, make sure it's going north where there's going to be absolutely nobody nearby. Meanwhile, this man wants to get into the action. He's sending it in the nade. He's going to be mistiming it, but he wants to be part of it. Alpha 7 going to be pushing in. Team Liquid trying to switch things around. Team Liquid needs to have a good performance here in this Erangel. They cannot allow to get eliminated right now, because remember the storyline of Phase 1 when we went to Miramar. This squad kept getting into just hot drops, defending what was theirs, and defending what was theirs was basically getting sent back to the lobby. Here we go. Boy, are you going to do exactly what I said? Please do so. Please secure your team some placement points and hope that you're going to make it into later into the match. Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Alpha 7. You have 3 of the top dogs here in the past. 2 of them now with Influence Rage and Alpha 7. Who's going to be winning it?
That's it. Winner of this could very well take the game for sure. And Revo on to Chief. That's going to take down 1 member of TL, who already has a member down, Kowalski, just off to the left. Meanwhile, for Influence Rage, they've been embroiled in this fight for the longest time. Now it's all up to Lil Boy, who refuses to relinquish the top of the stairs. This is his only play, literally. Can't really move. Chief has been fully finished. Lil Boy knows, well, my time is running short. Goes down, takes down Ayala. Influence Rage finally gone, and now you got to deal with Alpha 7, who's gatekeeping you from exiting. Good pre-fire from Korea. Hold up a second. Team Liquid's going to die here, too. There's no way.
Everybody that went to this barn is now dead. I mean, you know, who really won the barn action? Not under position, not to pretty much gatekeep these stragglers who did make it out of that barn here.
By the way, Alpha 7 at 11 elims. And on a terror. Still 3 members up. They could have another big game. This could be big chillin'. Out there in the water. Look, they're not going for kills. They're not going for elims. These boys are going for placement points.
These boys are saying, just in case the circle pushes over here, we're going to be ready for it. We're going to be some sharks. We're just going to be waiting for somebody to give us an opening and get some eliminations. I mean, they're currently up to 2. They see resilience close by. You're going to have to hit those shots there, barely being able to hit one. Oh, you're going to lay down out in the open. What are we doing here, Cardi? You're making it even easier for Wolf from straight out of Nepal and straight out of Nepal. He was so distracted. Were you able to keep traps there on Alpha 7? Boy, that one of the only players that was able to survive that crazy 5 there earlier in the barns, trying to see if he can maybe survive it even more. And you know Alpha 7 is going to be laser focused here on this player, because him alone could just bring their game down, Dave.
Still alive, though. Respect where respect is due. 70 limbs going their way. I was discounting Maryland early on with their Cervoni drops, but hey, walking away with some much needed elimination points. Alpha 7, they really want this. They just cannot let this guy live behind his little boulder. It looks like the Wolf from Strata Nepal will be spotting out one of the members from Alpha 7, taking advantage of this here.
Brings him down to 2. Mafioso down, but not out just yet. Boy needs to be dealt with. A7 has been firing shots at him for the longest time, but they haven't been able to relinquish his position. Is this the time? Finally, Maryland will fall. Boy will get his team up to top 5 with 7 eliminations. Now straight out of Nepal can fully focus on Alpha 7 down below. They managed to get a knock on Mafioso earlier. If they can pick up 2 more, they can take down the Titans in this lobby.
That could be the name right there. Timing it and setting it up, and he's gonna able to confirm one elimination of Mafioso. Gonna end up knocking Revo, and now is gonna force Carrillo to figure out what he's gonna be doing. More nades are gonna be coming in from KC, making it even harder. And Carrillo at this point, you know that you don't want to go for that pickup. You want to get that knock. He just that. And this man is looking to get some extra points for Alpha 7 as straight out of Nepal. Now questioning what's going to be happening here. And honestly, if I'm Wolves, I saw you teasing maybe getting some angles on this fight, Wolves. You want to get involved because you're going to be able to at least pick up a couple of eliminations, and you're going to have an easier path to a win in this match, Dave.
This dog has got some bite to it, man. The Wolves. At least straight out of Nepal, the Wolf finding out the hard way. Laser aim right here through the smokes. My dude just will not go down. Reflections.
Push out, like, yo, get it done. Play the man advantage.
Down, man.
It's a 2v1. It's a 2v1. Use your angles. One send wide, the other one go. You can't take down both. What are we doing straight out of Nepal?
Straight out of Nepal.
It's Carrillo.
I don't care if you're.
Scared,
let me calm down before I say
scared,
some wild stuff. Okay. Hey, hold on. I about lost it. Let me just say this. Carrillo's great. Okay? But if one goes over to the right, the other one goes over to the left, I hate to say it, Korea's not picking up both of you. Utilize your numbers, but instead what they're doing is they're pushing up one at a time. Hey, man, Sonic, you go first, bro. KC, hey, get up there, okay?
Where's their other players?
And then Wolf, Wolf, you go up now. But why are we doing a 1v1? Do a 2v1, my boys. Let's play our numbers.
Hey, let's both not go. Let's just go back to the water.
What is
you
this?
know what?
No.
It's Carrillo. Let's not do it. Let's not do it. Boys, it's
Bro,
Carrillo.
I don't care if it's Revo and he's got an invincibility hack on, bro. Like, push the man. Oh, now we're going to push up close?
Ooh.
Now we're playing on. You see how the 2v1 went there? Wasn't that great?
3v1, 3v1, 3v1.
4v1.
Yeah. They have more numbers.
6v1.
They were scared to take that
numbers.
2v1. That's insane.
It's a mind game. It's a mind game. They let them think, hey, we're backing off. We're scared. Psych. They pull it right back.
No, dude, that was just bad communication, brother.
It's a mind
I think they were
game.
just
It's
rage baiting
all
you,
planned.
honestly.
It's all planned, man. Yeah,
I'm messing with my mind.
They got
That's
you
what they're
good
doing.
reflections. They got
Yeah, that was awesome.
You got me.
Good.
What are we doing?
Them Canadians, bro.
Yeah, you got to watch out for them. Xforce, straight out of Nepal, Wolves. 3 teams up. And Wolves, finally a chance to place in first. Would be a big comeback. It took them a little bit to get started, but I don't care. As long as they get started regardless. For Xforce, though, hey, we love to see that they are, in fact, still alive too. And let's not forget straight out of Nepal. Much as I say about them, NA on top, at least for Game 4.
Damn right. Now, is straight out of Nepal going to be able to win this? I'm going to leave it just to your reflections. Are we believers or not?
And who?
Straight out of Nepal.
No. Wolves, man.
Yes.
Wolves. Although, let me say this. If Wolves...
Tell me how you really feel. Come on.
I tell you how I feel. If Wolves park the bus this long, because they have refused to get into a fight. Granted, they didn't have to. It's not a bad strat staying where they're at.
Yeah.
But if they lost this with 1 elimination, I'm appalled.
Nah, man, they're winning.
I want to see their damage. They've been taking shots at everybody too. Like, they haven't really been able to fully flush out anybody, but they've been trying to be proactive too on just seeing if they can make their other players' lives a little bit difficult. That's one of the reasons why Straight Out of Nepal was a little bit worried too on making that full push, because Wolves was just harping on them with those faraway shots.
600 damage. To answer your question for the Wolves.
I got 20 UC on Wolves. Oh, yeah, I got Wolves. Coops, let's go, Coops.
Laser eye right there through the windowsill door and trying to get on the rooftop. Some alternate angles. 24K is going to be creeping and crawling his way up next to Coops. Might be a spoiler, actually, for Coops if Coops isn't aware of that solo right next to him. It looks like the Wolves are going to be focusing now onto Straight Out of Nepal on their push in the open terrain down here. So yeah, 24K from behind might play spoiler, guys. So keep your eye on him. Might play spoiler.
Could be. They might not have any idea that he's there. Oh my goodness!
This is wild. Holy crap!
Oh, there he gets good.
Whoa!
Hold the door.
Oh, but then he gets caught. Wait. He's safe. Pick him up.
I'm okay with this, bro.
24K, go somewhere else, man. What are we doing here?
No, 24K, push this, baby. You are solo against the world.
No. He's going to go up against
Nothing's
Wolves.
been given to you all your life. You've got to take it by force.
This is the angles that you wanted. This is the angles that you wanted out of straight under Paul. You might be getting them. And they're getting Baton! Can they get the other one? Oh, they're not going to be able to. Straight under Paul. I believe, honestly. I want to see it. Please. They've been able to already knock out Coos. They've been able to get Baton as well. The Nates are going to be coming in too. What were you saying?
24K steals this, bro. It's an Xforce win. It's an Xforce win. 24K.
Oh, they saw him.
I don't care. That's 24K. He's dead. All right, Wolves straight out of Nepal, 2v2. You still got to think. Wolves are in the power spot here with Doran having this overlook. There's no way, right?
Let me take a look at the map. Oh, yeah, Wolves wins this. Yeah, they're straight down the middle of those.
I mean, I was shout out to Shroud and Paul. I mean, listen, they've been, full sending it, 8 elims going the way. Yeah, now Wolf taken out. I think the Wolves are like, let's just clean this one up right now. Gatsby in the garage, tossing out some Molotovs, tossing out some grenades, but that one's going to be landing right at his footstep. He's got 3 Wolves knocking on the door. Gatsby back against the wall with the shotgun. He's going to be getting taken out right there. And here comes the Wolves for a nice winner chicken dinner.
We're happy with that. That is going to be a top 3 finish for North America. What a game. What a crazy end to Erangel for today's competition. That zone was just diabolical, bro. Okay, as soon as it popped and it went over there 50% water, we knew we were in for a treat, and we definitely were. A lot of mistakes being made that game for sure. I'll talk about those in just a little bit, but for North America, we got exactly what we wanted. Best game for Straight Outta Nepal in quite some time. Second place, 8 eliminations. Even for Alpha 7, 12 eliminations. That was huge for them. I mean, talk about slaying out. Very, very well done. And but Wolves back on top. This is the start, baby. Dave, Wolves are back on top.
Back on top. Not as many elims as I would have liked to have saw from them, honestly. Especially
baby steps.
With their baby. I mean, baby steps. Sure, baby steps.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Baby steps. For the Wolves there. That was for VIP, right. By the way. That playbook right there. I think the Wolves. I mean, this is one of the plays. Like, there's about 3 or 4 times here this game 7 where I was like, yeah, they're dead. They're not going to make it. And then next thing you know, they just full send it, pull up.
Can I just say, and this is no rage bait whatsoever, okay, Reflections? But I'm actually happy the way Straight Outta Nepal was able to win that engagement with Alpha 7. I'll tell you why after we look at the stats. Coop's putting up some elims. That's a player that I want to see more out of today. We're starting to see it. Baton as well. Doran, Igor, even with the damage out. They were putting up damage. But going back to Straight Outta Nepal, 8 elims? Like, this team hasn't been in this situation in a minute, if ever. And when you're going up against Alpha 7, I know you might think it's easy, brother, but as we have said it over and over again, a lot of teams put a lot of respect on these players because of what they've seen in previous years and in previous events when it comes to this squad. Even if it would have been just a 2v1 there, they decided to wait for that 3rd player, and I'm glad that they did.
Man, I'll cover this and I'll say what I want to say about that in just a little bit, because it wasn't rage bait, but you got me raging, baby. Alpha 7 was 16 points, Wolves with 15, 14 for Straight Outta Nepal. Great game for really, like I said, North America, but also a great game for a number of different rosters. Maryland Esports, for example, picking up 10. I feel like they were a roster, like Weeboy did everything he could to get that top 5 finish, but I'll stand behind it. I think when Squash gets the elimination on the last remaining player from one of the rosters on the edge, I feel that's when the rest of the roster should have rotated. I questioned, do they have vehicles? And when we saw the overhead view of the fight between them, Team Liquid, and everybody else, they did have vehicles. I think not sending it to the shoreline was a massive mistake, in my opinion. Staying in that barn clearly was a big mistake. Not only for them, but also a number of different rosters, Team Liquid including. Match recap, we see, again, North America, top 3. A very rare sight, right? We don't normally see that, so I'm very happy we're here. And for Alpha 7, of course, another top 4 performance. They've been on fire today. They have not finished outside of top 4 across the 4 maps we have seen. That includes Rondo and the 3 Erangels. And for Maryland, Nice to see them up there in the 4th place. The only question is, who is able to get the MVP, Dave? Because there was a lot of front runners, in my opinion.
Alpha 7, they ain't never slowing down, all right? I mean, 12 elims going their way. They are never slowing down. So VIP, probably one of them. There it is, Revo. Can you see him? Can you see him with those 7 elims, all right?
Is it that one, or is it pulling the Booker T? Can you dig it?
Can you see me?
Sucker.
So this is John Cena.
John Cena.
Damn.
It's a John Cena, but I can see his other eye, though. I can see it. It's not fully
Can
closed.
you,
70
though? Can you really?
Guess they couldn't see Korea.
Is it his eye?
I don't know. What is it?
I don't know.
We're getting deep in the weeds here. 7 eliminations for Revo. Well done. Continues to slay out and be the top slayer, I believe, throughout the entirety of our PMSL Americas, not only from Phase 1 but also Phase 2. Yeah, going back once again though to that rage bait 7 that you set out there. You know,
wasn't
Maryland.
rage bait.
Well, okay. I really feel like for Straight Outta Paul though, again, like even though you have to command respect and you know Alpha 7 commands that respect, it's a numbers game. You know, a 2v1 is better than a 1v1v1, right? So I do feel like they should have communicated that better. Either way, they get the job done, and I do believe that the way they crashed into Wolves at the end in that gas station was pretty impressive. So they did take the bull by the horn, 2nd place. I'll give them their flowers. Well done. And they did so by camping in the water for the longest time. Super unique. There it is, though. Straight Outta Paul getting 2nd, Wolves in 1st, and then Xforce in 3rd place. All North America giving me good faith that we're heading into our next Miramars. How well can we continue to do as North America, or will Alpha 7 continue to dominate the leaderboards as they happen? Take a quick break. When we come back, Miramar coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to Day 4 of PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and 7. Rondo, Aaron Gales, they're done. 2 Miramars are left for Day 1 of our Phase 2 competition. And already we got some front runners, Alpha 7 being one of them. The question is, who else is in the running for the top 5 and ultimately top 2 performance? We obviously go to our overall standings, and I believe Wolves should elevate themselves up, potentially to top 8. They will. They'll be in 6th place. Good on them. Very close when it comes to the race for the top 8 in general, Dave. But for Alpha 7 leading the charge, Influence Rage below them, Loops, and what else we see?
First time in history, we got 3 American flags.
Yeah!
Let's go, Xforce, Wolves, and know we've been kind of dogging on them, but straight out of Nepal, showing up and representing here, making that top 8, 7.
Hell yeah, bro. I'm so glad you called it out because that's the one I was hyped for. I was like, all right, straight on Nepal, show me what you got. Before we get into that last match, you were in 15th place. Right now, first day, phase 2, they're able to put up a good performance, back it up with those placement points, back it up with those eliminations, and then get shot up all the way up to 8th place. This is gonna be a confidence booster. I'm hoping for this squad. Dave, you always talk about momentum. Break it down for me for straight out of Nepal.
I mean, okay, so it's 50%. I'm just gonna say it's 50%. All right, after that game, it's not maxed out. It's not at 80. It's not at 75.
It's loading.
It's loading, exactly. It's loading. But the fact is that they're on the scale, right? Because all last week, the scale was at 0%. But now, after the 3v1, it's at 50%. But all jokes aside, that 3v1 might not have been that most impressive play. But what was impressive is when they started actually getting things going with their just, full-on sense. Like once when they commit to something, then that's the straight on Nepal. It's looking good because we made note, and I complimented them on that push with one of the Wolf squad mates in the gas station. They crashed it as a duo and then sent it opposite directions to get that crossfire going on, right? So that, to me, shows that they got the communication going on. Maybe they practiced those plays a couple times, and now they're just playing to their strengths. So I think when Straight Nepal commits to something, they look good. When they're second guessing, like we saw reflections with the 3v1, it doesn't look good. All right, it's like, what are you doing, guys? But I think it's a matter of just committing to the play and doing it. And I think if Straight Out of Nepal can continue to do that, they might be looking at a top finish here today when it comes to the first half of the page.
That'd be special. That'd be special for sure. Naturally, we have a lot of front runners, a lot of teams that we've been discussing all day. And as we move into Miramar, there is a pretty epic battle that might be unfolding. Team Liquid looking to protect what's theirs. And who are they protecting it against? Well, naturally, it's iNCO Gaming. 7, let's look at the stats from their performance today.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking especially at iNCO because this squad so far today has set themselves up perfectly. We just saw it in the overall. They're currently in 4th place, 33 points. They've been looking good. Average placement, survival time, the elims are there, the damage there too. But also for Team Liquid, I mean, they're not falling too far behind. They might be far behind in the overall, but technically everything is so close at the moment. The average placement is also there. The eliminations is 11 less than iNCO Gaming. But the main factor here, boys, is that this squad so far has set themselves up to have a great day 1. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because they, for some reason, especially Team Liquid, when we got a chance to hear from their coach, they were saying that they're not going to back down from a hot drop, and from a hot drop that hasn't actually favored them at all. Usually what we end up seeing when a hot drop doesn't really favor a squad, when you end up getting eliminated 16th place with a big old donut next to when it says the Ilum counter, you end up seeing them conceding that place. But on this one, after having a conversation there with 2K, I said we cannot concede that place. We're going to continue to hot drop. I'm hoping they have had like a change of mind, an insane epiphany that happened during that day off, that they will end up giving up the hot drop, because they could end up having a great performance here on day 1. If they go back to it, I mean, even if iNCO Gaming wins it, even if Team Liquid wins it, if they lose 1 or 2 players, they're just hindering themselves of the potential of having a great day and a great match in Miramars.
Well, they're going to need it for sure. I mean, if they can take down iNCO early on without any losing a player, I mean, that's going to be just so awesome to see. Truly a blessing. I think they are changing things, though. Again, you look at the Georgia pool, landing spot that they had, at least on the final map of Erangel. It comes to show you that they are willing to make some adjustments, which is pretty cool. You know, that's not like Team Liquid that I've noticed in the past. They usually just continue to try again what they've always been doing. But now it seems they're finally branching out. It's a wake-up call. You know, when you are just doing this bad and you have been doing this consistently bad, I think it's like, okay, we really do have to change things up in a big way. And they're willing to do so. Dave, come up teams. Who do you think is going to come up in the final 2 maps? Obviously, North America's doing quite well. Are there any other rosters? They could even be already in top 5 that you think is going to finish today strong.
Yeah, I think staying on the conversation with Team Liquid and like holding down what's theirs on Miramar. I think Team Liquid, we've been seeing some light from them here tonight, and I would hate for them to continue that mindset, honestly, that we saw last week, because like Seven, like you mentioned, I think they lost those 2 games on Friday night, defending what's there. So hopefully just give it up. Like, put the ego to the side, recognize like, hey, we're actually building up some momentum here tonight. We're getting some consistent points. If we got time, bring up the overall leaderboard. Bring it up, Seven. Bring it up. But I think Team Liquid is the squad to look at, in my opinion, because if they hot drop, that's just them throwing their momentum out the window, in my opinion. When I say momentum, they're in 12th, right? So it's not the best, but looking at where they finished,
look how close everything is.
Week 1, they were even in the slumps even more, right? So I think Team Liquid, just keeping your eye on the prize. You only got 12 elims. You're doing all right. But if you start hot dropping at this point in the game, you're just asking for trouble, right, Seven? You're just asking to go even further down the leaderboard. So I'm looking at Team Liquid here to answer your question, reflection.
Okay, Team Liquid. I think we're all looking at them. Yep. We're all looking at Team Liquid to perform well. I'm looking at Influence, Rage, and Loops to continue to have a stellar day. You know, those are 2 front-runner rosters. I think Loops more so. Influence, Rage, though, have been on fire. I mean, let's not forget their Game 1, 16 eliminations. They really haven't slowed down too much since then. In fact, they've doubled their score. We look at them, and for Loops' sake, you know, one of the things Loops does very well is placing. And they only outplace Influence, Rage by 1. But I think that's where Loops have always been strong, in my opinion. And I think this is a roster that is going to have to work, I think, a little bit harder than Influence, Rage to finish top 2, especially in the finals. But it's a roster that I do firmly believe in, again, because of their positioning and their ability to survive. For Influence, Rage, though, I think they're overall the stronger team. But I do like the fact that we have this battle taking place, at least across our 4 first maps. And I think these 2 Miramars are going to be pretty influential between these 2. I think these 2 rosters, at least for me, Seven, are going to put up some of the biggest fights outside of the usual Alpha 7 conversation.
Yeah, I think it definitely will. And I think it might be one of the teams that might end up surprising you. It's not going to be Influence, Rage. It could end up being Loops, because Loops in the first 2 days, I mean, they were able to put up 10 elims in one match in Miramar, even though it was an 8th place finish. And then going back to like the first day of phase 1, that squad was able to get a win with 12 eliminations. So I'm hoping that those performances that we've seen in the past out of Loops in Miramar are going to be happening here coming into those last 2 matches of day 1 phase 2. And for Influence, Rage, is going to come down to, I mean, seeing a little bit more consistency, boys, here. 8th place is just not going to cut it when you look at the average placement. You can see they got that win there at the start in Rondo, but ever since then, I feel like we really haven't got any chance to see, oh, okay, here comes Influence, Rage. Look at them, what they're able to do, you know?
That's true. We haven't had any back-to-back winners, nor have we had a repeat winner. Does that happen on Miramar? It's absolutely a possibility. When it comes to our top teams on Miramar, you got to look at Wolves to be the front runner, and they've woken up from their slumber finally. Getting a win on the last Erangel of the day, albeit only 5 eliminations, but a win is a win. Momentum is momentum. And they have it going into Miramar. It's a very real chance Wolves start to elevate themselves up the leaderboard. They've got quite a ways to go before they break into top 3, but it's a possibility. For Alpha 7, I'm not worried about them whatsoever, but I brought in the conversation of Loops, another highly consistent team, already in 3rd place. Miramar is a map that they excel at, and they very well could, in fact, put Influence, Rage down to 3rd based off of their performance. But Exciting times, though, when it comes to North America, Dave. I mean, with Xforce and Wolves, both of our top teams of our 5 going into Miramar, could have a strong finish for NA.
Yes, sir. You got Xforce, you got the Wolves, and now straight out of Nepal kind of on that first page. And kind of going back to what you're saying about the Loop squad, I think their last match was like their worst one tonight, and they still walk away with over 1,000 damage done with 5 elimination points. So I think Loops have definitely been having a really good day number 1 here come phase 2, the week that we're playing right now. Alpha 7, obviously a squad that's hard to ignore, just because even when they're not getting wins, they're walking away with like games with 10 elimination points, 8 elimination points. This last game 12, right? So I mean, there's just no stopping this squad. And when we're looking at teams to kind of continue that momentum, I think Maryland, another squad, right? I mean, last game 7 eliminations, not too bad. We saw them in that late game. You called out their split. Might have been a challenge for them, but if they can, group up a little more, play a little tighter, we could be looking at the Maryland come up here in the final 2 Miramar games of the evening, guys.
Could very well. Maryland is a team that I think has a large skill ceiling, but I really think they dropped the ball in terms of like their overall player calls. Would love to know who their IGL is, just so I can think about it. But straight out of Nepal, another roster that I think has some good potential off of that last game. We talk Wolves momentum 7. Straight out of Nepal got momentum as well heading into the last 2.
I'm high on this squad right now, boys. I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm Dave with VIP. That's what I'm feeling like right now, because they were able to do something that I was asking out of VIP. And remember, I was asking for 8 or more eliminations. This squad, out of nowhere, what's towards the bottom on phase 1, 2, they were able to put up 8 elims. So now they've shown me that they can actually put up some good stats. Now I want to continue to see some of those good stats, and I'm hoping that this squad puts themselves in a position where they can actually frag out a little bit more, where they can actually show that fragging power. All they need to do is just continue to put yourselves in these situations, and the next time you will end up seeing those situations that you wanted to see reflections. You'll see them finish them quickly.
Well, chat, we want to give you an opportunity to level up with the Infinix GT30 Pro. Built for gamers, made for champions. Speed, style, performance for your next win. Check it out, guys. The Infinix GT30 Pro. Get those winner champion deals. Here it is, map number 5 on Miramar. A fresh chance for those who might have struggled on Erangel, might have struggled on Rondo. It's never too late to get the party started, especially with this being day 1, the points being as close as they are. This is your chance to shine. And I'm going to throw out one team out there. It's the number 4 team out of the top 5 Miramar teams, and that's Intense Game. A roster, or at least an organization, that qualified for PMWC. One of the top dogs in this lobby, at least namesake-wise, who I feel have underperformed in today's competition, have underperformed in Phase 2. This is a roster that needs to step it up, a roster that I feel could truly be devastating here on Miramar, but it's up to them to decide how far they want to continue to go. But I know all eyes, at least for you two, has to be on Team Liquid and iNCO. Do we get that hot drop that we've witnessed throughout all of Phase 1?
I don't think it's happening. Oh my goodness. Do my eyes deceive me? Please, let me look at where Team Liquid and iNCO are currently landing. I don't even care right now about Wolves Esports, even though they just got the win. I want to see what Team Liquid is doing, because were we lied to? Is that what just happened here? Were we actually lied to by Team Liquid?
Theirs?
Oh, hey, I'm cool with it. Yo, Team Liquid, please, yeah, do not protect what's yours at this point. They will end up landing.
They might still fight, though.
Smart.
They're within 500 miles of each other, all right? So they might actually still fight.
That's fine. I don't care if it's afterwards, as long as it's not a hot drop. All right, that's all. It doesn't matter. They can fight maybe 5 minutes into the match, as long as it's not a hot drop. Because guess what? Now they're willing to actually loot around. Now they're willing to focus on what the circle is going to be giving them, which is not even going to put them into maybe a fight with Team Liquid. Is going to be putting them on like, okay, we're in this situation, and guess what? Right now they're in a situation where when we saw the map, they were smack down the middle of the circle. So hell yeah, let's go, iNCO. Yeah. Let's go, Team Liquid.
Who do you give the props to, though? Who you really giving props to? iNCO or Team Liquid?
iNCO.
iNCO, right? iNCO being the ones to pull off that one, because Team Liquid's still dropping there. So maybe yesterday at the beach drinking mojitos, they looked each other in the eye and listen, Miramar, let's just call it what it is. All right, you can have this. You can have this. but we're gonna take that. So maybe that's what happened. A little truce action going on right now.
That's okay. And
Little
that's sometimes necessary. Have
Truce
those little
to
truths.
I feel like a proud dad right now, boys. You guys have no idea.
I think you did it, Seven. You brought peace to these two squads, man. I give you full credit. I give you full credit.
Brother, I was throwing that mad shade on social media. I'm just saying.
I'm telling you, it's Seven, bro. The Whisperer, bringing peace to the battle.
I haven't called somebody's comments dumb in a long time, and whatever V2K ended up saying that, boy, I was so tilted. I was almost like Reflections against straight on Nepal there for a second.
Yeah, crashing out. Although somebody justified it, said it's a valid crash out. Others were justified. Oh, Korea, if you challenge Korea, it's like a 2v3, 2v4. No, you can't give them respect, man. At least if as a competitor you can. I can't as a talent. It's Korea. I mean, come on. I mean, what am I going to say? Korea's one of the best. Period. Jaguar. They're on the move. Potentially going up north. Splat on your screen. We had a chance to hear from him a little bit earlier. One of our wonderful interviews.
They've been on the move all night. I mean, that's all they've been doing is moving. Not much else. No limbs, no placement points, just moving. And I
travel
gotta give
distance,
it to them.
baby.
Yeah, I gotta give it to them. When they go for a call, they just commit. Kind of like what I was saying about straight out Nepal that I want to see more of. Jaguars, we've been seeing them crash every single game for the most part. And I appreciate them going for the call, but I think they send it a little too deep. They send it a little too quick without doing any proper scouting ahead of time. And I think it's really been biting them in the butt. So they're not able to really get a proper setup on any other compound breaches. I mean, they just crash to the door and just funnel on through without a care in the world. And it really hasn't been working for them. And I mean, we can see the leaderboard, they're dead last.
Not by much, though.
Totally.
Not by much.
1 point. Damn.
That's
You're still last.
But you are still last.
Yeah.
True.
By a lot.
You don't want to be last.
You're last
but
by
not by
a lot.
much.
Yeah, you might not be 15th by much, but you're last by a lot. 51 points for Alpha 7, 42 for INF, and you're sitting on 11 points down there. So,
which squad are we thinking that's gonna end up surprising us here in this last two Miramars? I already got surprised.
Let's check out the map where you guys are looking at this. Let's check out the map, see what's cooking out here. Reflections, you're saying intense game?
I am.
Nice 2-2 split, Taylor.
I am.
Split.
Yep. I'm sticking next to it. I'm
right.
sticking it. Well, it's the same thing. It's like you got a lot of great rosters here. It's like you got apple juice, you got orange juice. Which one do you look at? You look at the apple juice. The apple juice starts to taste. I think I'll go for that one. And I think for me, for IG, they just seem to be the most dominant roster in my opinion to get a team that made PMWC.
Yeah.
I want some orange juice with pulp.
What about
I want some
tomato
Alpha
juice,
7
guys?
win
I'm
with
looking at
just
tomato
absolute
juice
Only on the
elimination.
plane.
I'm looking
Only
at
on
the
an airplane.
tomato juice up here, VIP.
Yeah.
The tomato juice.
All right. Well, looks like we've got Gatsby on standby.
Thank God.
Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with him. Let's hear from Gatsby, straight out of Nepal.
Guys, here we are with Gatsby from SON. Winner chicken dinner for North America. Second place for you guys. How are you guys feeling? It was a weird match because the circle shifted to the east side. How do you feel when the zone is so different from what mostly happens?
So whenever we were there near Comiskey, we didn't have our car because they were shooting at our tires. And we made a plan where Leon, he was giving us cover, so we were able to swim to the other side, get the Riz, and finish off the team that was there, RTP, and we got the zone control. Well, at the end, we kind of choked, but if we had good communication, we could have, that was a win.
How's Leon? You told me he was not feeling good.
He's not feeling good. Since last night, he's been feeling really sick. I'm not sure if it's cough, bronchitis, or some kind of virus. So it's bad.
Oh, no. So, yeah, that's also, it doesn't help the team either.
It doesn't help, right. But he's been doing good, though. He's leading the team. Hopefully, he's going to feel better.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Thank you.
So close to getting a win.
So
close.
We're
Next
almost
one.
there.
Next one.
Thank you.
There was Gatsby from straight out of Nepal giving us some intel in that last game. But communication may be a little off. They felt they could have won it, but they do recognize the fact that communication might not be as solid. That could be representative, again, with how they push that Carrillo fight. But shout out to Leon for him to be as sick as he is. I mean, potentially bronchitis. They don't officially know what it is. But for him to be that sick and performing that well, not easy. Not easy to do, Dave.
Definitely a trooper, you know, showing up here and really giving it his all. I mean, his team is at land and they are depending on him. So talking about orange juice, get this guy some orange juice, you know, that vitamin C in him, and hopefully he'll be a little more healthier tomorrow. But yeah, totally agree. Shout out to Leon for coming out here and performing tonight and giving it his all, guys. So love these player interviews. By the way, I noticed all we got to do is start talking about food and player interview. Well, player interview, you know, I think last week we were talking about grilled cheese, not to rehash that one. But
whoa, I wasn't a part of this one.
Oh, looking at the new circle, we are going to be centering on up. So 9Z, they've been all night long kind of playing this nice and slow, kind of straggling on late. And I think it worked for him in game number 1 on Rondo. But after that, I think we can all agree, we've been kind of mentioning it on our death segments, like after game 1, 9Z kind of nowhere to be seen here on the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, really far down, huh? 13th place. But we do know that is a roster that has the potential to jump up. I mean, they've shown us great promise in some matches, but it's consistency. And it's not that consistent discussion's not just unique to them, by the way. You know, obviously quite a few teams do struggle with it. As you mentioned, though, the zone does center up. I do appreciate where Team Liquid and Wolves are currently at, even though they're next to each other. Team Liquid is very center. Yep. This is where Team Liquid historically finds the most success, when they have good positioning in zones. Dave, you kind of said it earlier. It's like some teams need to be blessed by zone in order to have a good game. I think this is one of those zones that is blessing Team Liquid. We'll naturally see how they finish, but I think for now, not too bad where they're currently at. For Rose Award, though, they take some damage, and Xforce is also starting to challenge VIP.
Yeah, Resilience going to be getting into a fight here with none other than Ro, and that's for pretty much the south of the current circle. If they're going to be able to clear some of these players, they're currently in a perfect spot. They just need to make sure they don't end up getting caught out. Resilience confirming David. Going to have Demeanor just locked in. Oh, he moved just in time. The Molotov's going to be coming in. He's currently toying with him. Come on, boys. This is when the communication is going to be on par, Resilience. You can't just be having that player but doing salsa moves on you, going from one rock to a tree. Now Madion is going to be pushing up even more to Ro. Should be able to get the angle. Is going to end up getting the knock here. It's starting to look good here for Resilience, but you got to be able to connect the shots. You don't want to let Demeanor end up getting hot. After all, this man has been able to clutch out some MVPs in matches.
Wow. Why did Molina had a shot? I swear to you, he did.
Yep, he did.
And he didn't fire off, though, whenever Demonor was relatively weak and he was peaking. Now Saz will take that burden. Demonor will continue. Oh, nice nade! Demonor says enough is enough. If I've got to do it myself, I will. And Molina is down, and Demonor has been known to get his finishes. He will do exactly that, and this is, again, where is Saz? Where is your teammates to get Demonor when he's weak, when he overcommits for the finish? I feel like Resilience is dropping the ball in this engagement.
Massively, Dave.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane how they dropped that ball. They had the high ground, too.
A really unfortunate fight down here for both squads, honestly. 2v1 situation. Next circle does pop, so Resilience, they need to clean this one up quick, because the duo is going to have a challenge now, breaching their way into the next play zone. Looks like they're going to be taking some shots and backing up a little bit with the US, trying to close the gap, trying to use the US for cover. But I would hate for these tires to pop, because they're going to need this US moving forward here. Going on foot at this point in the game, just not the play. But it does look like now they're going to be full committing, using the terrain to their advantage. Solo member of Rose of War, Minior, is going to be tossing out some grenades, predicting the movement here, and really just making them work. Oh my goodness! Making them work for this point here. Finally taking them down and out, but really making them work for that there 7.
Yeah, what an awful fight, honestly, from Resilience right there. Losing 2 players in a position where they had the advantage. They allowed Demeanor to get way too close, end up just switching positions with him. Just if there's anything to learn for that squad, especially for this game, Go back and watch that performance right there. Go watch it. Back and watch that engagement. You said it earlier, two reflections. Like Molina had some shots. He wasn't able to take them. Just a lot to learn there from that engagement for that squad. Meanwhile, Wolves wanting to get into a fight here with Xforce. Xforce is just chilling. Let's not do an A versus an A just yet, boys. Let's wait a little bit.
Calm down. Calm down. We're doing good on the overall leaderboards, guys. Let's not ruin it now.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Alpha 7 will be skirting just to the north. You guys pointed out Wolves to the left. Straight out of ball back in your screen. Nice to see them. Mentioning some communication issues. Also mentioning Leon potentially, well, is sick. We don't know with what, though, but still giving it his all. I agree, man. It's not easy. It's not easy, right, to be sick and go out there and try to compete at this level.
You know, I'm sick.
For sure.
I am not doing nothing.
I turned into a big baby, man.
Yeah, me too. Exactly. I need some
Yeah,
I need my mom to call me, you know, every hour.
Right?
See what's going on. Shoot.
Right.
Shout out to Leon.
Man, I'm the type of guy. I get a paper cut. I'm done for the day.
Oh, no.
Boys, I'm out.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not in between the fingers. That's the worst.
That's the worst.
Oh, the webbing? Oh my
gosh.
How can you be expected to do anything after that?
Yeah.
Call out for the week, you know?
That's it.
Gotta heal.
That could be a career-ending injury right there for some
Seriously.
players.
Yeah. No, that's a fact. That's not a joke. That is an
somebody,
absolute fact.
Seven, you might know this. I can't recall who it was, but it was at a LAN. They had a broken finger and they were playing. This might have been a long time ago.
I don't remember that one, but I remember that we had a player from Brazil playing with one hand. That was some inspirational stuff right there.
One hand?
Yeah, bro. And he was cracked, too. He made it like to one of the highest events in that year with his squad. They didn't make it to a global, but they were definitely up to par with Americas. It wasn't PMSL Americas, though. It was something completely different.
No, that's very impressive.
Yeah.
That's very, very impressive. Broken finger, bronchitis, one hand. Point is, if you're a competitor, you'll know how to get the job done. You'll find a way.
Committed.
Yeah,
You'll find a
Exactly.
way.
Determination right there. True grit over here. Both squads have some nice buffer between them and their opponents. Have some vehicles. iNCO specifically has the high ground right now, but it's not going to be in the circle. So I think iNCO just kind of waiting to see what INF decide to do. INF looking for a 2-2 split over here. Oh yeah, they got 7-8 here on the high grounds, actually relaying that information to his squad mates. So if INF were to make that push, the front line there, they would have been full on aware of that, ready and prepared. So you love to see that.
Oh,
Angel
no,
Dwayne. But Adrian with the mini 8 times getting a quick little confirm on the door
Huge.
in right there.
That is huge. Wolves have been in that compound for the longest time. Nobody's really fired shots at them. Xforce, a while ago, but good on IG to get that cleanup. Alpha 7, by the way, completely out. An early exit. This is the earliest exit they've had. They've had 2 top 4 performances, 2 top 2. And this time around, they'll finish off in 14th place with 3 eliminations. Still very healthy on the leaderboard, but their first place spot might be at risk if Influence, Rage, and Loops have something to say about it.
What I'm going to be looking at is a team that's just not going to be sponging up a bunch of points there towards the top, allowing some of those bottom teams that might be looking to make this a good performance. This could be the opening for them, and I would actually love to see a replay, if possible, of how Alpha 7 got eliminated there from Xforce, because that was so quick, too. I didn't even get a chance to see that much on the elimination feed. They were just absolutely gone, Dave.
I think they just wanted an extra little break right there. Like, listen, we got one more Miramar, boys. Let's, they all looked at each other. Let's go get a 20-minute break real quick. And they're still going to be in first place, but it is going to open up the overall leaderboard for INF, for Loops, for iNCO to possibly catch up. I think Loops have really been on the ball here tonight. Really been impressed with them, especially looking at their week 1 to week 2 performance. So Rafina with the mini 8 times, Suppress trying to take some shots down range onto one of the Jaguar players. A lot of minis coming into Miramar. You love to see it here, guys. You love to see it. I love minis.
Minis are devastating.
Yeah, I mean, I think mini Suppress are like one of my favorite sounding weapons.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is that now number 4 win condition? Remember, you gave your win
Well,
conditions a long time
P90's
ago?
all day. You know, P90
Right,
all
right.
day. I mean, that's a guaranteed right there. But
M249, yeah.
M249, you got
MG3.
the MG3. I mean, so many good weapons that can really just turn the tides if it's in the right person's hands. So, iNCO from
Pop
above,
a tire.
trying to blow up some tires, trying to get some points on the board. Saw those vehicles smoking, but we'll get back to that here, guys, because Xforce they're in the thick of it.
9C pulling
they're in
up.
the thick.
That's the team that we want to continue to see be aggressive. 9C right now, 14th place, 0 points so far. And this one, and now Lim just shuts him down. And that is none other than Remix, too. That ain't just any slouch. Now he's going to be pulling up on Kolgo. Kolgo switching the vehicles right there, jumping in. And what a beautiful play from Kolgo, clutching it up for his squad. Quick awareness, too. This is why this man was able to win MVPs in the past. Quick thinking like that. Oh. That was awesome.
24K last up for Xforce. All by his lonesome. But he's been known to make some big plays. But he's in damage control. How many placement points can he secure for the Xforce roster? That's going to be his main goal. Probably going to be not many more. Caught out in the open, forced to use a rock. His time is going to be cut short. That's most likely 9Z. Team that we kind of covered in the beginning, right? One that was relatively low in the standings, I believe, who was in 13th. 14 total points. Potentially making a big run in their first Miramar of the day.
It happens. It happens. 24K is in the play zone. That's the Boulder, but like you said, 9Z right behind them. You do have the Wolves, or at least the remaining members alive, kind of overlooking 24K too, so maybe they'll play a little guardian role for him for the moment being. But Loops with the high ground over here in the south. Nice little compound. He's gonna have some good sight lines from those windows too. Loops really hoping that these next circles continue to favor them, because without the 7 being out, I mean, INF, they already lost 3 of their squad mates, so it's really nothing but gains here for Loops this game 7.
Yeah, not only just Loops. Just keep an eye on iNCO as well. iNCO right now, 4 players left alive. They do have a bit of a gap there when you look from 4th place to 3rd place to Loops Esports. They could take advantage of it. One team that's not going to be able to take advantage of it is going to be 9C, as they're just getting picked apart right now. Kayovsky looking to see if he can maybe actually fully flush out one of those eliminations. And it makes me so happy seeing Team Liquid alive right now at Miramar. I keep having to clean my eyes, boys, and clean my glasses, because I can't believe it's actually happening.
No hot drops.
After all this stuff that we heard, after
No
how
hot
much
drop.
smack we heard talking in regards to they were just going to continue to hot drop.
Right. Well, I said it earlier, right? It was, blessed by zone. That's where Team Liquid does their best, when they can center up in future stages, not really have to worry about positioning, not to have to overexpose themselves. That's where Team Liquid is best, and they could very well have a good game here. Hoping they do. Honestly, I'm always supporting Team Liquid. I'm hard on them, but it's because I know how good this roster is and how good this roster can be if they just get it together. Wolves, though, from a distance, only 3 alive. They lost a player earlier. That was Doran, who was finished off. So for them, they're still relatively healthy with 3. I've got no concerns at the moment, but they do have to pick and choose. It's like Xforce, United for Gaming up ahead, IG down to the south as the zone does shift. Dave, where are we going?
Where are we going? I'm looking at Loops to defend their little warehouse over there up against Splat from the Jaguars. 24K still going to be just hitting the dirt behind his Marauder, trying to stay alive in a little grenade action battle. Going to be avoiding that one, pushing up in the open, being taken down by the trio of the Wolves here. A little NA on NA violence, unfortunately, over here. But still looking at the Wolves, going to be keeping track on them. They're not out of it yet. They still need to push up here just a little bit. But honestly, I think the team in the best spot, I'm really feeling Team Liquid right now, 7.
Yeah, me too. I mean, they're going to be able to get some eliminations here. The only thing that could end up not playing on their favor is that United for Gaming is there towards the north, and as well, you have Maryland towards their east, and they do have a vehicle. They can close the gap very quickly there within this squad. Smokes are going to be coming in too. If for some reason United for Gaming decides to push in, Team Liquid has to be aware that they got to clean up that fight quickly. because you know Maryland's going to be looking to just close that out. Keep an eye on what Maryland's going to be doing here, as United for Gaming is going to be making that push, and they're actually getting the better of it. 2 players now knocked and eliminated for Team Liquid. Team Liquid trying to bounce back from this. If you're Maryland, what are you doing here? When are you going to decide to strike? Because this will be the perfect angle for it. Ayala sipping back and forth there. He gets knocked, and now it's down to Mythic. We thought that they were going to be able to close this up, and it's not going to be Maryland. Out of all the teams, it's going to be Wolves, but it backfires right there for Wolves as one of the players gets knocked. And I think it might have been Coops, Dave.
Yeah. Unfortunate, man. Everybody wants this position that Team Liquid are holding down, and they just don't have what it takes, unfortunately. Mythic going to be burning on alive. United for Gaming just getting the better half of them. And like you said, the Wolves also taking advantage, trying to pull up in the nick of time, but they do lose one in the process here. Baton does have a grenade. Might be looking for that ricochet off the windowsill. United 4 going for the double pickups in here. Looks like they might be able to get that one up. And it looks like Baton currently pinned down from Maryland across the way. So that explains why we didn't see the full commit right there. Now United 4 here, Reflections. They're getting the heals. They're getting the resets. And they're going to look to take out the Wolves, or at least the remaining members.
By the way, check out, as this fight does unfold, Baton misses too many shots, and he will ult down, though, a little bit because Guibo ended up falling. But I do want to point out that M249, by the way, up there to the left, that's going to be huge if they can somehow win this fight, especially with Synapse starting to push forward. This could be huge for the team of Maryland, a big game potentially going their way. Loops, however, a chance, again, on the leaderboard's sake anyways, to catch up to Influence Rage, also to Alpha 7. And this is their map. This is where they find a lot of success. Nobody knows Miramar better than this Loops roster. And they'll take the fight to the iNCO roster down low. Great nades. I love that Nazelda is starting to push forward. And he should be the one to finally put iNCO into the grave, even off in the distance. I believe he's going to be able to hit his shots in the car if he decides to take some fire on it. And there it is. iNCO with 7 last alive. Pretty much running on fumes. But for this Maryland roster with the M249, Dave, that's a win condition, right, baby? I'm thinking Maryland might...
Their 2 teammates are going to be trying to wrap up behind them, but United 4 coming off of that nice little compound push. Currently, Loops, though. Loops down in the south, still with the whole squad alive. This is truly their game to come up on the overall leaderboard. So they might third party this one here, guys.
Oh,
that was a good grenade.
There's more! Oh no, my boys from IG are getting put into a blender. Still managing to stay up though somehow, some way. Jaguar knows they've got to push this. They have to capitalize off this damage, and Caro's going to do exactly that. And IG, we'll see you later.
Look at Loops. Loops is going to be able to capitalize on this because this squad is just keeping an eye on everything that's going on. Earlier, I really appreciated Nyasada not overextending. Rattleboy is going to be able to find Carl Lingard right there as he was trying to get out of that situation. That should be an easy knock, and they're going to be looking to clean this up. They're going to be looking to take control of just all of this north here. If you are Loops Esports, take control of everything. Get closer towards the center of the circle too, because you know from everything that they've been able to see so far, you know that United for Gaming in Maryland are going to be pretty much stuck if the circle doesn't go their way. Nyasada hooking up this nade. Is he going to be able to connect? Yes, he is, but not fully. There comes the damage, and there goes that player. Nyasada, Loops Esports right now looking pretty with how much control they have of this circle and up to 8 eliminations.
Nice nade. Nice attention on to Maryland. United for Gaming's been at this stagnated fight for some time. Hate catches the nade perfectly, and Maryland will stay up with 2 players. Loops undeniably have the advantage when it comes to the manpower. Vatine is going to take an advanced position to hold Maryland. You've got Nazelda pushing up onto Coops. Coops is ready for it. Nazelda has no idea. And Nazelda is gone. And Wolves might only have 1 member, but Coops not going down without a fight.
Nazelda, you saw him trying to play sneaky, crouching across the open. Unfortunately, he's going to be knocked out. I don't know if they have enough time with the blue zone also closing in. They're going to try to toss that smoke, but he's probably going to bleed out. Yep, he's going to bleed out. Tenny Lim's still sitting with Loops, though, here, 7. This is a 3v2 situation.
Yeah, they should be able to just give plenty of angles on this. They keeping track of Maryland for such a long time. Earlier, I actually appreciated earlier on. Yasalda just didn't want to overextend because he was scared of what was going to be happening there with Maryland. And now just peppering peppering these players, waiting. All you have to do right now, Loops Esports, is keep an eye on U-Boy and then wait for the zone to start pushing that last player from Maryland. Unless you don't want to wait, unless you know exactly where he's at, and you're just going to be sending in nades. We have been seeing some wonderful nades so far today, and he almost goes down. Let's see if you can find those ankles. Nice. Oh, there you go. The zone is going to get him. Out of everything, is the zone that ends up getting them. And I think if you're Loops, Loops is looking to just make sure that they actually secure that elimination. Gooboy is looking to knock Rafinha, and it's not over, boys. If for some reason Gooboy can actually spot somebody here, it could be a turnaround, even though it's a 3 versus 1. He's already got one.
Nade. Oh, nade doesn't connect. Okay, there's no way, Gweeple, you could do this. Surely not. That's a good nade. That's a great nade, in fact, but not good enough. And we'll stay up. Rafina will take the off angle. Rafina will finally silence the Maryland comeback Loops. We'll take game number 5. They were one of the best teams when it came to Miramar, and that stat will stay true. Loops with a big game win, Dave. 11 eliminations.
Yes, sir. Loops looking good. High fives in the chat right there. Feeling good. 11 eliminations. 2,300 damage going their way. Maryland, not that many elims, but consistent game when it comes to these elimination points. Wolves, unfortunately, falling a little short there at the end with their 4 elimination points. But United 4 Gaming here, guys, I gotta say, another solid game here tonight from this squad in particular, walking away with 8 eliminations. So let's check out these replays as Loops definitely feeling good. But I know you two were kind of talking about this this fight and kind of the mishaps over here.
It was a bit of a misstep, yeah, because there was a real chance for, I believe it was Molina. Molina had an opportunity to get the finish on one of the players who pushed up. I mean, you got to capitalize on it, especially when you know this solo is going to be aggressively trying to get a finish for 1 additional point. There's an opportunity while he's focused on the finish for Molina to gun the other one down. And we did notice from his perspective, right there with the AUG, could have fired some shots, and for some reason just didn't. It was a bit of a misstep, and resilience ultimately will pay for that. I love the nades here, though, 7. Jaguar was connecting strong in IG.
Yeah, Jaguar being so aggressive right there. Sadly for them, they had Loops on the offense, and this was beautiful out of Coops. Earlier, I thought that Coops was one of the players that actually ended up getting knocked by Team Liquid. That was not the case, and honestly, if you're Wolves, one of the players that you want to have alive is Coops. He always finds a way to just clutch up an extra point, whether it's an elimination or whether it's a placement points, whatever the case might be. But the story of this one is Loops being able to back it up with the win, connecting with all those elims as well. And I mean, just look at the stats from Rafinha. 1,000 damage, Dave.
Crazy. Yeah, and I love to see kind of Loops. I feel like this PMSL, they're almost coming back to form, right? Because we look at Loops, and they used to be like one of the dominant forces in PMSL, and then they kind of fell off a little bit. But I feel like this season coming around, they're starting to show up and kind of put their stamp on the lobby and kind of, you know, gain a little bit more respect that they used to have back in the day too. It's like one of the top contenders. You know, I might be out of pocket with this one, but it's kind of like what I'm feeling here from the Loop squad. I feel like they're fighting for something, and they're fighting for that respect. But looking at this, Loops, 21 points, Maryland 8 points, Wolves 9, and then United 4 Gaming here, reflections with those 12 points. Nice eliminations from them.
Yeah, that's solid, right? They were in 7th place. They had been trending downwards, but this game will send them back up. Question is, will it be enough to surpass that of Wolves? Actually, I think it will. They should pass up Wolves. We'll pass up Xforce. Yeah, boys, we're looking at another top 5 team. That will be United 4 Gaming. Loops, most likely, closing in on Alpha 7. Let's not forget, they were eliminated very early on in 14th place with only 3 points. That opened up first place run wide going into the final game. There's a very real chance that whether it be Loops, Influence, Rage, finish off in first place. But for Loops, job well done. We took a look at our top 5 stats for Miramar. Loops was at the top. They will remain at the top. Very, very consistent. For Wolves, glad to see them also doing very well. They're a solid Miramar team. They continue to prove that they're a solid Miramar team with 3rd place. So the question is, who got match MVP? 7, let's take a look at it.
Rafinha. It's got to be Rafinha, right? Over 1,000 damage. I was about to say, if it's not Rafinha, then you're going to end up surprising me with some stat. Maybe a player of Jaguar, since that was a squad that was being aggressive. But Rafinha, 5 elims, 1,000 damage. The crazy thing, he didn't even get a grenade with how many amazing grenades we saw in the last match. That definitely has to be one of the matches with the most nades I think I've seen in a minute, not counting Rondo. But overall, Loops, I mean, I said it at the beginning whenever we had the graphic there between Influence Rage and Loops Esports, I was expecting this team to perform well. And boy, did they with being able to clutch up a win. Another team that I actually give my props to is Team Jaguar. That squad coming into this match was last place. So whenever we do end up showing the overall after the break, I can't wait to see how much they moved up that leaderboard. That's what happens when Alpha 7 gets knocked out early, when those top dogs get knocked out early and you don't end up just getting that sponge of points.
It's a good point. Jaguar had a stellar game. We're talking 5th place, 5 eliminations. Carling God, Portro were the 2 biggest slayers with 3 and 2 respectively. Even though Rafina gets to MVP, there were plenty of wonderful performance. I mean, let's not forget Potro from Jaguar ended up picking up 667 damage. That is a high number for a team that has been on the struggle bus. We talked about it coming into phase 2. It was a fresh start. The points were reset. It was an opportunity for those rosters who were struggling in phase 1 to come into phase 2 and solidify who they are as a player, as a team, as competitors, so they could be ready for the finals. Jaguar might be one of those rosters who could make a run, be one of the most improved teams, and go into finals looking strong. Well, there it is. 5 games done, 1 more to go. It's going to be map 6 on Miramar. Who's going to finish up at the top? Right now, it's a run. We'll have the leaderboards when we come back.
Chicken killer, samgyetang dinner.
Skibidi Toilet will randomly appear in Livik and Erangel. It can summon Skibidi Toilet minions, fire laser beams, and smash the ground. Skibidi Toilet will deal ranged attacks to the nearest player in its vicinity, or a player that is currently attacking it. After defeating Skibidi Toilet, it will drop rare supplies, and the team that defeated it will have their ID broadcasted to the entire map. In Metro Royale, Skibidi Toilet can spawn randomly on any map. Defeat it to get rare drops, including gold toilet paper, gold toilets, gold toilet plungers, and other valuable sellable items. In World of Wonder, Skibidi Toilet will be included as a new monster. Creators can use it to design unique gameplay experiences. Go to the event page to play the minigame and earn points for awesome milestone rewards. Use perk vouchers, version 4.0, to redeem themed event items, including the Skibidi Toilet costume, cameraman cover, cameraman graffiti, and more. Redeem great rewards. All toilets will die. Official PUBG Mobile and Skibidi Toilet collaboration. Take part in exclusive gameplay to get tons of collaboration items.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 4 of PMSL America's Fall Season. We're heading into our final map of the day. It's going to be back on Miramar. The question is, who wants to secure first place going into Day 2? I'm Taylor Reflection Sobo, joined by Mustache Dave and Seven. Seven, great to see you, man. How's everything going? Dave is shocked at this moment, by the way, with everything. The first place run is too close.
Dave is just hoping that Rowe is going to get that win. This is going to be the last match. This is the last chance. He's going to be hoping that this is it. Or that maybe we get VIP with another top 5. And what was it that he said? 2 eliminations? I think it was 2.
Yes.
Dude, at this point, listen, I'll take one. You know, I'll take one elimination, dude, at this point, just to get us ready for tomorrow, man. Hey, baby steps, man. Baby steps.
We're going backwards, brother. We're supposed to go forward with this baby steps.
Team Liquid and iNCO can like separate with the hot drops. I believe, man. I believe. All right. There's hope.
All right.
There's hope.
There's hope. There's hope. Let's take a look at the leaderboard heading into the final game of the day. And it is Loops who takes over first place for themselves. Alpha 7 held on tight for 5 maps, but finally they will fall to second. Doesn't mean we're ringing alarm bells. They're doing just fine, but it means Loops is here to play. Look, top 2 is where you want to be at the end of finals so you can move forward to the next stage. Go to Thailand, you play for a ton of money. For Loops, looking like they are ahead of the curve already. Alpha 7 in second, Influence Rage down there in third place. But one of the things we did point out, Dave, was United for Gaming. A great game number 5 puts them up to 4.
Yeah, for sure. United 4 Gaming definitely have been on the come up here today. I think that's a team definitely impressed with compared to their week 1 performance. They've been doing a really solid job here. They've been aggressive when it's needed, and they've been passive, and you can tell they know when to pull off when they're not in the advantageous position when it comes to fight. So definitely have been impressed with United 4 Gaming without a doubt, guys, without a doubt. So don't forget, me and Maxman #ad are looking for Rose of War to get this final chicken dinner. We called it. So Rose of War, we were complimenting you. Game 1, game 2, it's your time to shine. This last game, only 2 elimination points. David, Tonka, Victex, Timur, pull it together. All right, pull it together in the final map of the night. But looking at our winner chicken dinner winners, guys, from our first 5 games. This is what we're looking at. 2 loops, by the way. 2 loops. Feels good.
Yeah, the only team to do it during phase 2 to get not consecutive wins, but at least get a couple wins up there. That's good for them. Still, though, remains highly competitive, and the reason why is Influence Rage is in 3rd place, mainly off the back of their big Rondo performance. Winner chicken dinner, 16 eliminations. But it was also Xforce, so it surprised us on map 3 Erringa with their 7 elim win, and then followed up by Wolves. North America's done very well today. Can we finish strong? It's a possibility. After all, Wolves are currently in 4th place. Last Miramar, though, probably could be another slow one. Nobody hot dropped in the first one. 7, we're happy with that.
Yeah, I thought you were about to put it out there that we want to see people to hot drop. I'm like, hold on, brother. We're over here working for them not to hot drop. I'm happy with it. I'm happy that iNCO decided to be the bigger team and just be like, you know what, just have it. Even though we've been smacking the crap out of you, you can have that spot. We don't really want to worry about it, especially with the day that they've been having. Going into this last one, I'm with you with what you were saying in regards to a name. I want to continue to see some good performances. I actually, Dave, I kid you not, I want to see VIP being able to actually put up even 2 eliminations with a top 5. And I want to see straight on Nepal maybe give me another top 5 with 8 elims. That would make me so happy.
Yeah, listen, I know we've been kind of joking about these teams here and there, but honestly, it's still super excited for VIP Esports to be here. They were one of the top contenders when it comes to Titan Series as Team Seal, and they were doing really well, just dominating the battlefield. I think when we go from online to LAN, there's little different pressures to take into consideration. And it takes some adjustments, right? I mean, it's a new environment. You're not at home chilling in the lazy boy, you know, with your finger sleeves on, with your cozy socks and your PJs on, and the pizza in the oven ready to go. Like, there's pressure there, you know, the schedules and a lot of other factors. So I think just kind of adjusting to that, right? But now that we're going into week number 2, those adjustments, they need to be there, right? Because that excuse, it just can't be there as we push further. And I think some of these players at the bottom echelons of the overall leaderboards, they need to realize, like, there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of potential to continue to push that next stage in the esports ecosystem. And not only that, as an individual, there's a lot of eyes on you in this lobby, right? So as an individual, if you really play well to your strengths, you could make a name for yourself too. You never know where the road might lead you here, guys.
True. I think the road is pretty fast when it comes to PUBG Mobile competition. The global stage can open up many possibilities as a competitor, not only for your personal brand, but also yourself as a competitor. And PMWC absolutely proved that, and it will continue to prove that. Naturally, the next stage, the international stage, will also continue to prove that. That's the ultimate goal. You know, dominating the Americas is one thing. Dominating the global stage is truly where you should want to be and aspire to be as a competitor. And I think nobody knows that more than Alpha 7. Obviously, falling very short at PMWC. They don't want to make that same mistake again. They've got to remain consistent. Americas is one thing, but you know, the global stage again is a totally different story. Speaking of which, who was supposed to move out, Seven? I thought one of our competitors here on the America side of things was supposed to go to the global stage. At least there was rumors there. I guess not. Anyways, everybody's still here.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I remember where Coops was saying in an interview I did with him that he could end up maybe exploring some different regions. That was just him throwing it out. That was him speaking it into existence. Okay, that means not retiring anytime soon. It could happen. I mean, there's some teams out there. Bigatron, I'm looking at you. You're currently not going to be going to PMGC this time.
Tournament that he's looking to go to another team, though?
Nah, he said it spring finals.
Okay. I was like,
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
I was like, that's...
I was surprised to see him here for the fall season. I'm not going to lie. I thought Coops was going to be moving on, but he's here.
Hey, when you pick up Igor,
well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, and I tell you what, how cool will it be though for Coops to actually get a North American team to the next global stage? Like, that would be pretty special.
Yeah.
So I mean, I could see why he would want to stay here. Straight out of Nepal though, have had a wonderful day, plenty of good moments. Let's take a look at their stats. I believe from phase 1 to phase 2. Seven, what are we looking at of here for this talented roster?
I want to see what kind of benchmarks these teams are currently setting in. And I mean, I'm happy with the performances, boys. You got phase 1 is going to be on your left-hand side. Phase 2, which is today day 1, is going to be on your right-hand side. I mean, this squad is already tracking to not only outperform their performance in phase 1, they're looking to absolutely smash it. The average survival time is the main thing I'm going to be looking at. This team has been putting themselves into much better situations. Even if there is miscommunication here and there, whenever they have to fight just one player, I'm hoping they continue to do that. The average placement is up. That means that they're putting themselves into situations where they can collect more eliminations. We saw that happen exactly whenever that final Erangel was happening against Wolves. I mean, at one point, we were saying, okay, Wolves is going to be able to win this easily. And then there was a bit of a question mark there. Just a slight question mark from straight out of Nepal. I'm hoping that performance continues on. I'm hoping that this team actually puts up a good performance. And I'm hoping it happens in the next match too, because Dave, talking about this last match that just happened for straight out of Nepal, they ended up with just a big old donut everywhere.
Big old donut, man. Personally, I love me some donuts. You know, I'm all about the glazed donuts with the sprinkles, but I'm thinking when you're looking at the overall leaderboards, yeah, you don't want no donuts, especially when we're looking ahead at other squads who are getting some consistent points here and looking for those head start points come next week, right? Next week is where those head start points will be taking effect. And those head start points, they're crucial because not only they give you the head start as the name implies, they also kind of give you some wiggle room to have maybe like 1 or 2 bad games, and you'll still be in the running, right, to finish in what our goal is here, top 5, with all that money on the line. So the bonus points definitely important, and you really don't want to be having any donut games here today, because these are where those bonus points come from here, guys.
Well, how many bonus points did they end up with? I think this squad ended up with just 1, because they ended up in 15th place after phase 1. So right now, I mean, they're let's just say for some reason, magical thing it ended today. They're currently sitting in 9th place. They would get more than 1. Okay, just keep moving up the leaderboard. Just little improvements. I mean, you said it earlier, Dave. We were kind of joking about some of the squads saying little baby steps, but that is ultimately how they will end up improving, and why I end up setting the benchmark a little bit higher, because I want them to show me that when we go to the finals, they will be able to maybe challenge for that top 2. I know it's easier said than done, but that squad, man, once they got 8 eliminations, even if it wasn't pretty, they show me if they put themselves in that situation, they can at least do it. VIP in the past, they only been able to get 1, and that's why I'm hoping VIP as well is able to put up a good amount of elims. The players even want to see it too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they like we keep saying, this lobby, there's different levels of competition. All these teams, all these players, they qualified here. They belong here. You know, they deserve to be here. They fought hard to be here, but now it's a matter of like taking advantage of the opportunity ahead of them here. Reflections.
That's it, opportunities. And you got to figure out what is that opportunity and what do we want from it? How do we capitalize off of this America stage each phase? For those teams at the bottom, they've got to make that decision. For those teams at the top, it's a bit close right now when it comes to the top 3. How do you separate yourself from the best in the Americas region? A question all the competitors must answer. We have our game right around the corner, the final game of the day. Chad, I ask you, what's your predictions going into the final Miramar? Who do you think is going to win and elevate themselves up the leaderboard even further? Just catching you up to speed, Loops is currently in 1st place. Alpha 7 has dropped down to 2nd place, then followed by Influence Rage in 3rd. It's still very, very close when it comes to the running, and that's what you would expect from day 1. You know, but day 2, day 3, that's when we start to see a gap develop. But you want to set the standard on day 1, and that's what like I said, teams of Loops, Alpha 7, Influence Rage are starting to do. They're establishing themselves. Bonus points is what matters. Alpha 7 already got the most. They've got 15 bonus points going into the finals. Can they get 15 more to equal 30? That would be a tremendous lead over the competitors who are looking to dethrone them. Get your Amazon gift card. This is your final chance for the day to cash out and cash in. I want you all to buy what you need and what you want. This is your opportunity to do so. Make sure you get as quickly as you can. Type in that code. We're dropping into the final map of the day. I asked chat. I ask you two boys. Dave, starting with you. Who's winning Game 6?
Who's winning? Listen, Reflection, start the game already, man. Finally, about time you pressed the start button. All right, let's get into it. Game 6 out of 18, Miramar, day 1. It's all about that cash money, big dog. And we got 7 looking at VIP. We got me looking at Royals of War. And of course, we got you, Reflections, looking at straight out of Nepal for the
looking
final
at
game of the evening.
There you go. Looking at IG. That's the team I'm looking at.
IG?
Tell you what.
Okay.
I looked at them last game. I want to look at them this game.
I
A
got
team
straight out
that
of Nepal.
qualified for PMWC. You got straight out of Nepal.
Yeah. I was just hyping out VIP earlier, but I want straight out of Nepal. Let's get it correct.
Let's get it correct.
Get it correct. VIP going south. We saw that big circle pop up. There's your intel. For Wolves, they're landing in hot. They're landing in hot, boys. We got an early drop fight.
Hot drop.
They want to go to the hotel, boys. That's what they want to do.
They're like, yeah, about today.
Maybe we make Juancho not be the interviewer tomorrow. We'll see what ends up
Juancho's always got a spot on cast, man. That interview was on point. So Juancho, whatever happened, hit us up after this, man, because we need some more of that.
Hey, maybe next year we'll have Sarpatch, Kaya, and Juancho. Yo, that's the roster. Yo, Tencent, I hope you're listening. If that man decides to stop playing, give him that interviewer contract, please.
Look it up.
From coach to player, back to player.
Now to talent.
Now to talent. This man has done it all in the industry.
PUBG Mobile.
Wancho Entertainment.
Wancho
Yeah, like
Entertainment.
Wancho Entertainment. That needs to be
Productions
trademarked.
LLC.
That needs to be trademarked for sure. Open up an S Corp. That man is going places.
Wancho's going places.
Brought to you by Tacos and Tortas. Hell yeah. I know Hot Jukes is somewhere listening to that being happy as hell, because I am.
Dang, I want some tacos and tortas. I'm thinking about dinner too. I'm like, what are we doing today? Are we doing grilled cheese? Maybe.
Grilled cheese?
You're talking
Sunday, bro. You got to end with a bang.
Grilled cheese and tomato soup.
Ooh, now we're talking.
See, I'm from Kentucky.
Ooh,
that's
me
how we
too.
get down, baby.
That's how we get down, man.
You're not from Kentucky, are you?
Little corn on the cob. Put some butter on that.
Are you actually from Kentucky?
You know this, man.
I don't know this. I actually don't.
Thought you were
We've
from Florida
never
that day.
discussed this. You're always talking pasta visual. How Kentucky can you be?
Pasta visual originated.
Yo,
in
Coops goes
Kentucky.
down. No, Coops.
That's tough.
That's
Wolves
tough.
down
That's
to just
somebody that's
two
not
players.
from Kentucky right there.
That's right. He'd have been alive. He'd
Or
have
is
been.
it?
He'd have been fighting with the Winchester, man. There it is. Higor's up. Where is the other? Oh, Doran's moving in. Okay, VIP's not far away. Yeah, definitely. Very questionable from Wolves. I wonder whose decision it was. Was it United for Gaming? It's probably United for Gaming who wanted to hot drop this. They've been doing this all day long.
Give me a second and I'll tell you. Going back.
They've been winning them fights too. United for Gaming, like
They have been, yeah.
You know,
Alpha
talking
7.
about a team definitely making a change from week number 1. United for Gaming, very impressed with them here so far.
I would say so.
Yo, they were. You're absolutely right. United for Gaming never lands there. I think they just maybe wanted to end their day a little bit earlier. Well, the thing is, too, earlier, like, Wolves decided to go El Pozo. You had other squads that just decided not to go just to take over that, which was Xforce and Alpha 7. I think it just might have been a thing of the playing path, boys, in this one, because it forced Wolves to just go in a different spot as well. Okay, United for Gaming. We're going to keep track of you. I don't mind them wanting to be more aggressive. I don't mind them wanting to get even more elims there at the start. This is a squad right now that's in 4th place. They're feeling themselves. They feel like they got what it takes. Might as well keep it going. And then you just took down 2 players, too, from the 2nd place team of Phase 1. Things might be looking up.
Let's check out the map. Talk about looking up. Let's start looking down at the map right now. See what's happening. See what's developing here in the final game of the evening. If you don't mind, Seven, bringing that up. Thank you, sir. Xforce
I got you.
up there. Hey, thanks, man. Xforce up there. What do we think about Xforce and their rotate? I mean, look at their options here. I'm assuming they saw the plane path, and we got Alpha 7 here in El Pozo. Everybody knows that. So if I'm Xforce here, looking at the pathway of least resistance, I mean, I might be looking at like coming up behind here potential here. I mean, what do you guys think about the rotation potential for Xforce here?
I think for Xforce, man.
Any thoughts?
Well, I'm all for it. I'm all
right
for
here.
it.
Boom.
Yeah,
Just send
because
Too deep?
Power Grid's gonna be tough, but I do believe in Xforce's ability to fight against IG.
Yeah.
IG's my pick for this map, but
there it is.
I feel like IG has also been a little bit weaker.
Straight on Paul.
What if they wrap?
do? They're gonna
We
go
would
boom,
expect.
Boom. Straight on Paul. Boom. Hey, 7. Next
Hey.
time.
Yeah, my bad. I mistimed it. I was thinking about my rotation, what I would have done. I was thinking maybe they would end up just hugging that left side, that west side, where Alpha 7 was going to end up rotating as well and go all the way down, wrap around, go like a southeast rotation. That could have worked out. I mean, Alpha 7 is literally doing that just for now.
I mean, that's a classic though, right? Because you know that
Yeah.
west side's gonna be safe because no one can go there. So at least that eliminates some type of danger right there. But hold up, big fight. VIP Esports looking for 2 points. They got 1 here so far. Little free fire action happening over there. It's gonna be United for Gaming on the come up. Another team that we got our eyes on here tonight. Batman hitting the dirt, 1 grenade in hand, looking to toss that bad boy, cooking it to perfection. Got the Uzi from the high ground, taking a couple shots right there, dipping back behind the cover, going for that reload. This could be VIP. This could be their moment. They're looking to take out United for Gaming right now.
Alpha
the
7,
third
though.
barrel,
Alpha 7.
No way.
Yep. Yeah, Alpha 7's rolling up, and this is a team that will not waste an opportunity like that. They hear the gunfire. They see the smoke in the distance. They want to be the final victors, and I very well think they're going to be. Carrillo, maybe 2 eliminations will go their way. They managed to get the cleanup on Batman, Atlassian as well. And the other one will be finished off. And just like that, VIP United for Gaming wiped off the map. They finish each other off. Alpha 7 comes in, gets the cleanup, and they walk away with a total of 4 elims.
Animal there with the best role play of Tim the Tatman, just dying to that damage fall. Oh, man, that absolutely sucked.
Tim
With
and PUBG
Esports
Mobile.
now pushing up to Influence Rage. Okay, let's see what this fight's going to be cooking here. We got in some good aggressive fights. Alpha 7 locking in that third party was absolutely insane. Oh, Diego, I don't even know how he just survived that, Dave.
He's a trooper. He's a trooper. He's gonna live a little longer though. Look out, the grenades getting tossed out inside the compound. Diego with the shotgun, looking to press the envelope. 50% HP. Getting tagged up right there. Unfortunate for him. He will be thirsted. Loops also losing a member here. So Loops still with the trio, tossing some grenades. Next circle does pop too, by the way. That east side is going to be pretty hectic here as we're starting to see fights unfold in all directions, reflections.
That's it, yeah, but like you said, mainly on the east side. That's going to be where the main points of contentions are going to be. And for iNCO, they love playing the edge and fighting unsuspecting teams. In this case, it was Resilience, and they already have Marion, who's going to be down. Not finished off just yet, but for Cardi and Molina, just no way to get up there safely. Saz, though, I guess was right next to him. Excuse me, I missed that. So Marion is going to be back up. Saz gets him in. Wolves, though, taken down to a little bit of health. That's Higor, who's forced to try and clutch up in this moment. It's Higor and I believe Doran. So Higor and Doran against Jaguar, who's a 4-man unit. Higor swings the corner, taken down, and now it's all up to Doran, and Doran has a decision to make. Do I want to full send it and maybe get an advantage here, or do I want to dip out? Well, it's going to pop the brakes and challenge the 1v4.
He had a chance there to just go for it, and then he decided to backfire. I think IG might have had a spot on him. Adrian might have been putting some shots there as well. And with this, fine, if you're Doran, you're just going to have to park the bus. You're just going to have to wait for the right timing and hope that they decide to push you one by one and you get just an absolute highlight play, and maybe the play of your career if you are Doran. Because, dang, that was so close for Igor, too. Yeah, there you go. There's Adrian just spotting everything. Was waiting for an opportunity. And with that position, Adrian there, if he does decide to stay there, he will at least be making that push from Team Jaguar to Doran a little bit harder. And he will make them think twice about it, Dave.
Dude really wanted that loot, smoking it up right there, getting that crate, getting back into cover. So yeah, Doran being the last one alive for the Wolves. Gonna be stuck between Adrian from IG above and then Team Jaguar, the trio here. So best case scenario for Doran, I mean, survive for a little longer, right? But this is the final game of the night. If I'm Doran, I'm looking for at least 1 or 2 elimination points before punching my ticket here today. Currently the Wolves top 5 so far, but after this game with iNCO, Xforce, everybody beneath them still being healthy here on the final map, they're probably going to lose their 5th place spot. So I feel like Doran should just go for it, guys. I know,
yeah, I think
it's
so.
easy for me to say, of course,
right.
But
right,
you know, being the final game and all.
No, I agree with you though. Being the final game, you know, you're not going to fall that far behind. You're right, like iNCO, Xforce, IG might be able to pass you up, but you're pretty much where you are. And I think you kind of just commit to it, do a little bit of damage to Jaguar at the bottom. There's an opportunity to do so as they fire off. Maybe a chance for Doran maybe to sneak up, but for Jaguar, you know, we talk about Doran just committing everything, and I mean, for Jaguar, they are committing everything. That was a beautiful fight against Wolves, right? A team that is pretty far down when it comes to the overall leaderboard. Putting bullets, putting damage on IG, putting damage on Wolves. Maybe even 9Z who's going to be going on to the road up ahead. So Jaguar looking to finish off strong. Not against it.
Yeah, I mean, this squad has been able to be aggressive. We're talking about them earlier in the day. They started off the day a little bit scuffed. They started off the day a bit slow, but then after that Miramar that we just got a chance to see, they were able to propel themselves, at least not being the bottom team, moving all the way up to 13th place. And I think Doran might have listened to you boys because he tried to make a rotation, but ended up getting caught. So that team is going to end up getting eliminated. For iNCO, for Xforce, IG, straight out of Nepal, all those squads, I mean, you can definitely close the gap or even pass them if you put up a good performance here. Meanwhile, Fate is going to be trying to hold off Maryland, but Maryland just came in like a wrecking ball. They didn't even give him a chance to react to what was going to happen there. And Claw is going to at least be able to secure some eliminations here for Xforce.
Yeah, final game of the evening. You tend to start to see these players play a little more loose, you know, kind of go for some untraditional plays here. That fatigue definitely getting to them here. So Loop's going to be in first place with their 64 points. Alpha 7 right behind them with 58. So those two teams going to be fighting for that first place spot here. Alpha 7 pretty center right now, pretty dead center on the map. And you saw Loops up there at Power Grid, actually, with a couple squads in the general area. But going back to like one of our talking points from the break here, Team Liquid, 0 elims. They did lose one of their squad mates, but they're still going to be alive after calling off the hot drops here tonight. Fortunate for them. So Chief does know there's going to be one of those members up there on the tippy top. It's one of those Xforce guys up there at the tippy top. Just kind of keeping tabs on them right now here, Reflections.
Yeah, I think that's Klaus, right? If I'm not
Klaus
mistaken.
from above.
Yeah, I think it's Klaus from above. He'll start to rotate back. He did have a vehicle up there, which is pretty common, so he'll go ahead and go into the zone. Maryland looks to potentially meet him. Wee boy? Maybe fire a couple of shots up there. That would definitely hurt Xforce Klaus, and Klaus will park the bus momentarily. For Team Liquid, though, I love that you said it. You know, they do take an early loss, but they're still all three alive. They're within zone. And in about 15 seconds, we'll have a good understanding of where Team Liquid will fall within the next zone. And if they do fall in the next zone, I think they're going to be feeling pretty confident. Team that feels good when they are center. Speaking of center, Alpha 7 has totally taken control of center. All four alive. Could be a scary game for them to finish back on top. So Team Liquid gets a piece of it. Alpha 7 gets the most of it. IG not bad either for the other rosters. Royals of War, Xforce, Maryland. They've got to find some real estate inside the next zone.
Yeah, I was thinking if you're Loops Esports, you're hoping that that circle was not going to end up centering up on Alpha 7, because I know we're hyping up Team Liquid in the past when they used to be that team that got set up. The circle blessed them. They would just frag out Alpha 7 right now with the way that they've been playing. I mean, they tend to be passive sometimes, but you know that they'll be proactive. I mean, going back to the beginning of the day in the first iNCO, remember those two players, Gisao and Rebel, when they were just in a shack? And they had everything going up against them. They were still looking to get elimination. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to see Alpha 7 right now in a compound in the center of the circle. Xforce was Claus earlier parking the bus, and now is starting to move around. And meanwhile, 7A with iNCO Gaming looking to see if they can maybe spot somebody out in the open right now. They're just trying to collect some intel, trying to hunt down those teams above them. And honestly, if iNCO has a great performance here, boys, we could see them even up to the top 3, Dave.
Yeah, Wolves out, UT out, INF out, so iNCO could definitely finish top 3 here on this map. Currently sitting on 0 elimination points, but out there on the east side, they got a nice little way of the terrain. We saw them looking over there at Resilience down there in the distance. So definitely agree, iNCO. Huge potential for them here, at least on this final map, and really decide where they finish here on the overall leaderboards without a doubt. But turning our attention to Royals of War for about 16 minutes into the game, and well, the whole squad's still gonna be alive. All 4 members gonna be alive and kicking. That's what you like to see. I still got them tagged as my squad to watch here this game. They do have Team Liquid right ahead of them here. I believe they are going to be aware of their position. Chief down there is going to be moving out of that hard cover with their buggy, so VicTex better be ready to take some shots here.
They're in a good area too. This is not a bad area at all. They just need to be able to keep an eye on Team Liquid and see if they can maybe get somebody on the rotation. Ooh, VicTex getting really close right there. Whatever you do though, don't allow Team Liquid to get too close or game within grenade range. And the reason why I'm saying that is because Maryland is going to be towards the northeast of this squad. And we saw Maryland earlier in the day just be aggressive. We've seen them in the past, especially in phase 1, be aggressive as well, and possibly third party. So that's why I'm hoping they don't allow that to happen. Just keep them at a distance. Right now, you don't have to get close and personal. At least you're being able to keep track where Team Liquid's going to be at and what kind of rotations they're going to be moving, and trying to just make it even closer towards the center of that circle.
Ooh, nice shots on Rafa. And Silence will get Klaus. Xforce is now officially gone, so that's at least going to get rid of the straggler that you were. Well, I don't want Chief to get taken down. That happens a lot with Team Liquid. They'll send out a solo, only for him to get taken down, and now the other two have to react and try and back away. With Royals of War being as close as they are, I think the play for Team Liquid is to stay together, just in case Royals of War, maybe even Maryland, decides to push up, because either one of those fights unfold, Maryland or Royals of War are going to be pushing up for the third party, and it looks like Team Liquid is going to go ahead and pull an audible and full send it straight into the inside of the zone. Now, I do wonder, will Intense Game be able to see Team Liquid from the height that they're on?
Team Liquid, no option. They had this trench right here. It provided some really good cover, but the thing is, you had Maryland, who's going to make the crunch over there, or Roars of War to make that crunch. Then, like I said, not only that, we had IG up there on the high grounds with nothing but sight lines. So Team Liquid, unfortunately for them, they were looking to set up a little. They're looking to set up a little camperino, instead finding a shack and catching a grenade for 2 right there. Team Liquid eliminated. Their positioning right there definitely got them you know, killed. I'm gonna say it. They're positioning that trench, just not the spot you want to be in. IG had
right now, including iNCO now just starting to back up. Yeah, good job, Brunosen. Wait, hold on, what are we doing here? All right. Man, that man was going fast too. I was like, damn, okay, you're really surprising me here, iNCO Gaming. Brunosen with what you're going to be doing. Vitaly now being able to get the off angle. You were talking about that fatigue earlier. I mean, we got a chance to see Vitaly, Dave, just
hold up,
yawning. The push here. Oh, we have 3 squads right now. Leon, come on, Leon. You got to clutch it up for the squad. See if you can get at least 1 elimination. It's not going to be able to. Straight under Nepal gets eliminated. Now Team Jaguar is going to have to switch their focus. Molotovs are going to be coming through. 9Cs wanting to become the aggressors on this one and make sure they eliminate anybody that's close by.
Team Jaguar has already had a great game. 7 eliminations. They started early, and they'll cut their losses. They will now want to go for the placement points, and Potro and them were going to swing it wide, even through blue. Maybe come up behind iNCO, but they did not want that fight against 9Z, who is now below Adrian, who's going to be able to potentially taper off 9Z on the rotate. For the rest of IG, they're going to be split directly down the middle, and pretty much infinite line of sights on everybody in the lobby. IG needs a good game here, Dave. They have been struggling. They've been middle of the pack. We're now talking top 8. This game is the game to finally break into top 5 and go in with a clean slate. Day number 2.
Yeah, this is the game. They got all 4 up. They're currently sitting on 32 total points. They got these 5 elims, right? But they have the high ground. They got really nice positioning. I'm a little cautious, though. I know Adrian is on the high ground, has the cover, has the vehicle, but if he gets knocked, he's probably going to be done and dusted over there, because Silence is pretty center. And of course, his 2 other squad mates are protected the north. So yeah, they got a lot of zone control. They got the high tops, and it's really hard to push them. But if you get bopped in the head, yeah, thank you for that. If you get bopped in the head, Adrian, it's going to be tough for his squad mates to group up here, 7.
Yeah, I wonder how he's even going to be able to group up too with this terrain that he's going to be working with, because now he's not going to be within that circle. Yeah, you'll be able to move up, but then you're kind of leaving yourself a bit exposed there to what Alpha 7 is going to end up doing. Earlier, we were keeping an eye out on what Row was going to be doing as well. And honestly, they have some room to work with, but they're going to have to force a fight here at some point. I feel like Alpha 7 might be one of those squads too that's going to have to force a fight because of what terrain we're currently working with what the circle is giving out as well. And meanwhile, 9C Globant just trying to be mountain goats here with this buggy, trying to go up and up and up.
Nice,
what was that, Dave? What was that? I couldn't hear it. Let me hear it again.
that was solid, Dave.
You're what?
The mountain goat sound.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Oh.
That was
thought it
definitely
was.
you, baby.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
I like
The
it.
goat.
I like
the goat
it.
of mustaches.
That's
The
cool.
goat of
great.
day. That is a fact. That is a title to definitely hold on to. Reyes is down. Adrian from a distance. A little bit, no worries. 9Z will continue to push forward. Jaguar is going to be down low, but the real fight obviously is between IG, specifically Adrian, and this 9Z roster. A lot of teams though in the vicinity. Winning this high ground is critical. Winning this high ground means you win an unlimited line of sights on everyone below you. That includes Jaguar, that includes Alpha 7, and potentially more teams in the future.
What?
And
I'm in a
what?
bush.
We're
Never
gone.
mind. I'm mulling
We're gone.
myself.
Resilience. Guazao's down. Alpha 7 taking some damage from Adrian. Adrian's fighting everybody. 9Z taking on Alpha 7. Adrian's feeling himself.
That's pretty much all you can do from that position because it's going to be
here they
tough
go.
for squad mates to support them right there. Talk about just casually rolling up at 3 miles per hour right there. Revo didn't even try to move or jump. He's just like, yeah, I'm just going to take it for what it is.
Right. Well, Mafioso's found some cover. Loops is gone. That's tough. That's tough, Loops. Had a decent game with 4 eliminations. I thought they were going to finish a lot stronger than that, but the game has just unfolded the way it has. Mafioso's pushing. Mafioso's missing and forced to retreat. This might be the end, and it will be. Alpha 7 are eliminated. And that's going to be our top 4 rosters fully done and dusted. Maybe open up an opportunity for IG to elevate themselves. iNCO too, but 9Z's got the high ground, and they refuse to relinquish it. Silence has no choice but to just hope and pray that none of those nades end up connecting, and another one's about to come through, and Silence is gone. 9Z taking over. Center control by storm.
Colgod with that nasty nade there on Silence. Silence was just hugging that cliff for the longest time, hoping that the nades weren't going to end up bouncing his way. And meanwhile, while all of this is going on, Adrian somehow has been able to maintain one of the players that's been alive here for IG. So I know we were kind of pinpointing earlier that split that they had, and Adrian taking on Colgod as well, securing that elimination. This squad is currently up to 8. Okay, calm down there, Adrian. I don't want to end up seeing another full damage death. He's gonna just reach Silence just in time. And with Ro, this could be a great match. Yo, you might have been onto something here, Dave. With right now 4 players left alive.
I know.
Look at
I
the
was
north.
trying not to draw attention to it. I'm like, yeah, they're over there. They just took out Maryland. I was like, let's not pay attention because once we do, that's when they get eliminated. But Ro definitely having one heck of a game up there in the north. They got 3 elims and they got the whole squad alive here. So they are really set up. I think their biggest challenge is going to be iNCO, though. iNCO with the whole squad alive, and iNCO have been performing pretty well here tonight, too. So I think Rules of War just kind of plays one nice and slow and just let play the zones. Play the zones. Don't get too over aggressive here. And really, iNCO is going to be their main challenge, in my opinion.
Yeah, iNCO's been a terror to deal with for sure. 4 players alive. Yeah, they're definitely going to be a challenge. I've been kind of invested though in Jaguar's position. Been hanging down low, right, below this Alpha 7 fight that ended up happening. This IG fight. Plenty of resilience, right? There's been plenty of oh Lord, they're about to do it too. Jaguar's getting into action. Reyes is down. Now they spring into it. It was gifted to him from the skies. But will they get the cleanups? Well, Millis is down. You got a guy up top, and there's Silence with the nade. And it is a shame that 9Z would lose at least one of those players. All of them. And iNCO. I think iNCO's selling off for a win. But this guy, what is he up to? Hold up. Wait a minute. You said the dump truck wasn't the play, and it still wasn't.
It
still wasn't the play.
In a row, my dude was in the back of a dump. Oh, the dumpster.
And that's where he'll stay.
Damn. Yep.
Some loot goblins out here.
Until tomorrow.
Yo, Adrian with that grenade. Hold up. Did you just see how far that grenade was? Adrian's tossing.
Hold on, he's
the
going for
ball
another
up.
one.
Adrian is not stopping right now. Somebody take this man out.
That's what Roll's going to be looking to do. Ooh, Victex. Okay, Dave. Here we go, baby. We got iNCO Gaming versus Ro Esports. iNCO's going to be able to get the pickup right there. Ro has just full control of the circle at the moment. This is looking great for this squad. They just need to make sure they react quickly if one of their players does end up getting knocked, because David is quite out there.
Yeah. Nah, dude, if iNCO, or excuse me, if Ro throws this game away, quite literally, I'm flying over to where Dave is at in Kentucky and I'm shaving his mustache off.
Oh,
there's just no way. There's just no way Ro loses this.
There goes Big
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Yo, there's still a chance, okay? It's not like it's 100% secure here. iNCO still has 4 players left alive. The nades are going to be coming in, too. You still got McGrillen. You still got Vitaly. You got Bruno's. And, I mean, as long as Demeanor doesn't go down, Ro has a chance.
Those grenades are getting tossed so far. Looks like now iNCO going to be prioritizing that knock they had over there. They're going to be committing all their resources. And David still in the smoke. He blocked his own sight lines. There goes Tonka with the Groza pulled up to try to get his squad mate up. And it looks like the cookie is crumbling right now, guys. Ro probably going to get taken out in second place. I believe in David, but my dude is crawling with the M4 right now.
Demonor, though.
These grenades.
Oh, Demonor's that guy. 7 said it. As long as he doesn't get taken down, right? He's the playmaker, the shot caller. David is down in low ground. I mean, just mini red zone. Vitaly's down. Believe in Demonor. Believe in the solo. No coverage, just scrap metal in front of him. That's all he needs. That's all he needs. Where does he go from here? Quite honestly, he doesn't have to really go anywhere. Got to stay where he's at currently, but he's sending it. He's going for it. And Royals of War will have to settle for second place. Meanwhile, iNCO will take the final game of the day with 9 eliminations.
North America being able to come out on top right there. And with this push, remember what I was saying there whenever we saw Alpha 7, Loops, Esports, Influence Rage, United for Gaming, all those top 4 squads. We said iNCO Gaming could push up to maybe end up being in a top 3 situation at the end of day 1. That could be massive for this squad.
Yeah, it could be. That would be huge. iNCO took the game by storm. One thing is for certain on Miramar, at least this final game, nades were insane, and the nades made all the difference in the world. United for Gaming started off incredibly strong. You know, this was a team that we were like, okay, they're going to look good, they're going to look solid, but it just became a bit too much, didn't it? Especially in this fight. I mean, Alpha 7 was around, you had VIP rolling up, you had so many players engaging, you know, just at the same exact time. Wolves, you know, there was a good effort from Jaguar, but on the end, it just wasn't enough. For Xforce, again, another roster that had Klaus. Klaus was putting some damage out there, but it wasn't enough, unfortunately. Jaguar, though, I think out of all the teams that I'm really surprised about, Dave, like Jaguar was one that I was like, wow, this team started off strong and finished off strong, too.
Last two games, I think Jaguar definitely made the come up here, and I don't know if it's because you know, these other squads, the top contenders, maybe a little fatigued, so they were slipping a little bit, and Jaguar kind of took advantage of that. Might be, maybe. United 4 Gaming walked with only 2 elims this last game. I think this is their worst performance yet, but iNCO really taking advantage of the fact that the top teams were down and out for the count here in the final game, and just closing this one out. I think the game-winning play for iNCO right there is they got that knock on the back line on the Vitex, and they saw Tonka kind of push up with the buggy, and instead of allowing Tonka to get the revive, they committed all their resources to the south to continue to push that one knock, and they opened it up with another grenade onto Tonka to confirm those 2 eliminations, and really just focused on one half of the split that Ro was holding down, and Ro, they just couldn't handle it. So big shout out to iNCO right there for the decisive play and the game-winning play, in my opinion, to just prioritize going for those confirms in the south.
Well, iNCO Gaming walk away with the most, but it doesn't mean they were the only team to perform well. Royals of War with 12, Intense Game with 15, Maryland with 9, Team Jaguar with 11. These are rosters that desperately needed points, rosters that were not within the top 5, but very well could be, or at least on the top page. Going into day 2, you talk about a confidence booster. That's what they were able to get. Very, very happy with the results here. Like I said, Team Jaguar, probably the biggest win overall. They were at the very bottom. We take a look at page 2. 2. We did have some early exits. Obviously, Resilience Esports making some plays that just don't make sense. Coming into tomorrow, they're going to have to really go back to the drawing board and figure it out. Straight out of Nepal. Not much to say about them. I think they had a great day. I really do, especially with Leon being sick. For me, straight out of Nepal, did everything they possibly could to find success. I'm happy with their overall performance. Take a look at the final match of the day was iNCO. Naturally with first place, a lot of utility use as you would expect. Maryland, the big surprise though, fourth place, but not a lot of damage done. Comes to show you they just were not engaging in the fights when they needed to, Dave.
Yeah, and it happens, man. It happens. Very close, but it is the last game, and hopefully they can learn from these Miramar games and just tighten up here tomorrow, because we still got more games to be had here. But Silence from IG, 6 elims, 574 damage done. IG, intense game. They walk away with a total of 10 elims that game, and Silence having 6 of those here, Reflections.
Yeah, that's huge, right? They need a player like him to step up. Intense game, a roster that made it to, or at least kind of the core of this roster making it to PMWC. It would be a shame not to see them on the global stage. Overall, Silence, very well done. The question is, where does IG and them land on the overall standings? Well, for Intense Game, they will jump up to 5th place. Loops will stay in first, Alpha in second, but iNCO Gaming, for iNCO Gaming, they jump up to 3rd place. Happy with that result. A team that struggled tremendously in Phase 1-7 is now stepping it up in top 3.
That's right. I mean, what a performance from this squad, too. And I'm glad that they were able to just be, in a way, a bit consistent throughout the whole day to a chance to pretty much put themselves in a situation where they could actually make the jump all the way up to top 3. And something to point out as well is that something that Dave mentioned earlier. We have 3 North American teams on that page on the first top 8 with Wolves Esports and Xforce, and that's considering Wolves Esports didn't really have that good of a day, Dave.
Yeah, I think Wolves definitely going to be walking away today a little disappointed in their performance just based off of week number 1. But, that just gives us something to look forward to in the next 2 days of phase number 2. Loops, absolutely dominating here today. I mean, 2 chickens, 40 elims. You couldn't ask for more here, Reflections.
Yeah, I definitely couldn't, man. Overall, a great day indeed. The standings are relatively close. There's an opportunity to jump up for everyone, I would say, within our top 8 for sure. Top 5, definitely competitive for Loops, though. Yeah, big story for them. First place. 2 winner chicken dinners, the only team to do so throughout day 1. And also our top slaying team. That's pretty big. They were already consistent in phase 1. I'm super happy with their consistency in phase 2, and it's only to start. 2 more days remain for those bonus points. Who wants the majority of them? We're gonna have to find out as we continue on. I can't wait for tomorrow, though, and the reason why is because Rondo. I just want to see how Rondo ends up unfolding once again, man. Dude, Influence Rage, 16 eliminations to start the day. They kind of sell through with that performance. That was the biggest one, and quite well could be the biggest performance throughout phase 2. Overall, a great day of PMSL. It never disappoints, I would have to say. Seven, let's go to you. What are your final words as we get out of here?
Consistency. I'm not going to be here for the rest of the phases. I will be here Wednesday for the show matches, but it's going to come down to consistency for North America. Hopefully Wolves will be able to bounce back tomorrow, and I'm hoping that a lot more teams just stop giving so much freedom to Alpha 7. Challenge them a little bit more, especially if you're in a great place on that leaderboard.
That's it. Got to challenge Alpha 7. Stop giving them so much respect. They are one of the best teams out there, but you're aiming to be the best yourself. Dave, what's your final words as we get out of here?
Real quick, Seven, who do you have taking first place then in the whole thing?
Out of everything?
Yeah. Oh, this PMSL.
Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 all day. All right,
Yeah.
Mark them down for the Alpha 7. Final thoughts here. Hey, listen, tighten up, guys. Team Liquid, dead last. Whoa, tighten up here tomorrow, all right? Run it back. More Rondo, like you said, reflections. Maybe one day we'll get all Rondos. I'm starting to love that map, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to love Rondo too, man. I'm starting to love it. All right, I'm loving it.
All Rondos be wild,
all
dude.
Rondos.
I would like it though. All Rondos. Bring it in. Bring it in. Seven, make it happen. Give us all Rondos, okay?
I'll try.
You're already bringing Sandhawk back, Seven. You're removing an Aaron Go, bringing a Sandhawk. Now you got to bring all Rondos, all 6 games, okay? We'll find out. We'll keep you up to date with that. But either way, For day 4 of PMSL America's fall season, it has come to a conclusion. 2 more days remain for our phase 2, and then grand finals after that, starting on Friday and then going until Saturday and Sunday. But make sure you hit that follow or subscribe button if you haven't already. The reason why is because we come back tomorrow for day number 2. It's going to be just as exciting as day 1 was. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Mustache Dave, 7, Sarpatch, Kai, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Be back tomorrow for day number 2 of phase 2 for PMS America's fall season.
This is in time, but you never know. You might.
Case again, straight out of Nepal. Gatsby, better worse for wear. To fight another day. It's Rondo after
mates already, so good play from them. Here comes David from World.
And they're still opposite of Xforce, who are now sending 24K
liquid. So fortunate for these 2 teams. The third party
players just gonna end up going down mid-thing now, pulling up, trying to.
This is quite literally the best start they could possibly have for either IG or Alpha 7 once this fight is concluded to reach.
The Wolves Esports is getting challenged by X.
Regardless, I don't really see either team doing all that well, so you might as well try to confirm these 24.
Or maybe a rock here and there, Dave. Just throw him a rock. That'll be hard, considering that Loops Esports is going to be on the horizon.
Oh, nice! Only a solo left. It's Demonor. And Demon camping spot on the bridge, which opens up.
This could be, Dave, when sometimes getting a little bit too aggressive might end up backfiring, but that's not.
Though, so Vidtex right here on the outskirts, get a little risky.
Connect with some, but not going to be able to connect with all of them. Can he get the knock?
Standing for this TL roster, and Chief is pushing up. You know, he never back.
Confirmation, but Padrino pulling up UMP, knocking at the door. Hello! Busted Dark with that grenade, but they're getting some.
Continuing to just be fortified. Walk.
Low boy knows. Well, my time is running short. Goes down.
Shots there, barely being able to hit one. Oh, you're gonna lay that. At this point, you know that you don't want to go for that. I got 20 UC on Wolves.
Back against the wall with the shotgun.
You going from one rock to a tree. Now Madion is gonna be pushing up even more to row.
You love to see that.
We thought that they were going to be able to close this up, and it's not going to be Maryland out of all the... I really appreciated Nisada not overextending.
Zelda pushing up onto Coops. Coops is ready for it. Zelda, in fact, but not good enough, and we'll stay.
Sir, Luke's looking good. High five. Over going for that reload. This could be...
Top out. Prince is weak. Atlassian gets the fit. Get the cleanup on Batman. Atlassian as well. And Doran. So Higor and Doran against Jaguar, who's a 4-man unit. Higor swings
5 here for IG, so I know we were kind of pinpointing earlier that
it's just no way Ro loses this. Low ground. I mean, just mini red zone. Go anywhere. Gotta stay where he's at currently, but he's sending it the day with 9 eliminations.
North America.